Chapter 176, Fire Kylan. The complexion of Kobold Elder changed, and his eyes showed looks of aghast, and all other kobolds were also trembling on the ground, and they even more couldn't bear. Each and everyone hugged together while trembling, as if they had seen the ghost. "How can it be? Isn't there still time for that?" Kobold Elder muttered, and at this moment, Kobold Patriarch chirped, issuing a long series of instruction. Then a group of guards behind him immediately turned around and left. Long Yi calmed down, then pulling the Kobold Elder, he asked, "What's going on here? What kind of monster is that?" Kobold Elder lightly sighed, then with somewhat complicated expression, he said, "That is Flame God Beast that resides in underground lava, is Fire God's pet. Every time, we always offer 18 virgin boys and maidens to appease the fury of this god beast, otherwise, we Kobold clan would have already been destroyed by it." Long Yi and Feng Ling were dumbfounded, and Long Yi asked in surprise, "Aren't you all believer of Fire God? But why is his god beast treating you all like this?" Kobold Elder nodded his head, then sighing, he said, "Yeah, our Kobold clan is forever the servant of Fire God. And for those 18 virgin boys and maidens, being able to be the offering of Flame God Beast is naturally their honor." Looking at Kobold Elder's that sour expression on his face, Feng Ling couldn't help but chuckled, but Elder's words seemed somewhat insincere. The expression of Kobold Elder stagnated, then making a wry smile, he shook his head. As for Long Yi, he was very angry in his heart. As a soul that had come from the 21st century of the Earth, this type of action was simply absurd and stupid to the extreme. And at this moment, 18 virgin boys and maidens with wet hairs of Kobold clan were brought out. They obviously had hastily taken a bath, their childish eyes revealed panic and unease. However, surprisingly they didn't cry. The Kobold Patriarch chirped out several sounds. Then a long procession began to march forward. There was a group of kobolds wailing and chasing behind this procession, obviously were the family member of those 18 virgin boys and maidens, but the rear guards ruthlessly knocked them down to the ground, and they could only watch their sons and daughters walking to the death helplessly with their own eyes. That hissing sound and spitting lungs wailing made Long Yi and Feng Ling feel sad. Kobold Elder rushed to the front of this procession, and Long Yi and Feng Ling also tagged along after this procession of guards. They wanted to see whether this flame god beast had 3 heads and 6 arms or not. The procession turned left and right through the underground passage, and they passed through twisting and turning corners one after another. As they moved forward, that roaring sound of that flame god beast became clearer. Finally, its true body's powerful aura rushed directly to their face. At this moment, the procession entered inside a red tunnel, and the temperature suddenly increased by 10 or 20 degrees, as if they had entered into a huge oven. Long Yi realized that, in front of them should be the lair of that flame god beast. No long after, the procession stopped, then uniformly knelt on the ground. Even Kobold Elder and Patriarch were also no exceptions. Long Yi looked as far as his eyes could see, and saw at the end of this tunnel, there was a fiery red crater, from where magma was frequently splashing, and a burst of red-hot heat waves spread out, making people feel as if they were burning thoroughly. After a while, Kobold Elder stood up, then used his withered claw-like hands to point out several children among those 18 virgin boys and maidens, then pointed towards that crater where magma was splashing. Immediately after that, the guards got up and carrying those virgin boys and maidens, they advanced towards that crater. Seeing this, the eyes of Long Yi narrowed. This was the matter of Kobold clan, so he didn't want to meddle in it, but seeing these children of Kobold clan were about to be thrown into the magma with his own eyes, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Just then, the first pair of virgin boy and maiden was thrown. Seeing this, Long Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide, and without thinking, he let out a muffled shout, then rushed forward. Leaving behind after images in the midair, he caught the empty void with his hands, then a pair of children that were already dropping down were pulled to his hands, and he also happens to see a fiery red huge monster in the magma. "Fire Kylan?" Long Yi exclaimed, and didn't dare to believe what he had seen. This monster was really very much like the fire Kylan of Chinese mythology. Moose body, oxtail, horse's hoof, body covered with a layer of fiery red scales, sharp and glittering horn on its head, and yellow-colored flesh in the head from where this horn was originated. But this fire Kylan obviously was very angry at Long Yi for snatching the food of its mouth, and it let out a violent roar. Then red-hot magma surged and shot towards Long Yi in the sky. Long Yi easily scattered the magma with his palm. Then his wind-coiling ice roar magic whistled towards fire Kylan of the magma, and at the same time, he used Great Cosmos Shift to return back. Then, allowing no explanation, he placed the pair of kobold children who had fainted from fear into the hands of those guards. Kobold Patriarch and Elder pointed at Long Yi with trembling finger, and were speechless for a long time. Fire Kylan forcibly shattered Long Yi's wind-coiling ice roar magic, then furiously seethed through the magma. The entire underground passage began to shake and rocks began to fall from the top one after another. Kobolds also didn't have time to speak with Long Yi, and as if a scared rabbit, they ran away from here rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, only Long Yi and Feng Ling were left in this place. Feng Ling looked towards Long Yi and Long Yi just chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. Looking at this situation, it seems that fiery red magma was about to erupt out like a volcano eruption and cover the sky. Long Yi strangely shouted, then a world of snow and ice covered the cave mouth, but merely after half a second, it melted down. Looking at the magma that was gushing out, Long Yi took a deep breath, then floating in the air, he slowly raised his both hands, leaving behind innumerable illusionary shadows. Then he shouted, "Infinitely compassionate and merciful thousand-leaf gale palm." This was the fusion of China's ancient martial arts, infinitely compassionate and merciful thousand-leaf palm and wind magic. This was Long Yi's first experiment. Innumerable palm shadows shot out innumerable spirit chi, and between spirit chi, he skillfully placed the cyan-colored wind magic elements, forming an inescapable net as if spirit chi net. With this, not only the speed was faster, the might was also enhanced by several times. That violently gushing out magma was firmly stopped by the inescapable net of Long Yi, and was directly knocked back. "What is this magic?" Feng Ling asked in surprise. This infinitely compassionate and merciful thousand-leaf gale palm move of Long Yi was truly too beautiful, it looked elegant, and those innumerable different postured arms were very amazing. Long Yi smirked, and just when he was about to answer, he heard a rumbling sound, and the entire cave collapsed. Long Yi immediately hugged Feng Ling, and afterward both of them were instantly buried alive within rocks. The true chi of Long Yi flowed all over the place. Then with a boom sound, he bore out from the pile of rocks with Feng Ling, directly shooting towards the sky. After that, silently floating in midair, his as if star eyes looked at Fire Kylan standing on the wave of magma. Chapter 177, Insane Battle. Currently, Long Yi was feeling slightly strange. In the myth of China, Fire Kylan was regarded as an auspicious beast, but how come this Fire Kylan of a different world is so fierce? Long Yi floating in the sky and Fire Kylan looked face to face, and its powerful aura made him apprehensive endlessly. Merely looking at how it was treating several thousand degrees magma as a hot spring, he knew that the strength of this beast was in no way inferior to violent lightning beast, perhaps was even higher by a level. This moment, Fire Kylan had already locked onto Long Yi, and its copper bells like big shiny eyes were looking at Long Yi, and it unexpectedly showed interested expression, actually was treating Long Yi and Feng Ling as playthings. Long Yi secretly pinched the little hand of Feng Ling, then using sound condensing magic, he said, "After I attract the attention of this big fellow, quickly open the passage and run." "I think this big fellow is not that easy to deal with." The jade hand of Feng Ling pinched the soft flesh of Long Yi's waist with strength, then panting with anger, she glared Long Yi. Her quick-witted big eyes clearly showed her intention, which was, she would absolutely not leave Long Yi even a half step. The handsome face of Long Yi immediately stiffened, then transmitted his sound. "Be obedient, you will only distract my attention being here." Do you still not believe in me? When talking about escaping skill, if I say I am second, then there is no one who will dare to say they are first. Feng Ling couldn't help but smile. This smelly fellow's skin was too thick, making even escaping sound so in the right and self-confident. She was also not a woman who didn't know how to distinguish propriety, although her undead magic had already reached mage rank. But fighting Fire Kylan in the lava was unwise beyond doubt. If the undead she had summoned couldn't fly, then she feared they would be melted by the magma. Moreover, she had a kind of blind faith in Long Yi. Well, escaping shouldn't be a problem to Long Yi. So she gave a little nod to Long Yi, and her autumn eyes became gentle and soft as water. And at this time, Fire Kylan had already lost its patience, and roaring, it caused a blast of red-hot magma beside it to curl up. And as if heavenly maiden dispersing flower, they fiercely shot towards the sky. And that ultra-high temperature seemed to be burning the air itself. Thickly dotted with no gap, they completely blocked all the route of retreat of Long Yi. Long Yi actually smirked. With regarding the attack of Fire Kylan, he was already prepared. He took out a huge sword from his space ring, then circulating his ki, he suddenly revealed bright light blue radiance, iced ki's wind loop. Long Yi let out a muffled shout which reverberated in this wide cave, and he slashed in the air drawing a circle, then sparkling and translucent small tornadoes formed from the ice and wind. After that, along with the pointing of Long Yi's sword tip, they whistled towards the blast of magma, and those blasts of red-hot magma were unexpectedly frozen into an ice crystal in an instant. And as sudden as a flash of lightning, they advanced towards Fire Kylan. And with several bang sound, Fire Kylan was directly smashed and was forced to sink inside the magma. Long Yi, you are really awesome. Feng Ling cheered. Long Yi however pushed Feng Ling towards the entrance of the tunnel, then said loudly, quickly leave. Feng Ling exclaimed, and seeing the attack power of Long Yi, she greatly relaxed. Then she summoned her green-furred corpse king of different space, and instructed it to dig out a passage. Green-furred Corpse King's strong physical attack accompanied with Feng Ling's earth magic, they quickly opened up a passage. Seeing Feng Ling had left, Long Yi sighed out of relief, but his complexion was somewhat ghastly pale, and there was a trace of sweat on his forehead. The magic elements within his sea of consciousness shrunk, making him feel dizzy. This move, Iced Ki's wind loop he had used just now, was not simple at all. He had fused together his internal force, water magic element, battle chi and also wind magic element, otherwise this move wouldn't have such powerful might. The fusion of compound magic was already hard enough, not to mention this time Long Yi fused compound magic with ki. That warm internal force of Tianju circulated all over his body, and the dizzy feeling of Long Yi began to mitigate a lot. The Fire Kylan still didn't float up from inside the magma, but Long Yi absolutely didn't believe that his attack of just now had inflicted it a heavy damage. At most it must have only felt pain, that's all. Long Yi looked towards the passage from where Feng Ling had escaped. If he used Great Cosmos Shift to run out, then he shouldn't have any problem. Merely if he ran away, then wouldn't Kobold clan suffer the disaster? Since this calamity was provoked by him, if he didn't prevent it, then there was no meaning of him saving those offerings of Kobold clan. Since he had already meddled in, how could he just walk away from it? Long Yi thought of this, and suppressed the thoughts of slipping away. This moment, he recalled that from the very beginning, although he had fought all out against Fire Kylan, but he never had a thought that he had any chance of winning. This was contrary to his character. Long Yi pondered, and thought for a while. Then he deemed that the aura of Fire Kylan, which was dense as if big mountain and sharp as if the sharp blade, was quietly affecting him from the very beginning, making him have the thought that he would be defeated from the beginning. Suddenly, the magma underneath him burst, and Fire Kylan's huge body slowly emerged with fiery red magma sliding down those sparkling scales. It raised its head and looking at the eyes of Long Yi, which were filled with fighting spirit, and a trace of human-like surprise flashed through its eyes. This moment, the thoughts of Long Yi had completely changed. Those negative thoughts no longer exist in his heart, and was replaced by dense fighting spirit. His blood was also seething with excitement, and his teeth were trembling due to the excitement. "Big fellow, come on, use your true skill. Look how your father, I will peel off your scales." Long Yi smiled and said, while pointing straight towards Fire Kylan in the magma with his sword. Fire Kylan seemed to understand the ridicule of Long Yi and it roared. Then several tens of magma pillar rose, which unexpectedly intertwined with each other in the air, trapping Long Yi. Looking from the outside, this looked just like a fiery red flower. After that, this flower suddenly folded, and as if nothing, passed through the body of Long Yi, and trickled down just like raindrops. As for the figure of Long Yi in the sky, it slowly became light, finally dissipating in the air. As it turned out, this was only the afterimage of Long Yi, and real Long Yi had used Great Cosmos Shift to get away from the encirclement long ago, and was standing on one corner of the cliff. "Big fellow, aren't you a female, or, your master is a female? Your embroidering skill is pretty good." Long Yi smirked and said he suspected that this monster most definitely understands the human speech. Fire Kylan got even angrier, and it no longer used magma attack, rather flew directly. Then opening its big mouth, it fired innumerable fire lines towards Long Yi. The figure of Long Yi flashed, with soaring magic combined with Great Cosmos Shift. Now his speed was even faster than the ghost's. But, although the fire spat out by Fire Kylan was weak, but the fatal aspect of this attack was, those fire lines were homing, and just like the maggot attached to the bone, they firmly chased Long Yi. Moreover, they were dispersed, and they were also numerous, so although the speed Long Yi was fast, there were quite a few times he nearly got entangled with those fire lines. Seeing its attack wasn't successful for a long time, Fire Kylan unexpectedly again spat out God Fire, and the number of fire lines suddenly increased by twice as much. This moment, Long Yi however was powerless to dodge all of those fire lines. The arm of Long Yi was tied up by a fire line, and the internal force protecting the body of Long Yi unexpectedly melted rapidly, and the speed of Long Yi began to slow down. Then more and more fire lines tied up his body. Finally, as if a thickly dotted fire net, Long Yi was trapped. With so many fire lines tying him up, the internal force protection of Long Yi around his body was consumed rapidly. Finally, these fire lines passed through his internal force protection and directly melted his clothing, burning his skin. The entire body of Long Yi trembled, and he let out a groan of pain from his throat. However, biting his lower lip, he didn't scream loudly. "Soul fire." These words appeared in the mind of Long Yi. The specific property of these fire lines and kobold clans, that blessing of fire god's flame path, were about the same. Both of these flames could directly injure the soul, but in terms of the might and penetration power, these fire lines were many times more powerful, and because of that, it was very hard for him to withstand with his internal force and spirit power. Feeling a burning sensation that came from the depth of his soul, as a person with high amount of spirit power, Long Yi was very sensitive, so it can be said that this pain coming from his soul was the most painful experience he had ever had since his second incarnation. Long Yi stubbornly didn't scream out of pain, and now his handsome face was twisting because of pain. Currently, his entire body was laid bare, and was tightly clenching his hand. And the pain of Long Yi was feeling was also perceived by Violent Lightning Beast, who had blood contract connection with him, so it was ceaselessly using its thoughts to ask Long Yi to let it out. And this moment, Long Yi also couldn't help it, so he used his thoughts to summon Violent Lightning Beast from inside the dark dimension space. Immediately after Violent Lightning Beast came out, it got into an attacking state while floating in the air. Then, without any nonsense, it cast 2 lightning forbidden magic spell in succession towards that triumphant-looking Fire Kylan. With the sudden appearance of innumerable as thick as arm lightning in the sky, the entire underground space became silvery white. The entire body of Fire Kylan suddenly covered with almost transparent flame, which unexpectedly resisted the 2 forbidden magic spells of Violent Lightning Beast. But under the attack of such fierce forbidden magic spells, the cliff however was smashed and rocks fell down as if rain. causing the magma underneath to toss about. As for Long Yi, who was tied by fire lines, not only his soul was bearing torment, he even more was unable to escape by sheer luck. Now, due to the burning of his skin and muscles by these fire lines, his body was emitting the sweet smell of roasted meat. Now Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast were intensely fighting against each other in this narrow space, and Long Yi was firmly stuck close to the cliff with fire lines still burning his soul and body. The view before his eyes began to shake, and he didn't feel anything even though the rocks that were falling down and the splash of magma hit his body. Long Yi bit the tip of his tongue, making himself sober up a little. He was very clear in his heart that although Violent Lightning Beast and Fire Kylan seemed to be fighting intensely, but Fire Kylan's that relaxed appearance clearly shows that it hadn't gone all out, rather was like a cat that had caught the mouse, enjoying itself. Long Yi got angry and flared up. Perhaps because his soul being burned made him somewhat insane, he actually felt a little bit of strange pleasure. Just then, Fire Kylan used God Fire to knock Violent Lightning Beast against the cliff, and this beast unexpectedly revealed an insufferably arrogant appearance. And as for Long Yi, when Fire Kylan was feeling complacent, his body, which was tied up by fire lines, unexpectedly disappeared in the thin air. The pain stimulated his hidden potential and explosive power, so now his speed of great cosmos shift was unexpectedly several times faster than previous. Before Fire Kylan could react, Long Yi was already riding its back, and he had somewhat crazy looks in his twisted handsome face. After that, he bit Fire Kylan's that yellow-colored flesh on the head from where its horn had sprouted out, because that was the only place that appeared he could bite through, as all other places were covered by harder-than-diamond scales. Chapter 178, Sea of Consciousness's Shadow. Long Yi used his internal force and went all out in biting, and he was unexpectedly able to easily bite through the flesh of Fire Kylan. Then a warm liquid flowed into his mouth, but he didn't know whether this was a blood or other. Long Yi was very lucky. The flesh around the sharp horn of Fire Kylan was its only weakness, and that liquid, however, wasn't its blood, rather its essence of cultivation, which was also Fire Kylan's supply center of fire energy. But there was no way for Long Yi to know this. His consciousness was already in semi-coma state, and he only knew to bite firmly without letting go. Fire Kylan roared madly. The energy it had painstakingly cultivated was being absorbed by this human. This simply was an unforgivable crime. Fire Kylan emitted transparent flame from all over its body, wanting to burn this human's as well as soul to ashes. As for Long Yi, the more pain he felt in his own soul, the harder his bite became, and when he found that gulping down this liquid would relieve the pain for few moments, he began to crazily absorb that liquid. Fire Kylan got even angrier, and directly entered headfirst into the fiery red magma. "Don't, Long Yi." A wailing sound came through. Feng Ling appeared at the tunnel entrance of just now. When she was some distance away, she felt the shaking of the earth, and also heard the loud roar of Fire Kylan. Then, feeling ill at ease, she again returned back. But who would have thought that, just when she reached the entrance of the tunnel, she would see this tragedy? Feng Ling suddenly became lifeless and slumped on the ground. Now she was filled with grief and indignation, and felt as if her heart was forcibly torn into pieces, and her tears even forgot how to flow down. In the midair, Violent Lightning Beast, who was smashed against the cliff, struggled to come out, then retracting its body to its puppy form, it fell beside Feng Ling and used its tongue to lick the wounds on its body. Violent Lightning Beast looked towards the boiling magma and purred, but it didn't reveal any sad expression, because with its connection of blood contract, it knew that its master was still alive. Feng Ling slowly stood up, then she crazily threw magic into the magma, causing the magma splashes to fly in all direction. "Beast, give Long Yi back to me." Feng Ling hysterically roared loudly. But after a long time, even after Feng Ling was exhausted, there was no reaction in the magma. The lips of Feng Ling trembled, and her azure blue big eyes changed into cold ashes. "No, Long Yi will not die." Feng Ling mumbled, seemingly wanting to convince herself. "No, no." Feng Ling shook her head, and everything she had done together with Long Yi appeared in her mind, from the very beginning of being an acquaintance, later drinking wine and eating meat as brothers, and talking about everything under the sun including women. Two people hugging together to sleep, the nervousness and embarrassment feeling when he barged into the bathroom when she was bathing and so on. Every scene appeared in her mind one after another, instantly collapsing her. Feng Ling was in a daze and was muttering. Carefully listening, she was repeatedly calling the name of Long Yi without stopping. Since she couldn't live together with Long Yi to the end, then she would accompany him to Yellow Springs. This thought flashed in the mind of Feng Ling. Then she immediately put it into action. She walked 2 steps forward, then jumped towards the surging magma. She closed her eyes and spread open her hands. Just like honor doesn't allow one to glance back, without hesitation, she jumped, and had a sweet smile on her face, as if she was not jumping into the deadly lava, but into the warm bosom of Long Yi. Suddenly, Feng Ling fell to the ground, and as if sitting on the rocket, again flew back to the cliff. Feng Ling confusedly opened her eyes, and saw a pocket-sized violent lightning beast. Its adorable big eyes were looking at her while purring. Feng Ling was rather dumbfounded. She recalled that she had clearly jumped down, but how come she has again returned to the tunnel entrance? Is it possible that this little fellow had pulled her up, or everything was just her dream, and now she was precisely in the middle of the dream? Because when Fire Kylan had smashed Violent Lightning Beast against the cliff, Feng Ling wasn't here yet, and when she arrived here, she only saw Fire Kylan taking Long Yi into the magma. After that she was dazed. Basically was unable to notice Violent Lightning Beast until now. Feng Ling pinched her beautiful face, and felt very painful, which meant this was not a dream, so she couldn't help but feel sad from the bottom of her heart. She stood up and once again wanted to jump, but Violent Lightning Beast bit the edge of her pants. Feng Ling fell to the ground, then turned her head to look at Violent Lightning Beast, and noticed that its eyes were unexpectedly showing comforting looks, so she couldn't help but got surprised. Slowly, her brain began to function properly, then carefully sized up Violent Lightning Beast. She had never seen this little fellow, and it seemed to appear out of thin air here. Could it be that it is the pet of Long Yi? Suddenly, the charming body of Feng Ling trembled, and her autumn pupils showed wild with joy expression. Then she muttered, "Long Yi isn't dead. Long Yi isn't dead." Because she noticed a red blood mark on the forehead of Violent Lightning Beast, she clearly knew that this was legendary blood contract, so if this little fellow was the pet of Long Yi, then if Long Yi died, then it was also bound to die, but now it was still alive and kicking here. Didn't this explain Long Yi is not dead yet? Feng Ling cried the tears of joys. Just now when she was feeling such grief and indignation, her tears didn't flow out, but now her tears unexpectedly streamed down to her cheeks. She held Violent Lightning Beast to her bosom, as if she was grasping a life-saving straw. It was her last hope. Long Yi sucked the liquid that flowed out from the flesh of Fire Kylan as if his life depended on it, as this was the only way to mitigate his and soul's pain. But after Fire Kylan suddenly plunged into the lava whose temperature reached up to several thousand degrees, with no protection of his spirit power and internal force, in less than a second, he would be melted without leaving any remains. But when Long Yi was about to make a contact with lava, his body was suddenly covered with a layer of black chi, which forced out the fire lines that were tying up his body, and that boiling magma as well as Fire Kylan's transparent flame unexpectedly didn't injure him even a bit. With pain suddenly alleviating, Long Yi subconsciously loosened his mouth, and the wound in that flesh from where the horn of Fire Kylan was originate healed rapidly, without leaving even the slightest trace. Vaguely, a shadow seemed to have appeared in front of Long Yi, and a pair of black pupils were curiously watching him. But this other person was as if an illusion, and Long Yi wasn't able to see clearly. "Who are you?" Long Yi weakly asked. His consciousness was somewhat hazy, but looking at those black pupils, he had a déjà vu feeling. "You don't need to know." That erratic voice of that shadow came from all direction, and he was unable to differentiate whether this was the voice of man or woman. "Did you save me?" Long Yi asked. "Do you still need to ask, you idiot?" The shadow said with some mockery, and a radiance was wandering about in those pitch-black eyes. Long Yi frowned, then calming down his heart, he suppressed his curiosity and closed his eyes, no longer speaking. When Long Yi was about to lose consciousness again, a peculiar power woke him up again. Instantly opening his eyes, he again saw that hazy shadow. "Are you not curious about who am I, and why did I appear in your sea of consciousness now?" Shadow asked. Long Yi was dumbfounded. As it turned out, now he was inside his consciousness. No wonder he felt so strange. "If you want to speak, then you will naturally speak. There is no difference whether I ask or not," Long Yi said. Shadow was silent for a long time, then chuckling, this shadow said, "Interesting, right? Even if you ask me, I might not tell you. I don't care who you are, but you do not have my consent to enter my body. This truly is somewhat hateful. Can you please leave immediately?" Long Yi wasn't angry towards this shadow, but he was worried about whether this shadow could know all of his deepest secrets or not. "If I leave now, then I am afraid you are going to be out of your wits." "You can rest assured, I also don't want to stay in your body. Merely I have no choice but to enter your body to save you. Also I don't have any interest to look at your thoughts," Shadow bluntly said, as if seen through the worry of Long Yi. In fact, the shadow really wanted to know what Long Yi was thinking, but the shadow discovered that the willpower of Long Yi was very strong, and the shadow simply couldn't explore. Having heard what was said, Long Yi was somewhat relieved. Without danger, his brain began to activate. This shadow was not living inside his body, so it must be dwelling in certain something on his body. It seems this shadow was not a soul of an entity. Could it be that this shadow is that specter he caught in illusory magic forest? But Long Yi quickly dismissed this speculation. Long Yi looked at those strange black eyes of the shadow, and always felt as if he had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "It's you. Aren't you those eyes inside the demonic stone?" "You are living inside the demonic stone." "Well, you are not that stupid, not bad." "Yes, that's me." Shadow laughed and said, and that voice sounded truly creepy, "I am stupid, but you are even more pitiful, being trapped in the demonic stone for unknown numbers of years." Long Yi smirked and said. Shadow didn't speak, just sighed lightly. This made Long Yi even sure about his conjecture. "Meeting each other is predestined, brother. You don't need to worry, just wait until I reach God realm in undead magic, then after looking for a suitable body, it will be easy to resurrect you," Long Yi said with a smile. He was unexpectedly addressing this shadow as brother. Shadow was startled, then suddenly laughed. This strange laughing voice made listening people feel uncomfortable, as if they were weightlessness. "Do you know why I called you stupid? Because you always like to think yourself clever," Shadow said with a smile. Long Yi speechless. Get no thanks for his good intention. "Boy, you know, you have Treasure Mountain, but you don't know how to use, and stupidly fight recklessly against a Saint Beast Kylan. If it was not for me, then you would have already been out of wits," said Shadow. "Treasure Mountain?" Long Yi racked his brains thinking about what was the treasure he had that could make this fierce fellow Fire Kylan to admit defeat, but no matter how much he thought, he wasn't able to come up with anything. Even Violent Lightning Beast was no match for it, so what else was there that could defeat it? Chapter 179, Mystical Little 3. Long Yi searched his guts and belly. Then he suddenly recalled those dark magic jade and holy light jade which were thrown inside his space ring. Could it be that they are the things that were pointed out by that shadow? But he really didn't know how to use them. T.L. searched his guts and belly, racked his brains. "Brother, are you talking about dark magic jade and holy light jade?" Long Yi asked. Shadow strangely laughed and said, "Yes, but they are only one part." "One part? What else is there?" Long Yi asked. This was the matter concerning life and death. How could he not be urgent? In addition, just after this shadow spoke these two words, the voice of this shadow suddenly ceased abruptly, as if the radio whose electricity was cut off, and the shadow also unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. "Hello, hello, where did you go? You still haven't said anything." Long Yi anxiously said. Then his consciousness began to sink, and he suddenly woke up. Long Yi felt that the black chi covering his body was beginning to slowly dissipate, and he was already feeling a burst of scorching hot feeling. And just when Long Yi was getting extremely anxious, Fire Kylan suddenly rushed up quickly, and Long Yi was tossed off. Long Yi. Hearing the sound of activity, Feng Ling, who was at tunnel entrance, looked over, and seeing Long Yi was thrown off by Fire Kylan, she loudly shouted in pleasant surprise. And just when she wanted to rush up to catch him, Violent Lightning Beast however was a step faster than her to catch Long Yi. But a matter contrary to the expectation of Feng Ling occurred. After Violent Lightning Beast caught Long Yi, its body suddenly trembled, and it threw off Long Yi from its back. Only at this moment, Violent Lightning Beast noticed that the body of Long Yi was unexpectedly emitting almost invisible transparent flame, which was exactly the same as Fire Kylan's transparent flame. Violent Lightning Beast endured the burning pain of its soul and actually again placed Long Yi on its back, then returned to the tunnel entrance. The majority of its purple furs on its back were already burned, and its skin was also burned black. Long Yi staggered to stand up, and only felt that his whole body was scorching hot, as if every cell of his body were burning. His clothing had already turned to ashes, revealing his entire strong and handsome body, and with transparent flame emitting from his entire body, his black hair was fluttering as if it was being blown by a gale. This made him look as if he was sun god Apollo of the myth. Seeing Long Yi was in pain, Feng Ling wanted to rush into the bosom of Long Yi, but that blazing high temperature of Long Yi made her unable to approach him. She noticed that the stone beside Long Yi was beginning to slowly melt, and with this, she could imagine how high his current temperature was. Long Yi took a deep breath, and began to restrain his sea of consciousness which was about to explode. He had absorbed a large quantity of Fire Kylan's fire energy, and now they had already begun to transform into a vast amount of fire magic elements in his sea of consciousness. It seems another magic core is about to form again. Long Yi made a wry smile while thinking. Now he didn't know whether he was feeling pain or getting excited. And just when he was thinking about such thoughts, he felt the explosion in his sea of consciousness, which indeed resulted in the formation of a fiery red magic core, and the transparent flame on his body began to retract within his body, and his long black hair also gently hanged down. Long Yi. Seeing Long Yi had reverted back to normal, Feng Ling threw herself into the bosom of Long Yi while crying tears of joy. Long Yi hugged Feng Ling, and lightly patting the back of Feng Ling, he slightly pushed her back. They were still yet to be out of dangerous situation. Why did you run back again, you disobedient girl? I will see you later to punish. Long Yi pretended to be angry and glared at Feng Ling. In fact, how could he not know that Feng Ling had returned back because she was worried about him? Feng Ling, as if a little girl who had done something wrong, lowered her head, looking delicate and charming, but how could this conceal her that firmness and stubbornness? And at this moment, the bronze bell-sized eyes of Fire Kylan, who was standing on the lava, showed a little confusion. It was wondering why the body of Long Yi had a same kind of aura as itself. Feng Ling looked below, and seeing Fire Kylan seemed to be in a daze, she pulled his hand and said softly, Long Yi, while it is not paying attention, let's get out of here quickly. Long Yi however only shook his head without moving an inch. If he had wanted to run away, then he would have already done so. Why would he wait until now? No, if we run away, then what would happen to Kobold Clan? Since I was the one that provoked this matter, I can't place this burden on other people and leave. Moreover, if I were to do so, then would Long Yi still be a man? Long Yi said. Feng Ling bit her lower lip and nodded her head. Yes, how could Long Yi be that kind of person? Although he was flippant and wasn't honest, but in the bones, he nevertheless was a real man. He feared neither heaven nor earth, but has a strong sense of responsibility of man. Long Yi, if something happens to you, then I will also not live alone. Feng Ling sniffled and resolutely said, looking at Long Yi. What die and live? Do you not believe in me? I'm telling you, I was playing with it just now. If I get serious, then with a snap of a finger, I can make it obedient just like a small kitty." Long Yi raised his head and said with the appearance of insufferably arrogant. Feng Ling chuckled with tears in her eyes. She knew that Long Yi was teasing her to make her smile, so although she didn't find it funny, and was still sour in her heart, she still cooperated and revealed a smile. Fire Kylan was worthy of being called God Beast. After thinking for a long while, it finally understood why the body of Long Yi had a similar aura to itself. That was because Long Yi had absorbed its energy, which he had taken a great pain to cultivate. It immediately flew into a rage, madly roaring. It flew up, then firmly stared at Long Yi, who was at the tunnel entrance. As for Feng Ling and Violent Lightning Beast, it completely ignored them. Long Yi immediately pushed Feng Ling behind him, then clenching his hands, he noticed that his hands had a layer of sweat. Long Yi repeatedly cursed that damned shadow in his heart. This mysterious fellow only spoke half, so he didn't know, in addition to Dark Magic Jade and Holy Light Jade, what else was needed. And when Fire Kylan opened up its big mouth and was about to fire God Flame, Long Yi no longer had time to think more. He directly took out Dark Magic Jade and Holy Light Jade from inside his space ring. One black, one white. 2 pieces of jade tablets emitted faint black and white light respectively, then automatically floated in the air. Fire Kylan immediately closed its opened big mouth, then fixedly stared at those 2 pieces of jade in the air, and its eyes unexpectedly revealed the look of revere. Seeing the expression of Fire Kylan, Long Yi sighed out in his heart. It seems these 2 pieces of jade were of some use. At this moment, with a clicking sound, Dark Magic Jade and Holy Light Jade suddenly joined together, then black and white radiance began to infiltrate and get entangled with each other, just like a pair of a lover in love with each other. This crisp sound woke up Fire Kylan from the daze, then it hesitatingly looked at 2 jades in the sky and again at Long Yi repeatedly. After several times, its eyes unexpectedly showed ominous glint. It was unexpectedly able to shake off its attention from those 2 jades. Long Yi secretly cursed in his heart while thinking. That shadow had said that Dark Magic Jade and Holy Light Jade were only a part, but what exactly is the other part? And seeing Fire Kylan was again making preparation to attack, Long Yi gritted his teeth, and was ready to go all out. Then with a thought, he let out 18 super skeletons and 5-7 baleful puppets, as well as Tiger Cub Little 3 from his dark dimension space. In any case, if he died, then they would be trapped in all black dark dimension space forever. Such being the case, it was better for them to fight. If this was on the Blue Waves continent, then this lineup absolutely was a super luxurious attack lineup. They would have no problem to advance and retreat, fighting against thousands upon thousands of men and horses. Merely now they were confronting a god beast. Fire Kylan. It was not an exaggeration to describe its defense was abnormal. It was able to forcibly withstand 2 lightning forbidden magic spell of Violent Lightning Beast and was completely unscathed. Moreover, its attack, just thinking about it, the heart of Long Yi would get cold. It's that homing god fire was basically something that an ordinary person couldn't resist. And just when Long Yi wanted to use his thoughts to issue the command to attack, Tiger Cub Little 3 suddenly issued a loud tiger roar. Then its figure suddenly got big. Its 1 black 1 white pupils emitted strange radiance. Then the Dark Magic Jade and Holy Light Jade in the sky suddenly separated, and as if iron encountering a magnet, they flew over to Little 3 and continuously revolved above its head. After that, they suddenly shoot out 1 black and 1 white light beams, which respectively entered into 1 black and 1 white pupil of Little 3. Roar! Little 3 raised its head and roared loudly, emitting dazzling black and white radiance from its body, and the pressure that was being emitted from its body was unexpectedly somewhat more powerful than Fire Kylan. After the radiance disappeared, seeing the scene before their eyes, Long Yi and Feng Ling looked at each other in blank dismay. They saw Little 3 merely staring at Fire Kylan with its 1 black and 1 white pupil. Then Fire Kylan lowered its head, and its huge body began to slowly shrink, finally changing into a pocket-sized Fire Kylan. Little 3? Long Yi muttered. Was this truly his Little 3? That Little 3 who knew nothing but eating, And that little three that could cast only elementary dark and light magic? Hearing Long Yi's calling, little three turned around, then shrinking its body, it excitedly shook its tail and licked the leg of Long Yi. And at this moment, the radiance surrounding those two jades floating in the sky disappeared, and they fell to the ground. Long Yi came back to his sense, then taking out clothing from inside his space ring, he put them on, then squatting down, he pulled the ears of little three and looked all over its body. Yes, this clearly was his little three. After that, little three looked towards Fire Kylan and roared. Then the pocket-sized Fire Kylan immediately ran over to Long Yi, and pitifully looked at Long Yi. The expression of Long Yi fluctuated. Tiger cub little three, Fire Kylan, dark jade, holy jade and shadow. What is the relationship between them? Long Yi tried his best to figure out some clues. Now, even though the crisis was accidentally over, he was even more confused. Some of the legendary things continued to come out as if all of them had an unclear relation with him. According to legend, dark magic jade is dark god's spirit tablet, and holy light jade is light god's spirit tablet. Fire Kylan is fire god's pet. Then what exactly is little three? Could it be that it is also a god beast, and is the integrated thing of dark and light? Looking at the respectful and submissive expression of Fire Kylan towards little three, it seems this is a possibility, but isn't dark and light mutually opposite? While Long Yi was thinking long and hard, Feng Ling slowly came back to her sense from her surprise. Looking at Long Yi, who was just like the moon that was surrounded by a myriad of stars, the beautiful eyes of Feng Ling blurred. Long Yi, what kind of person are you? Is it fortune or misfortune to meet you? Chapter 180, Captivating Scenery. Mi Principality. Zhao Yi was indifferently tending the flowers and plants of the courtyard. She seemed to same as before without any change, merely for a good period of time. She hadn't entered that secret room inside her bedroom. Tyrant Bear and Zhao Yi had depended on each other for survival since childhood. Perhaps other might not be able to see the changes of Zhao Yi, but he perceived it. Although he was huge, but his mind was very cautious and meticulous. Otherwise his tyrannical bear mercenary group wouldn't have developed to this point. Although Zhao Yi was same as before on the surface, had peaceful face, and would thinly smile as before when she faced him, but recently he noticed that she was often absent-minded, frequently fried dishes until they were burned, and frequently when doing some things, she would suddenly stop, then blankly stay for quite a few hours. When he asked, she would only smile saying it was nothing. Tyrant Bear was not stupid. According to his conjecture, Zhao Yi becoming like this had a great possibility of something to do with Long Yi, that mysterious and unfathomable youngster. He went to Holy Magic Academy to look for Long Yi, however was told that Long Yi had participated in adventure convention, and would return only after 2 months. Zhao Yi was trimming beautiful bird of paradise flower, and although the shears was trimming, her pupils weren't focused, merely the shears in her hand was repeating the same movement, resulting in several beautiful flowers being cut off and fell to the ground. But she felt nothing as before. Her heart was in a mess, as if shears that was continuously entangling with a ball of string, but she didn't know why, really didn't know. That day when she had used cosmic celestial magic spell on Long Yi, she had not thought a clever person might become the victim of his own ingenuity. And at that time, she signed a blood contract with him which couldn't be removed forever. And she was destined to become his slave throughout her life. She really was very unwilling. But, since that day, Long Yi never came to see her, and she only knew that he had participated in adventure convention organized by Holy Magic Academy. Afterward, thanks to the connection of blood contract, she sensed Long Yi was in danger quite a few times, and her heart felt pain as if someone was tightly gripping, because if Long Yi died then she would also be unable to live. So she was worried. But there was also a voice in her heart which denied loudly. She felt that her spirit seemed to have some problem. Tyrant Bear at one side could no longer watch this, so stepping forward, he caught the wrist of Zhao Yi, then took away that shears in her hand. "Brother, what are you doing?" Zhao Yi came back to her sense, and confusedly look at somewhat angry Tyrant Bear. "What am I doing?" you ask yourself. "What happened to you? Did that dumb idiot, Long Yi, bully you?" "Wait until he returns, and I will go to look for him to settle the account." Tyrant Bear droned and his eyes were burning with fire. Furthermore, he was worried and was also blaming himself. Jia Yi shook her head, and thinly smiling, she said, "Brother, what kind of nonsense are you talking? Why would Long Yi bully me?" "Don't lie to me." "Several female magicians and sword masters of our group who are responsible for your safety said that you were calling the name of Long Yi in your dream quite a few times," Tyrant Bear said. The beautiful face of Jia Yi became red, then turning around her body she softly said, "Where is Ah? I did not. They must have definitely heard it wrong." Tyrant Bear sighed and said, "Since Long Yi didn't bully you, that must mean that you like him, isn't it?" Jia Yi was startled, and her complexion suddenly became ghastly pale. Did she have the qualification to like him now? She was merely his slave, that's all. Moreover, an abandoned slave. "Brother!" Jia Yi suddenly called out. "What's the matter?" Tyrant Bear asked. "If Long Yi returns from Adventure Convention, then follow after him, regardless of anything as long as he speaks. Just do as he says." Jia Yi slowly said. "Little sister, what did you see?" Tyrant Bear asked. "Your dream will be fulfilled beside him." After Jia Yi finished speaking, she turned around and ran inside the house, leaving behind dumbfounded Tyrant Bear standing in the courtyard by himself. Long Yi came back to his sense, then he picked up dark magic jade and holy light jade from the ground. But he found that there were no changes in them. Could it be that the legendary infinite amount of magical power contained within them could only be used by Little Three? In the end, what are their uses? Long Yi still was unable to find. Smelly Long Yi, how many still unused secret treasures do you have? Ah? Feng Ling behind him suddenly said faintly. Long Yi turned around, and looking at hesitating Feng Ling, he walked over, then hugging her, he said, "How many unused secret treasures do I have is not important. Do you hear my heartbeat?" Feng Ling nodded her head in the bosom of Long Yi. His vigorous heartbeat sound made her feel relieved. As long as it is still beating, there will always be a girl called Ling inside it, Long Yi gently said, then folding his arm, the entire body of Feng Ling was surrounded within his bosom. Feng Ling was instantly touched, and she felt that no matter how difficult a matter was, as long as Long Yi was beside her, it would not be a big deal. Sweet words and honeyed phrases. Feng Ling protested coquettishly, while rubbing her little head in the warm bosom of Long Yi. She just wanted to be hugged like this by Long Yi. Even after thousands of years when they became fossils, she wanted to be still hugged like this. How wonderful was that? "You don't like listening to them, then I will not say." Long Yi smirked and said, "Don't, I like to listen. I want you to tell me every day, more than any other girls." Feng Ling muttered, "Good, then I will say them every day. Say for the rest of my life until you are fed up with listening." Long Yi said with a smile, and his heart was full of dense warmth. "That's what you said, you are not allowed to go back on your words." "Won't go back on my words." Two people hugged each other and spoke words full of tenderness like this, as if only two of them were left in this world. And as for Little Three and Fire Kylan as well as Violent Lightning Beast, they were curiously looking at two people. They weren't able to understand why they were hugging each other like this. Could it be that they don't feel hot? Don't know after how long, 1 hour, 2 hours or even more, the two people with dense affection finally separated from their conjoined state. "Long Yi, do you still have that specter we caught in Illusory Magic Forest?" Feng Ling suddenly asked. "I have in my dark dimension space. Do you want to refine it into a blood specter here?" Long Yi looked all around, and immediately noticed the intention of Feng Ling. Beside this lava was the most suitable place to refine blood specter. This kind of environment can be discovered but not sought. How can I miss? Feng Ling smiled and said, "Fine, then I will guard you." Long Yi said and took out that specter from inside his dark space dimension. Specter naturally liked yin and cold land, and now being beside this extremely hot lava, it naturally felt uncomfortable, and wanted to run away. But now it was surrounded by experts and furthermore a god beast, and if they let this specter run away, then all of them should simply do a group suicide. Easily controlling the specter, Feng Ling shot out 2 black chi from her finger which hit this specter, forcibly erasing its budding consciousness, but still left its wisdom. If refining blood specter was a success using this extremely good material, then just like the super skeletons of Long Yi, it would also have the ability to grow, and to what extent it would grow, no one knows now. Feng Ling sat cross-legged, while reciting the obscure incantation. It seems the refining method Long Yi knew was rather different. Her body emitted pale black chi, and she suddenly opened her azure blue eyes, then spat out a mouthful of blood towards the specter in the front. Although this specter had no substance, but surprisingly, the fresh blood of Feng Ling dyed this specter bright red. Long Yi wasn't surprised at all, because he knew that refining blood specter was using one's essence's blood to stimulate the specter spirit's ferocious nature and potential. Refining in such place with high temperature, and simultaneously adding different materials, such as specter's soul as well as a number of yin and cold things, he believed that Ling Feng had many of these things. The specter dyed red by blood was put into magma by Feng Ling, refining it quite a few times, and finally changed to dark red in color. After that, she took out several tens of specters and various kind of rare yin and cold things from inside her space ring. Then after she used a special magic spell, these things emitted a black chi and began to merge with that specter. This moment, it was a critical moment. The success rate of refining blood specter was very low, but the requirement of materials and the user carrying out the refining was very high. Feng Ling forcibly fused the materials and specter, then again put it into the lava to refine. Now after 48 hours, she would know whether this was a success or not. In this 48 hours, she couldn't have even the slightest bit of distraction and error, otherwise all her previous efforts would be wasted. Long Yi guarded beside Feng Ling. He had already surrounded the area around with his spirit barrier. Furthermore, with this place being the lair of Fire Kylan, there should be no one that dares to break in. Time passed second after second, and in a flash, 48 hours passed. In the meantime, many kobolds came here to see without making any sound of activity quite a few times, but the spirit barrier of Long Yi blocked them, and Long Yi was too lazy to pay any attention to them. Suddenly, Feng Ling let out a muffled roar, then began to chant incantation more and more urgently. Then raising her hand in the air, dark red shadow burst out from inside the magma, and dense bloody chi and yin chi spread throughout the air. Fire Kylan and Little Three staying at one side immediately got into an attack posture. Success! Feng Ling cheered and stood up, but because her spirit power was greatly exhausted, her charming body staggered and collapsed. Fortunately, Long Yi quickly held her. After resting for a good while, Feng Ling recovered some physical strength, then said to Long Yi, we should go out early. Staying underground is truly too uncomfortable. Long Yi nodded his head. Shui Ruoyan, Zemin Wuan and Yinian were not necessary washed into the underground river, and might still be above the ground. When they got up, Fire Kylan however was unwilling to leave, and kept on whining without stopping, but Long Yi didn't understand what it was saying. Perhaps there was something here that it was reluctant to leave. Fire Kylan suddenly plunged into the magma, and even after a few moments, there was no activity. After waiting for several minutes, Long Yi intended to leave. He wanted Fire Kylan to follow him. Like this, he would have an additional helping hand, but it was a god beast, and if it was unwilling to go with him, then he also couldn't force it. Even with the call of Little Three, there was no reaction, so what else could he do? But just then, the magma suddenly boiled over, and the magma right in front of the cliff split apart, and below, there unexpectedly was a stone door. Chapter 181, Goddess also have twins? Long Yi was shocked. He had never thought that there unexpectedly was a secret room in this magma. In the end, who had such skill of wonderful workmanship? Could it be those kobolds? Do they have such ability? At this time, the stone door suddenly issued a caca sound and opened up from the middle, and Fire Kylan bore out from the magma, then stood in front of this stone door. After that, looking towards Long Yi and others, it issued a low roar, seemed to be calling them to follow after it. Long Yi, shall we go in? Feng Ling pulled the sleeve of Long Yi and asked. Go in, of course, go in. Could it be that you don't want to know where Fire Kylan wants to take us? Long Yi smirked and said he basically didn't have the second choice. Moreover, it was Fire Kylan that was leading the way, so there shouldn't be any danger. Feng Ling would naturally listen to Long Yi. Then two people packed up, and with Little Three and Violent Lightning Beast behind them, they followed after Fire Kylan. Just after they entered, the stone door automatically closed, and the magic lamps on the both sides of passage simultaneously lit up. This kind of magic devices, Long Yi recalled seeing them only in Huangming Plains Lost City. This passage was very long. Even after walking for a long time, they didn't see the end of it. Only God knows how much manpower and materials were spent to build this passage. And after walking for a good while, Fire Kylan suddenly stopped. Long Yi was somewhat puzzled, as they still hadn't reached the end of this passage. As for Fire Kylan, it looked towards left side stone wall and spat out a mouthful of god fire. Then this stone wall immediately slid to two sides, and a burst of dazzling red light came out from inside. When the stone wall completely opened, Long Yi saw a raging flame burning inside, and a blazing blast rushed in his face. Needless to say, this flame was absolutely not an ordinary flame, at least was a rank higher than the fire which was spat out by Fire Kylan. High, truly high, Long Yi secretly praised in his heart. No need to talk about these most powerful flame, just the intelligence of the designer of this was extraordinary. He considered the accustomed nature of the people, so that even if someone enters this passage, they would immediately determine the end of this passage as a target place. But who would have thought that the real secret room was located halfway through the passage? This was a several hundred square meter stone room. All the stone walls of this stone room were burning red, but strangely, they didn't melt. Every inch of this stone room was burning with a flame. There was basically no place to set one's foot on, and it could be said that, other than flame, there was nothing here. Long Yi was very confused. Why did Fire Kylan bring them here? Just then, don't know what mechanism Fire Kylan touched, but the flame burning inside the stone room unexpectedly moved aside, making a way. And after Long Yi and Feng Ling walked forward, there unexpectedly was a passage of stone staircase leading underground in the middle of this room. This truly is sufficiently complicated. I wonder what kind of treasure is hidden underneath? Feng Ling said with a surprised expression. Perhaps a peerless great beauty? Long Yi smirked and said. Feng Ling coldly looked at Long Yi and said angrily, dream on, there might also be a handsome guy. Two people gigged while following Fire Kylan down the stone stairs. Fortunately, this stone staircase was not like the long passage without end, only had extremely short 10 steps. When Long Yi and Feng Ling arrived in front of another stone door, it opened automatically, and they sensed a burst of fragrant wind rushing in their face. And what appeared before their eyes was unexpected, an unusually gorgeous bedroom. Looking at this furnishings and decorations, it was obvious that this was a lady's bedchamber of a girl. Could it be that Long Yi's words turned into a reality? Is there really a peerless great beauty living here? Merely making a lady's bedchamber underground, this naturally was too strange. Crow's beak. Feng Ling said. Crow's beak is the literal translation meaning person who has made an inauspicious remark. Should be magpie's beak, it's not a bad thing. Long Yi smirked and said. Two people walked into the room, and looking all around, the pupils of Long Yi suddenly enlarged, and nearly exclaimed aloud, "Wow, what a beautiful woman!" Feng Ling exclaimed. Then looking at that shocked appearance of Long Yi, she believed that he was captivated by this female beauty. Then immediately panting with rage, she pinched the soft flesh of Long Yi's waist and said, "You pervert, this is just a statue, What's with this charmed appearance? Long Yi gritted his teeth, then firmly pinched the pert buttocks of Fingling, provoking young girl's resentful scream. After that, Long Yi looked at this statue in one corner of this lady's bedchamber once again and muttered, "It resembles, it really is too alike, simply is exactly the same." "Ah. What exactly the same?" "Ah." Fangling asked. "This statue, she is exactly the same as the statue of Ice Goddess I have seen inside the Ice Palace of Origin Ice," Long Yi said. Outside of the clothing she wore and the magic staff on her hand, her facial features and figure were exactly the same. Long Yi stepped forward, then his wolf claws grabbed the bosom of the statue, then said with a smile, "Even the size is same." At that time, he had also grabbed the bosom of Ice Goddess. Fangling didn't know whether to laugh or to cry watching Long Yi. This dirty bastard was too immoral, even feeling the statue without life. Could it be that the statues felt better than her own to touch? Fangling unconsciously thought this aspect, and immediately afterward, her face turned red just like a sunset glow. Long Yi's brain however was thinking of various guesses. Could it be that this woman who looked exactly the same as Ice Goddess is Fire God? Is Fire God actually a female? Merely, Ice Palace and Raging Flame Villa is sworn enemy, one believed in Water God and one believed in Fire God. But how can these two gods look exactly the same? Could it be that they are twins? It's truly too strange. Long Yi picked up this shrunk fire Kylan, then flicking at its horn, he asked, "Did you bring us here to see this statue?" Fire Kylan whined as if it was doing its utmost to tell Long Yi was correct. Long Yi was helpless, then put aside Fire Kylan. The reason why this Fire Kylan refused to go with them should be because of this statue. Because this statue was its master. Merely this was strange. Long Yi began to ponder. More than a year ago, he had seen the statue of Dark God inside the dark space of Lost City. Later in Ice Palace, he saw the statue of Ice Goddess, and now he was seeing the statue of suspected Fire God. Long Yi didn't believe that this world had gods at all, even after seeing the pet of legendary Fire God, Fire Kylan. He only considered that these so-called gods were merely humans or other special races who had cultivated to a certain level, then becoming a myth. But seeing the so-called god statues in quick succession, altogether Long Yi felt that there seemed to be a number of deep-seated things hidden. And the most surprising thing was this statue was located in the underground lady's bedchamber. Who would have such strange idea to build an underground lady's chamber like this? Then placed the statue of Fire God in there, as if this lady's bedchamber really was where she resided. Long Yi strolled inside the room, and sitting on the bed of this room, a faint fragrance entered into his nose. Now Long Yi could be regarded as a veteran regarding flowers, and smelling this fragrance, he knew that this fragrance was absolutely the body fragrance of a girl, and not some artificial perfume. For determining his judgment, Long Yi took the brocade quilt, and smelled it, then a fragrance penetrated deeply into his heart. "Long Yi, you pervert." Seeing Long Yi was actually holding the brocade quilt and was drunk in smelling it, Fangling couldn't help but scold in jest. Long Yi just smiled and said while waving his hand, "Ling, you also come and smell." "No, do you think I am like you?" Fangling chuckled and said, "I am speaking a proper matter with you. Come and smell to determine whether this is the body fragrance of a girl or not." Long Yi kept a straight face and said. Fangling just walked over and smelled the brocade quilt and really did smell a very simple yet elegant particular fragrance. Then she said, "I indeed smell fragrance. As to whether this is a body fragrance of a girl or not, I don't know, unlike you big pervert with so rich experience." Long Yi pulled Fangling, then buried his head in her neck and took a deep breath, then said, "Yes, although isn't too same, but is definitely a body fragrance of a girl." Then is my fragrance pleasant to smell or the fragrance of this brocade quilt pleasant to smell? Fangling asked with a red face. Long Yi rolled his eyes, then placing his big hand on the shoulder of Fangling, he said treating her like brother like before, "Could it be that you don't feel strange?" "Strange? What's so strange?" Fangling asked. Long Yi pinched the nose of Fangling and said, "Ling, How can you be so stupid? Or was Ling Feng more intelligent? Feng Ling slapped off the hand of Long Yi and angrily said, "Isn't this all your fault?" Although she spoke so, but she began to seriously think where was strange. Soon, she shouted loudly, "I got what you are saying. You are so sure that this is the body fragrance of a girl, which proves that the bed must have been used by a girl to sleep, but now there is still a fragrance. This means that a girl was sleeping on this bed until not long ago. Isn't that so? Smart. Here is your reward kiss." Long Yi smiled and kissed the lips of Feng Ling all of a sudden. "Of course I'm very smart," praised Feng Ling excitedly smiled and said, "Why do the IQ of women in love always become 0? That is because they become dependent, and habitually put all the matters aside to men, as well as they habitually visualize that everything was fine, thus sometimes, they lose the ability to judge regarding some matters. That's it. Now think, who live here?" Long Yi said as if asking to Feng Ling and again as if talking to himself. "I guess it must be the Earth Goddess. Think about it, there is Light God, Dark God, Water God and Fire God, so there is no reason for our Earth element to not have a god. The relationship between these gods must be relatively close, and perhaps Earth Goddess and Fire God were on friendly terms, so she helped her to look over her house and also help her to clean up." Feng Ling thought and suddenly said while grinning. Long Yi was dumbfounded, then said with a smile, "Ling, isn't your imagination power too abundant? It's always been my virtue, you know." Feng Ling imitated Long Yi's smirk and said, even her tone was exactly the same. "Mimicking me, you need a spanking." Long Yi spanked the snow-white buttocks of Feng Ling, and that trembling elastic buttocks flesh made Long Yi tongue dry, and he became restless. "Oh, be gentle." Feng Ling's pink lips slightly opened and softly spat out the words, and her azure blue eyes had a layer of passion. The breathing of Long Yi stagnated, then holding on to Feng Ling, he rolled on this big bed, conveniently pulling down the bed curtain. Chapter 182, Meet Again. "Long Yi, what do you want to do?" Feng Ling asked with a flushed red face. Her gaze glimmered, and her maiden heart jumped as if a fawn. Long Yi looked at Feng Ling with tender and also aggressive gaze, then his big hand lightly caressed on her arm, and feeling her charming body was trembling slightly, he said with a smile, "What do I want to do? Don't tell me that you don't know." Finished speaking, he slowly lowered his head, advancing directly towards the pink lips of Feng Ling. Feng Ling instantly got somewhat flurried, and she didn't know where she should put her hands. She was somewhat looking forward but was also somewhat afraid. Although she had long ago already considered herself as the woman of Long Yi, and was already prepared to offer her pure as jade and clean as ice body to him, but when things came to a head, she still couldn't help but got flurried. Does he really want to do it here? When the two lips of Long Yi covered the lips of Feng Ling, her mind instantly exploded into a blank space. All of her thoughts were blown away beyond the highest heavens. Two people passionately kissed each other, while caressing and rubbing each other's body. The clothing of Feng Ling slid off, revealing her snow white as if jade, and her flourishing boobies proudly stood erect, which was compact and also full of elasticity. Long Yi lightly licked his somewhat dry lips, then opening his big mouth, he sucked one pink cherry of the mountain peak without hesitation. Feng Ling moaned, and watching Long Yi crazily sucking her, she became silly, and only felt her maternal instinct gushing out from the deep within her heart. She stuck in her hands into the dense black hair of Long Yi, allowing herself to undulate in the deep sea of. Just when two peoples were about to go out of hand, Long Yi suddenly shivered, and all the fine hairs on his body stood erect. He felt a pair of eyes were watching them inside the room. Under great alarm, Long Yi immediately used brocade quilt to wrap up Feng Ling, who was on the verge of. "Long Yi?" Feng Ling confusedly looked at Long Yi. "Who's there?" Long Yi shouted. Quickly putting on the clothing, he lifted up the bed curtain, but inside this stone room, there was only little three, Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast playing around. Long Yi closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Now he discovered that the feeling of being peeped had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that it's those kobolds? Long Yi thought in his heart. Although those kobolds could only come from the passage below the magma to enter this stone room, but he couldn't eliminate that there was no other tunnel that led to this place. But very soon, Long Yi again denied this speculation. Those kobolds absolutely didn't have the ability to give him this kind of having his hair standing on the end feeling. Long Yi, is there someone here? Feng Ling quickly put on her clothing inside the brocade quilt, then jumped out and tensely asked, "Perhaps, it's just my misconception." Long Yi shook his head, then looking at Little Three and others, he thought in his heart, their senses were more sensitive than him, and since they didn't feel anything, it might really be his misconception. Long Yi frowned, then he suddenly recalled that shadow inside his sea of consciousness. That shadow is unlikely to be a pervert, but I also don't know whether that shadow is a man or woman. Moreover, even if the shadow is peeping, that shouldn't be a huge loss. GGG. Just when Long Yi was thinking like that, an ear-piercing strange laughing sound resounded in his brain. That shadow had unexpectedly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, it's you. You wicked, damned pervert, peeping maniac. Long Yi rained down curses inside his sea of consciousness. Shadow coldly snorted and said, "Who wants to see your disgraceful affair?" "Letting me see this, I am disgusted." Long Yi gnashed his teeth, but he was utterly helpless, and said, "Who knows what kind of person are you? Last time, inside the magma, why did you only mention one half and run away, causing me to nearly die there? Do you think I wanted that? There is no benefit for me if you die. As long as my energy is exhausted, I have no way. Besides, aren't you still alive now?" Shadow strangely laughed and said. Long Yi suddenly understood. As it turned out, this shadow also couldn't freely run into his sea of consciousness. This is good. "I say, brother, you have lived for such a long period of time, so you must be experienced and knowledgeable. Take a look. Is this statue the statue of that legendary fire god? Why does she look exactly the same as the ice goddess of Ice Palace?" Long Yi turned his head towards the statue and asked. The shadow suddenly became silent, and hearing no answer even after a long time, Long Yi became impatient. But just then, the shadow strangely laughed and said, "I cannot see the statue. Go in front of that statue, and thoroughly touch her entire body, then I will know." Long Yi was doubtful in his heart, but still walked to the front of the statue and began to touch her from her head as the instruction of the shadow. "Don't miss any place, listen clearly, don't miss any place, otherwise I will be unable to see the appearance of this statue." The shadow in the sea of consciousness of Long Yi added. Long Yi obediently did as instructed. In any case, he was merely touching a statue, so it doesn't matter. He touched the head of the statue, traced out the bosom of statue, underarm, buttocks and even the private part between the two legs. "Long Yi, what are you doing?" Seeing Long Yi indiscriminately touching this beautiful statue, Feng Ling couldn't help but grumble in a flirty manner. Long Yi turned around his head and said while laughing hollowly, "I am inspecting to see if there is any secret inside." After a little while, Long Yi finished touching this statue from head to toe. After touching every inch of this statue, he asked inside his heart, "Well, now do you see what the statue looks like?" Shadow nodded, and said with a smile, "Yes, I see, she is a peerless great beauty." "Then is she the legendary fire god?" Long Yi asked. "Well, her appearance seemed somewhat familiar, but I am unable to remember for the time being, so after I recall, I will let you know." Shadow smirked and said. Long Yi nearly fell to the ground. He felt that this shadow seemed to be intentionally playing with him. "I can't talk with you any longer, as I can't stay in your sea of consciousness for a long time, and by the way, there is someone outside." Finished speaking, Shadow disappeared from his sea of consciousness. Long Yi was startled in his heart. Someone, who else would come here? Just then, the ears of Tiger Cub Little Three suddenly stood erect, then looking towards Long Yi, it roared, as if it had also sensed that someone was breaking in. Fire Kylan nevertheless got up, and its eyes flashed with an ominous glint. It would absolutely not let someone else intrude the place it was guarding. It opened the stone door, Then walking out, it immediately exploded, and the screaming sound of several girls came from outside. The complexion of Long Yi and Feng Ling instantly changed, then seeing Fire Kylan was attacking, Long Yi rushed out and shouted loudly, "Don't!" Having heard what was said, Fire Kylan swallowed down the god fire in its mouth it was about to spat out, then glared at the three figures not far away just like a tiger eyeing its prey. The body of Long Yi shook. These three figures were unexpectedly Shui Ruoyan, Zemin Wuan and Yinian, who were separated from him in that flood. This moment, these three women looked rather miserable. Their clothes were dirty and were disheveled. It seems they have experienced a lot of sufferings. Seeing Long Yi, three girls also similarly fell into the petrified state, and only after a long while did they come back to their senses, and the tears of grievances flowed down their eyes. Second brother. Zemin Wuan spoke haltingly, then suddenly dashed into the bosom of Long Yi and held tightly without letting him go. "Little sister, don't fear, your second brother is here." Long Yi hugged the shoulder of Zemin Wuan with one hand, and the remaining hand ceaselessly lightly stroked her long hair. "Second brother, I thought that I will never be able to see you again in this life." Zemin Wuan wept in the bosom of Long Yi. The burden and fear she had endured for these past few days made her lose control of herself. Seeing Long Yi only in the embrace of Long Yi, she felt a heartfelt warmth, and only this warmth dispelled the fear of her heart. "Silly girl, second brother is sorry, second brother was unable to properly protect you," Long Yi said, blaming himself. Zemin Wuan shook her head in the bosom of Long Yi, and only after a good while did her state of mind calm down. Then she left the bosom of Long Yi with a somewhat red face, and looked at Long Yi with a glittering gaze. "Second brother, only now I notice, as it turned out you are quite handsome." Zemin Wuan suddenly smiled lightly and said, "Is that so? But I thought that you always knew it." Long Yi smirked and said, then looking towards Shui Ruoyan and Yinian not far away who were enduring their tears from flowing out with great difficulty, he spread open his both arms and said, "Two beauties, quickly come over and let this brother hug you." Shui Ruoyan gritted her teeth, eventually couldn't help but dashed into the bosom of Long Yi, but Yinian however had disappointed expression, and her beautiful eyes were scanning behind Long Yi. "Long Yi, what about Ling Feng?" Yinian asked in a hoarse voice. She had experienced so much and she would also like to find a bosom to lean on, but her sweetheart was not there. Long Yi, who was hugging Shui Ruoyan, was startled. He opened his mouth to reply, but no words came out from his mouth. Now, this was a big trouble. Handsome young man Ling Feng had changed into Feng Ling all of a sudden, moreover had become his woman. If Yinian was to know this, then could she be able to bear this news without passing out? He. For a long time, Long Yi found it hard to speak out. "What happened to Ling Feng? Tell me what's wrong with him. He is fine, right?" Seeing such expression of Long Yi, Yinian thought that Ling Feng had an accident, so she immediately panicked. Long Yi mumbled, and he didn't know how he should reply. He looked at the stone door behind him. Then everyone also followed his gaze and looked at that stone door. Just then, the stone door suddenly opened. "Ling Feng!" Yinian exclaimed in pleasant surprise, then rushing over, she tightly hugged Feng Ling. No, now was Ling Feng. Long Yi stared blankly at Feng Ling, who had changed back into Ling Feng, then made a wry smile. "This girl is too sly." Ling Feng apologetically looked at Long Yi, then wanted to push away Yinian, who was wrapping around her body like an octopus, but who would have thought that Yinian was firmly holding her with determination, and was continuously shrinking in her bosom. Seeing she wasn't able to push away Yinian, and again looking at her crying in her bosom, she sighed, and she soothingly lightly patted her back. Zemin Wuan looked at Ling Feng and Yinian hugging together and again looked at Long Yi and Shui Ruoyan hugging together, then suddenly felt discontented. After that, she pulled open one hand of Long Yi, and pushed Shui Ruoyan a little bit, then nestled into the warm bosom of Long Yi. Chapter 183, The Statue is Alive. 5 people entered the lady's bedchamber, and seeing the decoration and that extremely beautiful statue, Zemin Wuan and other 2 exclaimed in admiration. What happened to you all after the flood? How did you all arrive here? Long Yi asked. Three women looked at each other, and Shui Ruoyan, who was firmly leaning close to Long Yi with lingering fear, slowly opened her mouth. As it turned out, when that flood came, all three of them had no time to react, and were swept away. And after that, they only felt dizzy. All of them struggled desperately, however their struggle was in vain. Not long after, they lost consciousness under the pressure of floodwater. They didn't know after how long, but after waking up, they discovered themselves inside the underground passage, and beside this underground passage, there was a torrential subterranean river. Since they had just submerged in floodwater, all of them had a kind of instinct to avoid water, so they abandoned waterway and began to explore the passage. But who would have thought that that passage was actually an underground maze, and not long after, three women lost their way, and could only scurry in disarray inside the passage. But getting lost was really not the most frightening thing. The most frightening things were, everywhere in the many passages, various kinds of ingenious and powerful magic mechanisms were laid out. Quite a few of them nearly took the lives of these three girls. They were so tense inside the passage when advancing that more than 1 week passed in an instant. Fortunately, all three of them had edibles and drinking water inside their space ring, otherwise, even if they could avoid those mechanisms, they would have been starved to death inside the underground passage. Afterwards, Ziman Wuan accidentally touched unknown mechanism, and all three of them fell down here. Then walking along the cliff, they unexpectedly meet Long Yi and Ling Feng here. Long Yi sighed in his heart. It seems, heaven still favored them, actually allowing them to accidentally meet here in such a vast underground world. He had no choice but to say, they were very lucky. At that time, Ziman Wuan also asked Long Yi and Ling Feng about their encounter. Long Yi naturally concealed nothing and spoke about their encounter with legendary Kobold clan, and because of the sacrifice matter, he encountered God Beast Fire Kylan. Naturally, he concealed the matter of Ling Feng being Fengling, because it seems, Fengling didn't intend to let them know her true identity. But he didn't know that, other than himself, his little sister Ziman Wuan also knew Ling Feng was a girl long ago. With the talking skill of Long Yi, all these matters he talked about were incomparably breathtaking and were filled with suspense. Three girls often cried out in alarm hearing him, as if they were personally on the scene. But returning to the main point, if it was not for the good fortune of Long Yi, narrowly escaping death, then he might have truly suffered the loss in the hand of Fire Kylan. When Long Yi completed telling what they had experienced these past few days, the room was completely silent. Everyone was as if still trapped in the scene that was told by Long Yi, and didn't come back to their senses. Second brother, let's quickly return back above the ground. I really don't want to stay underground any longer. Ziman Wuan pulled the sleeve of Long Yi and said, she was a light magician, and she naturally didn't like dark and damp underground. Yes. Let's quickly leave this place. This place is truly not a good place for a human to live. Shui Ruoyan followed after, and others also chimed in one after another. Teacher Shui Ruoyan. Ao, why on earth did you sneak attack me? Long Yi hissed in pain, catching the little hand of Shui Ruoyan which was pinching his waist. Looking at the ambiguous glances of other girls, the beautiful face of Shui Ruoyan couldn't help but reddened. As a matter of fact, she already had peculiar feeling towards Long Yi, merely she was uncertain as well as was reserved as a girl, so at the crucial moment, she would subconsciously evade. But, being trapped underground these past several days, she finally understood her heart. What's more, beauties were increasing more and more beside Long Yi, and she feared she would not have a proper place to stay in the heart of Long Yi. And right now, hearing Long Yi calling her teacher Shui Ruoyan, she became somewhat unhappy in her heart. Although now their action was just like that of a pair of couples, but this form of address however appeared not intimate enough. She wanted Long Yi to directly call her name, but before the gaze of other girls, how could she say these words? You, served you right. Shui Ruoyan lowered her head and said angrily. This truly baffled Long Yi, even he who called himself very experienced veteran in flowers, but with regarding the ever-changing mood of girls, He however hadn't made a breakthrough. "Well, since everyone wants to leave, then we'll leave," Long Yi said. Then again looking at that statue in one corner of this lady's bedchamber, he shook his head and walked away. In fact, he didn't quite understand. Did Fire Kylan brought them here merely to let them see this statue? Did it want to explain that it must guard this place, so it cannot leave with them? When everyone left the stone door, Fire Kylan, who was leading the way in the front, suddenly stopped. Then it roared and dashed into the room again. Then the stone door closed with a bang, making Long Yi and others look at each other in blank dismay. "If it is trying to trap us here until we starve to death, then what will we do?" Yin Yin said in fear. "No, it definitely has some matter, it will come out," Long Yi said. He looked at Tiger Cub Little 3, but Little 3 just shook its head. No long after, the stone door opened again, and after Fire Kylan dashed out, the stone door closed with a bang again. When the stone door had opened, Long Yi was able to take a quick glance inside the room and noticed that that statue in one corner of the room felt somewhat not too right. Fire Kylan led in the front, and Long Yi followed behind while pondering. While walking, he suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed. He finally recalled what was not too right. It was posture. The posture of the statue was amiss. When he entered before, that statue's right leg was in the front and left leg was behind, but just now, he saw that both legs of that statue were parallel. Long Yi's exclaim startled everyone, and all of them suddenly took out their weapons and tensely looked all around them. Nothing, I just recalled something, let's hurry with our journey." Long Yi smiled and said, but that smile looked rather strained. Could it be that that statue is alive? Long Yi anxiously thought in his heart, recalling how he had touched all over the body of the statue in the instigation of the shadow living inside the demonic stone. His heart involuntarily shivered. No matter what one said, that however was legendary fire god, and touching the entire body of the fire god, the consequences, and he guessed that, just now she had called Fire Kylan to enter alone. Could it be that she commanded it to take his life in spite of Little 3's existence? While Long Yi was letting his imagination run wild, Fire Kylan had already led them to the stone door under the lava. Seeing that boiling lava close at hand and that heat waves directly blowing against their face, Zemin Wuan and other two girls who had seen this for the first time exclaimed in amazement. All of them rose high in the air, then flew past the fiery red lava, arriving at the small passage entrance. Fire Kylan reluctantly looked at the place where it had stayed for unknown numbers of years, and unexpectedly followed after Long Yi and others. Seeing Fire Kylan was following after them, Long Yi was startled in his heart. Could it be that his guess was real? Did Fire Kylan really receive that command and came? Otherwise, why would it follow them when it was very unwilling to leave with them at the beginning? But the thoughts of Long Yi turned again. Perhaps it was not like what he was thinking. Perhaps Fire Kylan decided to follow after him on its own. If it really wanted to take his life, then why would it wait until now? Although Little 3 could deter it, but the actual attacking power of Little 3 was practically negligible. As long as Fire Kylan spat out few god fire, even several Long Yi added together would be done for. Thinking this, Long Yi relaxed a lot. They quickly arrived at the end of the passage where Long Yi had arranged a spirit barrier. After Long Yi dispelled the spirit barrier, he saw a group of kobold guards guarding here. And when they saw Long Yi and others, all of them were dumbfounded simultaneously. And just then, Fire Kylan came out from behind Long Yi. Then looking towards this group of kobold guards, it roared. Seeing Fire Kylan, this group of kobold guards' knees suddenly softened, then collapsing to the ground, they curled up and shivered continuously, and they used their chirping language to speak something. These are kobolds. They look very ugly. Shui Ruoyan curiously sized up the group of kobold guards prostrating on the ground, and seeing they were short as well as ugly, she said, "Hee, aesthetic standards are different. In their eyes, a great beauty like you, Teacher Shui Ruoyan, instead is not eye-pleasing." Long Yi smiled and said. Shui Ruoyan glared at Long Yi, but hearing him praising her as a great beauty, Her heart however was secretly delighted. Long Yi raised the kobold guard that was kneeling at the front, then using the kobold language, he said elder. This was one of some words he had learned. He wished to call bodyguards, but the only one that understood human language was that kobold elder. This kobold guard was also not stupid, it quickly ran away. As for the rest of the kobold guard, they still prostrated on the ground trembling. They didn't even dare to lift up their head. As a matter of fact, Long Yi still didn't know why Fire Kylan wanted to devour the virgin boys and maidens of Kobold clan. It was a god beast, so it should be able to sufficiently absorb pure energy from the lava. Could it be that it was just to have a sumptuous meal? Long Yi transmitted these questions to Little Three and instructed it to ask Fire Kylan. Little Three could understand the meaning of Long Yi, but Long Yi couldn't understand the speech of Little Three. Little Three roared towards Fire Kylan few times, should be asking. Fire Kylan with a grieved face roared towards Long Yi and continuously shook its head, as if Long Yi causing it grievance. Could it be that this was not the case? Long Yi was confused. Then were Kobold clan mistaken? Thinking about it, it was not necessary for Grand God Beast to devour few all skin and bones kobold children. Moreover, they wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. When Long Yi was thinking, the sound of footsteps came from far away. Kobold Elder and Kobold Patriarch with long lines of troops quickly came here. When Kobold Patriarch and Kobold Elder saw the pocket-sized version of Fire Kylan beside the leg of Long Yi, with Kobold Patriarch and Kobold Elder taking the lead to kneel down, the long row of kobolds immediately knelt down. This scene was really spectacular. All kobolds were murmuring, paying homage to the paramount fire god beast before their eyes. Chapter 184, Unexpected News of Dragon Clan. It took half an hour for the Kobold clan's ritual of paying homage to finish, and when Kobold Elder saw Fire Kylan meekly squatting beside Long Yi, his eyes had a little fanatical glint looking towards Long Yi. Kobold clan again welcomed Long Yi and his group with great respect in the underground kingdom. Fire Kylan, as well as Little Three and Violent Lightning Beast, also received paramount reception. After coming to the Kobold Imperial Palace, Long Yi told them that his three companions were already found and simultaneously expressed his intention to leave. Kobold Elder nodded his head and asked reverently, "Then what about the holy beast?" Long Yi patted the head of the Fire Kylan, greatly frightening both Kobold Elder and Patriarch. Then Long Yi said with a smile, "It will be leaving together with us." Kobold Elder and Patriarch looked at each other, then simultaneously knelt down towards Long Yi. At that time, they knelt to Fire Kylan. Now, they however were kneeling to Long Yi. "Your humble slaves didn't know you were the emissary of Fire God, and were rude before. Still please forgive us, Fire God emissary." Kobold Elder prostrated on the ground and said respectfully, he deemed that, since Fire Kylan was so willing to be ordered around by him, then Long Yi definitely was the emissary of Fire God beyond doubt. Emissary of Fire God? Long Yi raised his eyebrows, and he wanted to deny this, but thinking about something, he changed his mind. Since they were regarding him as the emissary of Fire God, then afterwards, wouldn't they listen to his commands? "Well, if I have a request for your Kobold clan in the future, then will your Kobold clan help?" Long Yi cleared his throat and asked in all seriousness. "Of course, even if we have to go through water and tread on fire, we will not hesitate." Kobold Elder immediately replied, "What if it is not limited to the boundary within the illusory magic forest?" Long Yi smiled and asked, "When your humble slaves didn't know you were the emissary of Fire God, we have offended you, but as long as you, Fire God emissary commands, no matter where the place is, we Kobold clan will spare no effort to help out." Kobold Elder respectfully said. Long Yi suddenly beamed with joy. This business without any cost is really worthwhile. For now on, he could use Kobold clan for him. At that time, Long Yi suddenly recalled the original agreement where he had promised them to speak about the current situation of Blue Wave's continent, so he raised this Kobold Elder and briefly told him about the current situation of Blue Wave's continent. War, every age isn't short of war. Kobold Elder sighed as if he had a lot of feelings. Seeing the girls behind him had very impatient to leave this place expression, Long Yi ignored the sighing Kobold Elder and said, "The time is already late, I think we have to go now. I hope Elder will lead the path." Kobold Elder nodded his head and asked, "Will you go back after you all go out?" "It's still early to go back, we are thinking of going to the inner part and see." Long Yi smiled and said. The complexion of Kobold Elder changed and he said, "You shouldn't go to the inner part. That side was occupied by several dragons more than 10,000 years ago. I don't need to speak about the might of Dragon Clan, and especially even His Excellency the Fire God had to show some courtesy seeing Dragon Clan." "Dragon Clan?" Long Yi and others simultaneously exclaimed. Each and every one of them was excited. Dragon Clan. They however were the mightiest living being in the legend of Blue Waves continent. "Is there truly the Dragon Clan, Elder, are you sure?" Long Yi asked. The Dragon Clan existed ever since the ancient times, and they had their own territory. Usually, very rarely born, but in those years, mankind also had Dragon Slayer warriors, merely now. I don't know why these several dragons run away from their territory and stay here, but you all shouldn't go there and provoke them," Kobold Elder advised. Long Yi just replied in a perfunctory manner. Now that he knew that there was Dragon Clan in front of him, how could he not go to widen his knowledge, otherwise wouldn't it be a great regret in life? Seeing the expression of Long Yi and others, Kobold Elder knew that persuasion was useless, and again thinking about Long Yi was an emissary of Fire God as well as he also had Fire God Beast, Fire Kylan beside him. He thought that Dragon Clan will be somewhat sensible giving a face to Fire God. Kobold Elder personally led Long Yi and others towards the surface of the ground. All along the path, they encountered various mechanisms which made Long Yi and others greatly gasp in admiration. Kobold Clan was deserved to be called the real founder of mechanisms. Even if they were able to somehow find the way to the underground kingdom, it would be even harder than reaching the sky to attack it. This however was the culmination of Kobold Clan's 10,000s of years and countless generations' painstaking effort. With the opening of a final mechanism, the ground above the head of Long Yi began to shake, then the piece of ground slid to two sides, and with the dazzling sunlight shining upon them, Long Yi and others, who were living underground for some days, were practically unable to open their eyes. After a little while, Long Yi adapted to the brightness of outside. Only at that time, he saw that this entrance leading to the underground kingdom unexpectedly had 100 meters height. In other words, the ground that was used to make this entrance unexpectedly had 100-meter thickness, and moreover with various kinds of metal crammed. Even if cannons were used, it would be hard to blast it open. He really didn't have any idea how Kobold Clan was able to accomplish this. Kobold Elder waved his hand bidding farewell, as Long Yi and other people soared in the sky and flew over to the ground, leaving behind dazzled and stunned Kobold guards below the ground. After that, the ground closed, leaving behind not even a little crack. "Ah, we are finally able to once more see the light of day." All of them were wild with joy while running in the thick clump of grasses. The saying that you will understand the value of what you possess after losing was truly correct. "Second brother, are we really going to see dragons?" Zemin Wuan asked. "Of course, it didn't matter when we didn't know, but now that we know about it, we must go and see, otherwise I will die with a remaining grievance." Long Yi raised his head and shouted loudly. "It doesn't matter, if you die, then I will use holy light to help you pass through." Zemin Wuan chuckled and said, "You girl, are you hoping for your second brother to die?" Long Yi cried loudly, and pounced on Zemin Wuan, then subconsciously spanked the little pert buttocks of Zemin Wuan a few times. He seemed to be accustomed to spanking, and after the spanking, he came back to his sense. Zemin Wuan however was an unmarried young woman, so spanking her seemed rather inappropriate. The scream of Zemin Wuan ceased abruptly, and her beautiful face became bright red. Then struggling free from the devil's clutches of Long Yi, she said with a grimace, "Bad second brother, You are truly hateful." All of the people laid on the grassland feeling the sunlight that they had not seen for a long time. Now the mood of everyone was brilliant, just like the shining sunshine. Shui Ruoyan and Zemin Wuan, one on the left and one on the right, were lying beside Long Yi. This made Long Yi shout loudly in his heart, "Being a man is so nice, 3 wives and 4 concubines are too few." At that time, looking at Ling Feng, who was sparing no effort to avoid approaching Yinian, Zemin Wuan suddenly chuckled. "Little sister, why are you laughing?" Long Yi asked. Zemin Wuan also didn't know that Long Yi already know the real gender of Ling Feng, and said while pouting, "Not telling you? Who asked me to always bully me?" Long Yi smiled, then dotingly rubbed her head, and Zemin Wuan half closed her eyes, enjoying the doting of Long Yi very much. Ling Feng looked towards Long Yi, but saw him smiling while looking at her. This made her feel bitter in her heart and she ferociously glared at him. At that time, in order to not stimulate Yinian, she had to again change back to Ling Feng, but now she had some regret. Originally she could have rested comfortably in the bosom of Long Yi, but now that place was forcibly occupied by other people. Wah, wah, wah. The wailing sound resembling child's wailing made Long Yi to suddenly turn over and rise, and others also stood up simultaneously with an alarmed expression. "Why is that monster here?" Shui Ruoyan asked in surprise. "No need to fear, it will not hurt us," Long Yi consoled. At that time, a big-headed monster whose entire body was covered by tentacles which Long Yi and other had come across before emerged not far away from them. Seeing Long Yi and others, its eyes shone, then its round body rolled towards them. The girls screamed and used float magic to fly up, and Yinian, who was only advanced magician rank, catch hold of Ling Feng and flew up. Now on the ground, there were only Long Yi, Little 3, Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast. With Fire Kylan beside him, Long Yi naturally wasn't afraid of this hard-to-deal-with big-headed monster, but with regarding this big-headed monster's that abnormal swallowing everything big mouth, he somewhat had a lingering fear. He didn't know to what extent it could grow. If it could grow limitlessly, then wouldn't it be able to swallow even heaven and earth someday? Feeling the god-beast aura of Fire Kylan and other two, big-headed monster felt some fear and didn't dare to come over, merely used its small eyes filled with a grievance to look at Long Yi. Looking at this ugly big-headed monster, Long Yi felt that it seemed harmless, so he waved his hands towards girls in the sky and said, "Come down, see, you all fear it for nothing." The girls descended to the ground, then withdrew behind Long Yi. Even if this big-headed monster didn't have any malice, that ugly appearance was absolutely not charming. "Long Yi, should we shake it off again?" Shui Ruoyan asked. "Forget it, let it follow." Seeing that pitiful expression of big-headed monster, Long Yi smiled and said he also didn't know why this big-headed monster liked to follow them so much like this. Could it be that it was because of beauties? Since then, Long Yi and others hurried on with their journey in the front, and this big-headed monster followed behind them. Even if sometimes Long Yi and others throw it off due to their speed, soon it would somehow again appear and follow behind them. After walking like this for a long time, the sky slowly got dark, and the stomach of everyone began to rumble to protest. Long Yi found a place to camp, and lit a bonfire. Gluttonous Little 3 hadn't eaten the meat roasted by Long Yi for a long time, so now its mouth was salivating, and without waiting, Long Yi instructed Violent Lightning Beast and Fire Kylan to go out and hunt, and very soon, they flew back in their true form. Their mouth and claws were full of the games they had hunted. There were huge magic bears and also small wild chickens, and naturally, Long Yi was regarded as the chef. And big-headed monster who was not far away salivated seeing these games, and it couldn't help but take several steps forward, but the fierce aura of Little 3 forced it to retreat again. Then in a blink of an eye, shrinking its body, Little 3 shook its head and wagged its tail, acting like a spoiled child in front of Long Yi. "Well, today I am happy, so I will make a good food for you." Long Yi patted the head of Little 3 and said with a smile, "Long Yi, I want to eat that beggar's chicken." Shui Ruoyan pulled the sleeve of Long Yi and also used the strongest weapon of the woman, while acting coquettishly. Since she had eaten that beggar's chicken of Long Yi, she had never forgotten about its taste. "Second brother, I also want to eat." Zemin Wuan also raised her hand to agree. Long Yi laughed and agreed, then began to wield his strong chef power. With left hand's flame, he roasted the bear paw, and right hand's flame roasted beggar's chicken. Moreover, beside the campfire, the rows of over 20 fire rabbits were being roasted. Truly was a sumptuous banquet. Chapter 185. Breakthrough. The fragrance of roasted meat quickly spread out. That strong meat fragrance continuously assailed the nose of everyone present, making the worm inside the stomach of everybody to protest endlessly. Moreover, all of them continuously drooled uncontrollably. As for that big-headed monster, it was even more unable to bear. Its saliva was gushing out from its big mouth as if it was a floodwater bursting out of the dam. It wanted to come over, but fearing the might of Little Three and Fire Kylan, it was forced to use its two small eyes to unwaveringly stare at those meats on the grill. Now the fire magic elements of Long Yi had also turned into a magic core after he had absorbed the fire energy of Fire Kylan, and had finally stepped into Mage Realm. So roasting meat was naturally smooth and easy. This moment, Little Three couldn't bear any longer. Just after Long Yi sprinkled seasoning, it bit the meat of Fire Rabbit as fast as the lightning, then chewing a mouthful of meat, oil flowed out from the corner of its mouth. After Little Three took the initiative, Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast were also unwilling to be left behind. Instantly more than 20 roasted meat of fire rabbits in the grill disappeared without leaving any remains. Long Yi was indifferent, and he just looked at these cute animals competing with each other to rob the roasted meat while grinning. In any case, there were still beggars' chickens, so there was no need to worry about having nothing to eat. Just then, Long Yi sensed big-headed monsters that yearning gaze, then turning his head, he saw that completely ignoring those thrown-out games on the ground that were not roasted, big-headed monster excitedly swallowed a mouthful of saliva while fixedly staring at the things of the grill. "Second brother, it looks so pitiful, please give it a roasted fire rabbit." Zemin Wuan went beside Long Yi and said lightly. Long Yi smiled and nodded his head, then snatching final roasted fire rabbit, he threw it towards the big-headed monster. Big-headed monster ate this roasted fire rabbit, then was stunned on the place. After a good while, it cried, which unexpectedly was somewhat mournful. Moreover, tears unexpectedly flowed out from its small eyes. "Second brother, it is shedding tears." Zemin Wuan was extremely surprised and said she had never heard magical beast and other animals shedding tears. Having heard what was said, others also came over in succession, and for the time being, all the women expressed sympathy towards this big-headed monster. Looking at its appearance, it must be remembering a sad thing. Shui Ruoyan said, "It is definitely thinking about its family." Zemin Wuan said. Long Yi was also startled. The expression of this big-headed monster was unexpectedly very similar to humans. Looking at that grieved appearance, he couldn't help but think it was a human. Long Yi waved his hand towards this big-headed monster, and this big-headed monster was stupefied for a little while. Then it immediately rolled over towards them, and the girls behind Long Yi subconsciously retreated several steps back, because the appearance of this big-headed monster was truly underwhelming. Long Yi, however, didn't mind, and somewhat hesitantly reached out his big hand and touched big-headed monster's those tentacles in its head, and unexpectedly discovered that these tentacles were extremely warm and soft, and actually felt extremely good. Big-headed monster issued a cry, and had enjoying expression on its face. "Feels so comfortable, do you all want to touch it?" Long Yi turned around and asked with a smile, as if, "You're definitely lying." None of the women believed him, and not even one was willing to come up to touch. "Why would I deceive you all? If you all don't believe in me, then forget it." Long Yi curled up his lip and said, "Second brother, I believe in you, but with its big mouth, won't it eat me in a single bite?" Zemin Wuan nervously said. Long Yi looked at the big mouth of this big-headed monster. Yes, it indeed appeared a little frightening. So he patted big-headed monster and said, "Can't you become a bit smaller?" Big-headed monster seemed to not understand the words of Long Yi, so it looked at Long Yi with confused eyes. Long Yi called over Violent Lightning Beast, then asked it to demonstrate becoming smaller from big size. After that, Big-Headed Monster immediately understood. It excitedly cried out. Then it's as if a hot air balloon body instantly began to slowly shrink, shrinking to the size of normal people's head. This appearance unexpectedly looked a lot cuter compared to before. Zemin Wuan quickly ran over to touch, and exclaimed, "True, it truly feels comfortable to touch." After Zemin Wuan said so, Big-Headed Monster immediately became a popular person from a horrid person. All the women compete with each other to caress the head full of tentacles of Big-Headed Monster. Long Yi just smiled looking at the scene, but in his heart, he was thinking about the origin of this big-headed monster. Although it was not very good looking and its appetite was also unusually big, but it was unusually intelligent too. Its IQ was not something that a normal magical beast could possibly compare. With clear and bright moonlight shining, illusory magic forest was dyed into a silver world. And with the howling of the wind, the trees of the forest began to rustle and dance with the wind. Long Yi sat down inside his tent in meditation, and suddenly felt a burst of impatient movement within his dantian, beginning to restlessly jump left and right. Long Yi opened his eyes, and his luminous as if star's eyes suddenly emitted a dim light in the dark. He calmed down his qi and spirit, then calmly felt the restless movement of true qi within his body. He knew that this was the sign of his Outianju about to break through a layer. He had been feeling this sign for a period of time, however it was never as strong as today. Perhaps, tonight Outianju would advance to the third layer. The temple of Long Yi pulsate. The true qi of Outianju was increasingly getting violent within his meridians, beginning to attack still closed Yanhui meridian and Yanghui meridian. These two meridians were two of the 8 miracle meridians. Yan operates 5 internal organs, Yang operates 6 hollow organs, and after linking up these two meridians, Yin and Yang would combine, and greatly increase his strength. Long Yi had lived for 2 life and also had cultivated Outianju 2 times, so he was very clear about the pain he had to endure before breaking through. This was just like a butterfly breaking out of cocoon, without undergoing painful struggle. How can it be so gorgeous and beautiful? He used palm wind to open the door of the tent, then using internal force, he left behind large words on the ground, then used a barrier to seal the tent. The true qi within his body got more and more violent, and also got denser and dense, beginning to violently attack towards Yanhui and Yanghui meridians. A burst of unbearable pain spread out from these 2 meridians, spreading all over his body. The forehead of Long Yi was filled with sweat, and tried to relax his body as much as possible, calmly enduring this pain. This kind of extreme pain, he somewhat enjoyed it. Yes, indeed enjoying. From enduring he reached enjoying. This absolutely was an inhuman process. True qi began to assume the spiral form, then attacked the meridians. This feeling was as if someone was tearing apart the tissues within the body little by little. It was not a short-term process to open up these 2 meridians. At that time, in Lost City, when Long Yi had suddenly broken through to the 2nd layer of Outianju, he had spent quite a few days, and especially, Yanhui and Yanghui meridians were very long. They spread from the inside and outside of legs to the stomach, again to shoulders and to neck. Moreover, that spiral-shaped true qi had to gradually run through this entire meridians to successfully break through. Long Yi often issued a groaning voice, and this voice was not as painful as it may seem, but it was similar to the voice let out by women when they were feeling comfortable and refreshed. This moment, the body of Long Yi emitted the radiance of 7 attributed magic elements. Among them, black color was most flourishing, followed by water, lightning and fire. As for others, their radiance was very weak. A black shadow suddenly came out from within the body of Long Yi, and formed a phantom in front of Long Yi. Then it muttered in a strange voice, "This smelly brat truly is sufficiently abnormal." The shadow circled around Long Yi few times, then said, 7 attributed physique. Moreover, the magic elements are so thick, but his realms however are so low. This truly is strange. Anyway, I will help you promote your dark magic element. I hope you will help me in the future," the shadow said, then changing into a wisp of black smoke, it wrapped around the left hand of Long Yi. After that, the demonic stone inlaid in that blood-colored skull in the center of the palm immediately emitted a dark black light, which was deep as if a black hole that wanted to suck in everything. The black smoke that wrapped around the left hand of Long Yi fluctuate, then the black light of demonic stone began to follow that black mist and entered the body of Long Yi, directly seeping into the dark magic elements inside the sea of consciousness of Long Yi. At this time, the sky was already bright. Ling Feng and the three girls came to the front of Long Yi's tent. The very first person to see the words on the ground in front of Long Yi's tent was Ling Feng. At that time, when it was still late at night, Ling Feng tossed about on the bed and wasn't able to calm down her heart. She really missed the warm bosom of Long Yi. Thereupon she quietly crawled out intending to sneak into the tent of Long Yi. But who would have thought that? The tent of Long Yi was surrounded by a very powerful barrier, and at that time, under the moonlight, she clearly saw a few large words, cultivating. Don't worry. Time slowly passed, dawn became dark and dark again become bright. Like this, it had already been 3 days and nights since Long Yi stayed inside his tent. But as before, there was no movement. Although all of them knew that Long Yi will be fine, but they unavoidably still got worried. Ling Feng, you and my second brother have been together for so long, did he ever cultivated for such a long period of time? Zemin Wuan stepped forward, then catching the hold of Ling Feng's hand, she asked. She knew Ling Feng was a girl like herself, and in a haste, she forgot to avoid the contact. He hasn't, but I think Long Yi should be in the process of making a breakthrough, otherwise he wouldn't have left these words. Ling Feng smiled and said, but her eyes hinted Zemin Wuan to pay attention. Zemin Wuan paused, then quickly released the hand of Ling Feng, but saw that Shui Ruoyan was smiling ambiguously at her, and Yinian was looking at her with hostility. Zemin Wuan stuck out her tongue, then turning around she squatted down and stroked the shrunk version big-headed monster, and unexpectedly as if talking with it, she muttered, second brother, he still hasn't come out. Do you understand what I am saying? He is the one that gave you roasted meat to eat. You should call him master. No, should call father. He. Wuan, you shouldn't arbitrarily find Long Yi a child without his consent. Be careful, he might beat you when he came out. Shui Ruoyan said with a smile after hearing Zemin Wuan. He dares. What is wrong with Big Head? Having it as his child is naturally his good fortune, isn't that so, Big Head? Zemin Wuan smiled and said. Big-headed monster however somewhat confusedly squinted its already small eyes, then unexpectedly revealed an expression as if it somewhat understood, making all of them surprise in succession. They thought, could it be that it understood the words of Zemin Wuan? Chapter 186, Lover's Bath. At this moment, the breakthrough of Long Yi had already reached a critical moment. The radiance of magic elements also flourished more and more, unexpectedly illuminating the opaque tent with 7 colors in riotous profusion. This looked incomparably gorgeous. With a bang sound, that black smoke that was wrapping around the left hand of Long Yi suddenly bounced out, then again condensed into a shadow. Strange, this boy, what kind of chaotic physique is this? Shadow muttered. When this shadow was bringing in the dark magical power contained within the demonic stone into the sea of consciousness of Long Yi, at the critical juncture, this shadow however was bounced out by the surging chi of Long Yi, which made this shadow feel rather inconceivable. The multicolored radiances of Long Yi's body suddenly shone, and the space around his body also began to twist. The shadow knew that that strange technique was about to break through. So the shadow immediately changed into a black smoke and entered into the demonic stone embedded in the left hand of Long Yi. Suddenly, Long Yi opened his eyes, and his black pupils that could cause others palpitate, as if ripple moved about. The magic elements and true chi surrounding around him collided and violently blew out. Then the powerful chi wave spread in all direction. Suddenly the tent as well as the barrier were blown away. Long Yi also uttered a long and loud cry while soaring towards the sky, and his long black hair messily fluttered in the air. Feeling comfortable and refreshed all over his body, Long Yi laughed. Then his figure flashed, and changing into 18 phantoms in the sky, each of them swung the huge sword in their hand, sending out deep blue light and shadow. These lights and shadows interweaved into an unusual pattern, which advanced towards the woods. The pattern formed by lights and shadows effortlessly passed through the woods, and silently entered underground, and those 18 phantoms of Long Yi merged together into one. 3, 2, 1. Long Yi began a countdown, and just after he said 1, the ground began to shake suddenly, and a burst of chi wave exploded, soaring to the sky from the ground. Moreover, big trees together with earth were also blown up, flying to the sky. In a little moment, this woods was leveled to the ground, and the ground had a crater in the shape of that pattern, which precisely was made by Long Yi's interweaving lights and shadows. Ling Feng, Zemin Wuan and others were dumbstruck looking at Long Yi in the sky. Is that illusion-like technique as well as the huge destructive power created by him made them mystified. The figure of Long Yi flashed and instantly appeared before the girls, then smiling happily, he hugged Zemin Wuan who came flying into his bosom. "Second brother, you are really great," Zemin Wuan excitedly said. "That's natural. Whose second brother do you think I am?" Long Yi flung back his head and said proudly. Just then, Zemin Wuan suddenly wrinkled her beautiful nose, then pushing Long Yi, she retreated few steps back and said, "Second brother, you didn't take a bath for several days, your body stinks." The smile of Long Yi stiffened. Only then he recalled that with each breakthrough of Tianju, the filth within the body would be pushed out, until one reached the 5th layer, which was natural realm. Fortunately, Long Yi selected the place with a water source nearby to camp. There was a clear brook nearby. "My body is also rather filthy. I will also go with you." Ling Feng smiled and went together with Long Yi. Slightly turning her head, she saw Zemin Wuan looking at her with a stunned face, and her beautiful face involuntarily reddened. The women who had just fallen in love were crazy, and Ling Feng was also no exception to this. She was not able to see Long Yi for several days, and she greatly missed him. As a result, at this time, she didn't care what Zemin Wuan would think, she only wanted to enter into the bosom of Long Yi and tightly hug him. After Long Yi and Ling Feng disappeared, seeing the complexion of Zemin Wuan, Shui Ruoyan was rather surprised and asked, "Wuan, what happened? Are you unwell?" Zemin Wuan smiled with great difficulty and said, "No, merely these past few days, because I was worried about my second brother, I wasn't able to have a good rest. Now I will return to the tent and rest for a while." Looking at the back view of Zemin Wuan, Shui Ruoyan shook her head in confusion. The girl obviously has something weighing on her mind, but she is not saying it. Zemin Wuan laid inside the tent, but her heart was somewhat chaotic. When did the relation between Long Yi and Ling Feng reach to this extent? What would happen when a man and a woman have a bath together? Zemin Wuan imagined the scene of Long Yi and Ling Feng entangling in the water. Then she couldn't help but felt discomfort in her heart. Ling Feng and Long Yi came to the brook, and seeing there was no one behind them, Ling Feng wasn't able to bear and threw herself into the bosom of Long Yi. "Ling, right now I am dirty, wait a minute," Long Yi said. He naturally knew that he was covered with filth and smelled very bad. "No matter, I don't care, I missed you so much," Feng Ling said in a trance. Her appearance also changed, immediately changing back into her girl's appearance. Her azure blue eyes fixedly stared at Long, and these eyes clearly revealed greatly missing feeling of Feng Ling. Feng Ling hugged Long Yi's neck, then standing on her tiptoe, she kissed Long Yi. Then two people passionately kissed while their hands feeling about each other's body. Two people walked towards the brook water while kissing. They tore apart each other's clothing, and in a blink of an eye, two people became completely naked. Even after seeing the black filths on the body of Long Yi, Feng Ling didn't think it was too dirty. Her jade hands lightly hand-washed him from head to foot, chest to back, and even the little brother of Long Yi was no exception. The hands of Long Yi were also not idle. He softly caressed Feng Ling's those as if jade, and skillfully teasing, he stimulated the thoughts of the love of this beautiful woman as if tied. Feng Ling with red beautiful face, passionately breathed out, slightly opening her little mouth. But her jade hand however slid towards that proudly standing little brother of Long Yi. Long Yi, take me. Fang Ling nestled her head into the neck of Long Yi and her rubbed his chest. Having heard what was said, the breathing of Long Yi stagnated, and sparks flew out from his eyes. He also thought, after self-restraining for such a long time, he, as a strong and healthy young man, was also having a hard time to bear, but she however was being too hasty here. First, no need to mention how a woman would be unable to move freely after having her first time, still this surrounding might have concealed powerful dragon clan, so this was not an opportune moment. Langr, now is not the time. After a period of time, I will definitely let you become Long Yi's real woman. Long Yi sucked the exquisite earlobe of Fang Ling and softly said. Long Yi hugged Fang Ling and sat on the stone which was half submerged inside the water of the brook, then lowering his head, he kissed the bud on the top of Fang Ling's, and his one big hand rubbed and pinched her another. As for his other big hand, it slid past the smooth abdomen of Fang Ling and slipped between her legs, reaching her delicate place. Oh, Long Yi. The red lips of Fang Ling slightly opened, and being unable to bear, she raised her hips, as if she wanted Long Yi to caress her more. With Long Yi using his mouth and hands simultaneously, the moaning sound of Fang Ling became louder and louder, and her hands firmly pushed down the head of Long Yi in her chest, and her charming body began to quiver uncontrollably. Finally, Fang Ling uttered a long drawn-out moan, and warm current spurted out from her flower, reaching for the first time in her life, and she firmly coiled on the body of Long Yi as if an octopus. Only after a good while, Fang Ling began to slowly descend from the place high in the clouds and her charming body also slowly become soft. Then she gently sighed with an intoxicated and satisfied expression on her face. Fang Ling was satisfied. Long Yi however was suffering with the fire of lust which was being suppressed for a long time provoked, but wasn't able to vent. This was no less than an inhuman torture for men. Fang Ling opened her still hazy eyes, and felt that there was not even a little bit of strength in her soft body now, and on the other side of her thigh, she felt Long Yi's that burning hot hard-on. This heat couldn't help but made her heart undulate again. Fang Ling wasn't a little girl who didn't understand anything. She immediately realized that Long Yi was suppressing his with great effort, and she couldn't help but endlessly felt sorry in her heart. Long Yi, if it's really unbearable, then you can vent on me. Fang Ling raised his hand, then caressed the handsome face of Long Yi. Long Yi smiled and shook his head. Just be obedient. With the various feeling in her heart, Fang Ling's little hand caught the hold of Long Yi's sturdy little brother, then stroked up and down. Long Yi let out a pleasant moan, and his fire of lust simultaneously became even more vigorous. This measure of Fang Ling was merely using a cup of water on a burning card of firewood in front of his burning desire. Long Yi caught the little hand of Fang Ling and said in the hoarse voice, "Forget it, let's go back to the camp." Fang Ling however stubbornly refused let go. She absolutely wanted to take care of Long Yi's fire of lust. "Do you really want to help me?" The eyes of Long Yi shone brightly looking at Fang Ling. Fang Ling resolutely nodded her head. Long Yi mischievously laughed and whispered few words in the ear of Fang Ling, and the beautiful face of Ling Feng suddenly burned. "Is that for real?" Fang Ling stared at Long Yi's big fellow and asked nervously, "If you really want to help me then that's the only way." Long Yi said with a smile, but that smile was clearly lewd no matter how you look at it. Fang Ling bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth, and with turbulent maiden heart, she slightly opened her little mouth and bent her body. "Oh darling, don't use your teeth." The little brother of Long Yi was originally feeling pleasure, but being scraped by the teeth of Fang Ling, he suddenly felt pain and he inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Fang Ling raised her eyes and looked at Long Yi, and under the guidance of Long Yi, inexperienced Fang Ling finally found a little feeling. And like this, after half an hour, under the stimulation of Fang Ling's lips and tongue, Long Yi's finally burst out, and a great amount of spurt out inside the mouth of Fang Ling. Fang Ling covered her pink lips, then fiercely glaring at Long Yi, She quickly used the water of the brook to rinse her mouth, and after Feng Ling again changed back to Ling Feng, two of them returned back to the camp, and Shui Ruoyan immediately smiled and said, "Why did you two grown men take so long for a bath? I thought you two were drowned." "My body was too dirty, so I have no choice," Long Yi said with a smile. Hearing the voice of Long Yi, Zemin Wuan came out from her tent, and seeing the relaxed and cheerful face of Long Yi, which was strikingly alike as a cat that was able to steal a fish, she dared to confirm that something unspeakable must have happened in the bath. Chapter 187, Warm Night. Long Yi also noticed that Zemin Wuan had again fallen out with him. In the beginning, she was still fine, but after returning back from the bath, she unexpectedly was cold and indifferent to him. Every time their eyes met, she would snort and turn her head. This made Long Yi endlessly laugh, a bitter laugh in his heart. This girl, how did I offend her again? The entire group of people again set out towards the inner part of the illusory magic forest, and this moment, Big-Headed Monster had already mingled completely into their group, and it particularly liked to stick together with Long Yi. Wherever Long Yi went, it would go there, perfectly worthy of the name Stalker. And the mood of Ling Feng, who had received favor, was even more excellent. Frequently, when everyone was not paying attention, she would stealthily tease Long Yi by sometimes lightly scraping the palm of Long Yi and sometimes throwing provocative and seductive glances. Deep in the night, Long Yi got up and went out from inside his tent for a stroll, and he saw Zemin Wuan sitting on the grassland not far away. She was mumbling to herself, and her little hand, however, was ruthlessly pulling out little grasses from the ground. "Damned second brother, smelly second brother, scoundrel, hateful demon, I will beat you to death, beat you to death." On one side Zemin Wuan was pulling out the grasses, and on the other side, she was muttering. Suddenly black lines appeared on the forehead of Long Yi. What did he do, actually making this Ms. so unhappy? He lightly walked over to Zemin Wuan and said with a smile, "As it turned out, I still have so many nicknames, how come I never know them before?" Zemin Wuan just snorted, and turning around, she showed him her back. Long Yi sighed, and sitting beside Zemin Wuan he said, "Come, tell your second brother. How did your second brother offend and make our princess angry? You are always messing with me, I hate you." Zemin Wuan pouted. "Turn around and look at me." Long Yi said. "No." Zemin Wuan said in a fit of pique. Long Yi stretched out his hands, and putting his hands on the beautiful face of Zemin Wuan, he gently turned her head towards him, then said with a smile, "When did our princess change into a piggy? Look, 2 bottles of oil could be hung on your mouth." Zemin Wuan shook off the big hands of Long Yi and rained down the barrage of punches on Long Yi, then snorting, she said, "Hateful, so hateful. Bad second brother." The big hands of Long Yi held the little hands of Zemin Wuan, and gently said, "Well, little sister, tell your second brother, how exactly did your second brother make you angry?" Hearing the gentle tone of Long Yi, Zemin Wuan no longer kicked up a row. She looked at Long Yi with hidden bitterness in her beautiful eyes, and said, "Second brother, you are always dallying with women. Do you still remember Linger, who is head over heels in love with you?" Long Yi was startled, so it was for this, he asked himself honestly, and he couldn't help but got somewhat ashamed. Indeed, after Long Linger went away, he recalled her very rarely. Second brother isn't neglecting her, really. Aren't you getting angry for the matter of Feng Ling? Long Yi asked. Zemin Wuan nodded her head, then placing her little head on the shoulder of Long Yi, she moved towards him and muttered, "I also don't know why I am getting angry. In any case, my heart is uncomfortable, with so many female confidants beside you. Wouldn't you forget about me one day?" Long Yi couldn't help laughing. Zemin Wuan is still a child. He caressed her long silky supple hair and said with a smile, "How can that be? You are my little sister. Even if your second brother has many beauties, you will always be a very important person in your second brother's heart." "Really? If?" Zemin Wuan stealthily smiled in the bosom of Long Yi, and she wanted to say something, but she stopped and her beautiful face turned red. She originally wanted to ask, if she wasn't his blood sister, then would he regard her as his confidant too? If what? Long Yi curiously asked. No, nothing. Do you miss home? Zemin Wuan confusedly changed the subject. Just thinking about the time she had spent underground, she couldn't settle down her heart. Home? Long Yi was dumbfounded. Does this home mean Zemin clan? Long Yi carefully thought for a bit, and found that there truly was a kind of unusual concern in his heart. Although the soul was already of a different person, but the blood flowing in his body however was thoroughly branded with the mark of Zemin clan. Long Yi nodded his head and said, I suppose, it's already been 1.5 years since I left the home. I wonder how father and mother are doing? Zemin Wuan in his bosom suddenly became silent, and at that time, Long Yi felt damp in his chest. Then lifting up the chin of Zemin Wuan with his hand, he saw tears were streaming down her eyes. Little sister, what happened? Do you miss home? Long Yi gently wiped the tears of Zemin Wuan and asked in a soft voice. Zemin Wuan nodded her head and said while sobbing, I miss my mother. I really miss her very much. Long Yi was startled. From his memory, he knew that the mother of Zemin Wuan had already passed away long ago. He didn't know what to say to console her for the time being, so he hugged and lightly patted her back. Second brother, you know, I truly hated you very much in those days, and was also very jealous of you. You were so bad, but you had everything, and even father doted on you very much. But he kept me and eldest brother at arm's length. Moreover, you also have your mother who loves you dearly and protect you. But my mother however passed away quite early. I often thought, why heaven was so unfair. Zemin Wuan was unable to control her emotions and wailed. Hearing the words of Zemin Wuan, the heart of Long Yi ached. Yes, although Zemin Wuan was the eldest miss of noble Zemin clan, and lived in luxury without short of anything, but she lacked familial affection. He also didn't understand too clearly, with such golden branch and jade leaf clan, they should have held her in their hands, fearing she would fall down, and cherish her in their mouth, fearing that'll melt her. But how come father treated her so coldly? Good little sister, don't cry. Hereafter, your second brother will dearly love you, and let no one bully you. Long Yi said to Zemin Wuan in his bosom. Second brother, can you dearly love me throughout this life? Zemin Wuan asked while choking with sobs. Of course, I can. Anyone that bullies you, second brother will definitely beat him till he will be looking for his teeth all over the floor. Long Yi patted his chest and pledged. Then second brother, you bullied me, what's to be done? Zemin Wuan turned tears into laughter and asked, how can your second brother bully you? Long Yi smiled and said, how can't? You frequently bullied me before, so why don't you beat yourself until you are looking for your teeth all over the floor? Hee hee. Zemin Wuan smiled and said. Long Yi rolled his eyes. The matters of before are not done by me. He lightly pinched the nose of Zemin Wuan and teased, crying a second and again laughing another second. You puppy. So hateful, you are a puppy. Allowing no explanation, Zemin Wuan squeezed into the bosom of Long Yi, then wiped her nasal mucus and tears on the clothing of Long Yi. Ah, my new clothing, I have just worn. This silly girl doesn't want to live. Long Yi pretended to be angry and tickled Zemin Wuan with his hands. Zemin Wuan laughed and struggled. Two people made noise on the grassland. Suddenly, Zemin Wuan's charming body stiffened, and her face became red looking towards Long Yi. And Long Yi also quickly retracted his hand. Just now, he accidentally touched something soft and elastic, making him somewhat awkward. Smelly second brother, taking cheap advantage of other people. Zemin Wuan pouted playfully. She said like this, but changing the side, she again leaned against the body of Long Yi, as the other side had her nasal mucus and tears. Staring at this sibling's affection from the distant point, Ling Feng was feeling somewhat weird in her heart. She was a woman, and the intuition of woman was usually very accurate. Perhaps Long Yi treated Zemin Wuan with familial affection, but she however felt that the feeling of Zemin Wuan towards Long Yi somewhat exceed that bounds. Very warm, isn't that so? Suddenly the voice of Shui Ruoyan came from behind. Is it? Is teacher Shui Ruoyan also longing for this? I'll lend you my shoulder. Ling Feng said without any trace of the joke. Shui Ruoyan cast a glance at the thin shoulder of Ling Feng, then said in disdain, "Don't be talkative, I fear your bamboo pole-like body is unreliable. Hey, then is the shoulder of Long Yi thick and broad enough?" Ling Feng strangely laughed and said, the pretty face of Shui Ruoyan became red, but she raised her head and said, "Yes, his shoulder is much warmer than yours." Ling Feng stared at Shui Ruoyan, and her eyes glimmered with a hint of vexation. She already knew that Shui Ruoyan had an extremely good opinion of Long Yi, however she had never thought that she would speak out so openly. And as a woman of Long Yi, her heart was naturally not very comfortable. Long Yi has so many female confidants, teacher Shui Ruoyan should make an extra effort. Ling Feng said with a smile, then returned back to her tent. Shui Ruoyan was dumbfounded. The tone of Ling Feng was somewhat not too right, it seemed as if he was jealous. Could it be that, with regarding Long Yi, Shui Ruoyan couldn't help but shiver? Is this the reason why he was treating so cruelly to gentle and beautiful Yinyan? Shui Ruoyan didn't think about this matter too much, only watching the back view of Long Yi, she lightly sighed. These past few days, this smelly fellow was obviously playing dumb with her. She had already shown off her feelings so obviously, but he didn't express anything. Could it be that he wanted her, a girl, to express him clearly? The night passed with everyone having different thoughts, and after a night, Zemin Wuan, who had fallen out with Long Yi again, was in intimate terms with him, and as for big-headed monster, it was still the stalker of Long Yi. In just this fashion, the entire group of people went towards the inner part, but until now, there was no sign of Dragon Clan. These days, Zemin Wuan always called big-headed monster as Long Yi's son, and sometimes when talking with the big-headed monster, she would always point towards Long Yi, and tell it, Long Yi was its father. With regarding Zemin Wuan forcibly giving him a son, Long Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but under the pressure of little sister, he was forced to recognize this fellow as his son. As for big-headed monster, as if it was accustomed to being addressed as son, whenever Long Yi called son, it would eagerly roll over. These were also nothing, but the matter that happened afterwards greatly shocked Long Yi and others as if struck by lightning strike. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 188, Big-Headed Monster Can Speak. At the dusk, the evening glow of setting the sun sprinkled through the cloud layer, and Long Yi and his group were busy preparing the supper. Magical beasts were something that didn't lack the most in Illusion Magic Forest, and every time when it was time to have a meal, without the instruction of Long Yi, gluttonous little three, Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast would immediately hunt down and bring back a small mountain-size pile of games. Long Yi and his group began to enjoy the foods to their heart's content. At that time, girls were complaining about gaining the weight on one side, and on another side, they were gorging themselves without caring about their image. Fath daughter. Just when Long Yi was telling jokes to others, an immature voice suddenly rang out. Then the voice of Long Yi suddenly ceased, and he looked all around. Seeing all the girls around were also surprised, he couldn't help but asked, "Just now, did you all hear a voice?" The girls, as if chickens pecking the rice, nodded their head. Then touching his head, Long Yi scanned little three, Fire Kylan, Violent Lightning Beast and Big-Headed Monster, but he didn't find anything unusual. Long Yi frowned, and secretly feeling surprised, he patted Big-Headed Monster that had nestled beside his leg, and asked with a smile, "You weren't speaking, right?" After asking, he took out a kettle from inside his space ring and drank the water. After telling a story just now, he was extremely thirsty. "Fath daughter." This immature voice rang out again, and Long Yi spat out all the water he was just drinking, completely drenching Big-Headed Monster beside him. This time, Long Yi was sure that this voice was coming from beside his leg. And this moment, all girls simultaneously screamed and retreated back. Then, as if seeing a ghost, they stared at Big-Headed Monster beside the leg of Long Yi. Long Yi was stunned, and seeing the expression of the girls, he was sure that the one who had just spoken was Big-Headed Monster beside his leg. Long Yi caught Big-Headed Monster and hurriedly asked, "Were you talking, father?" An immature voice came out from the big mouth of Big-Headed Monster, and its small eyes were looking at him with admiration. Long Yi immediately felt dizzy. God, big-headed monster can speak human speech? He also couldn't help but retreated back 2 steps. This was too insane for even this world. Feeling Long Yi was alert, little 3, Fire Kylan and Violent Lighting Beast simultaneously stepped forwards and surrounded big-headed monster and glared at it like a tiger eyeing its prey. As Long Yi commanded them, they would immediately tear this big-headed monster to shreds. Father. Feeling the aura of little 3 and others, big-headed monster couldn't help but trembled, then looked at Long Yi feeling wronged. Long Yi and others looked at each other in blank dismay, as if they had seen a ghost. Talking magical beast simply was something they had never heard. Seeing the aggrieved expression of big-headed monster, the heart of Long Yi couldn't help but soften and also began to gradually calm down. It called him a father. This seemed to be the result of Zimin Wuan's continuous and repetitive teaching. Although he had never heard about the magical beast that could talk before, but there was no lack of strange things in this world, so the appearance of a magical beast that could speak human speech was also acceptable. Long Yi waved his hand to disperse little 3 and others, then catching the hold of big-headed monster, he sized it up and said, "Why can you speak, father?" Big-headed monster again called out, and had a happy appearance, feeling Long Yi rubbing its round body. Just then, Ling Feng and other girls came over and stared at big-headed monster in surprise. And Ling Feng said, "In my view, this big-headed monster has just learned to speak. Its intelligence is also merely equivalent to the human child." Zimin Wuan stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Second brother, this time you really have a baby son. It's nice to have such son." Long Yi smiled and said, "My dear nephew, quickly call me Aunt." Zimin Wuan teasingly said to big-headed monster. Big-headed monster opened its mouth, but it only said father as before. Obviously, it could only say this world for now. Later, all girls as if gotten the best toy. Every day, they would teach big-headed monster how to talk while hurrying on with their journey. Moreover, they were never bored with it. And what made them pleasantly surprised was, this big-headed monster was truly like a human child. It had great ability to learn. Now it would actually call Zimin Wuan as aunt, Shui Ruoyan as big sis, Yin Yin as big sis and Ling Feng as big brother. Moreover, could also recognize who was who. Is this really a magical beast? It's almost like a human child, Long Yi thought, and he began to frantically look various kinds of books inside his space ring to see if there was any record of the similar case, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. "Father, hungry." Big-headed monster suddenly stopped, then looking at Long Yi it stutteringly said. Long Yi made a wry smile and sighed. Since the time big-headed monster learned how to express it wanted to eat something, it would use this sentence for more than 10 times in a day. It looked as if it had never eaten full, because no matter how much it was given to eat, it would always have not full expression. Long Yi easily hunted a huge demonic deer and threw it towards big-headed monster, then continued on with their journey. This son was really difficult to raise, just its appetite was something that general people would truly be unable to support. They walked like this for 3 days, and a wide river suddenly appeared before Long Yi and his group. This river was 100 meters wide, which unexpectedly divided illusory magic forest into 2, and its end couldn't be seen. The river water was reflecting sunlight, and was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Along the 2 sides of this river, a row of weeping willow grew, and when the wind blew, the willow catkins would spread all over the sky while fluttering. It looked extremely beautiful. The expression of Long Yi however became solemn. Looking at these weeping willows in good order, and the gaps between every 2 trees were equal, Long Yi knew that this was absolutely not grown naturally, rather someone planted them. Someone lives in this place. Ling Feng opened his mouth. All the girls were also not stupid. They immediately perceived the anomaly. The person living here in seclusion is definitely an extraordinary person. If meet him, be sure to not be rash. Everybody, separately look around to see if there is a house or so on. Long Yi said. Even after everyone dispersed to look around, big-headed monster however didn't leave. It fixedly stared at the willows of the riverbank and its expression seemed very disturbed. "What happened, big head?" Long Yi squatted down and said, "Afraid, bad person." Big Head anxiously said in its immature voice. Its small eyes showed fear. "Bad person?" Long Yi was startled in his heart. Could it be a bad person is living here? His expression immediately changed, and just when he was about to call back all the girls, he heard an intense fighting sound from behind him. Then he heard the groaning voice of Ling Feng. Clearly she had eaten the loss in that fight. Long Yi uttered a long and loud cry, then changing into a smoke, he dashed towards the location of Ling Feng. Chapter 189, Female Dragon. Just after Long Yi arrived there, he saw that a blood was flowing out from the corner of Ling Feng's mouth and she was struggling to climb up, and on her opposite, a very beautiful young girl was standing. That young girl was wearing strange skin-tight scale armor and her facial features were very exquisite. Her long cyan-colored hair was rolled up high above her head with a hairpin, and she had noble's air of arrogance, as if everything in this world was beneath her eyes. Not waiting for Long Yi to step forward and support, the eyes of Ling Feng, who similarly was extremely haughty, flashed with black light. Then she summoned the refined spectre which was successfully refined not long ago from the different space. The refined spectre issued a vigorous roar, then emitting a bloody aura, he rushed towards that young girl. "Refined spectre, you are a necromancer," young girl indifferently said, and there was not a single wave in her expression as if a pool of stagnant water. Seemingly she didn't care about this refined spectre even a bit. The young girl didn't make any movement. Merely a pale golden light appeared around her body. Then that refined spectre screamed in fear and no longer dared to advance forward. Ling Feng frowned, and just when she wanted her refined spectre to attack, Long Yi lightly supported her, and gently wiped the trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. Then using his true qi, he stabilized her internal injury. After that, he coldly looked at that young girl. No matter how beautiful she looked, and how noble her temperament was, she had to pay price for injuring his woman. The eyes of Long Yi flashed, and a huge amount of spirit power formed into a sharp awl, attacking towards that young girl, and immediately afterward, waving his huge sword, Iced Key's whirlwind chain slash followed closely behind, slashing towards that young girl. The always cold and indifferent beautiful face of that young girl finally showed a trace of surprise, but she still didn't move, unexpectedly directly withstanding the spirit-all attack of Long Yi. Then stretching out her snow-white jade hand which was covered with golden light, she dispersed that iced keys slash of Long Yi. Moreover, she actually grabbed the huge sword of Long Yi. Long Yi remained in the midair, while that young girl was quietly standing on the ground, and with her jade hand grabbing the huge sword of Long Yi, their eyes met face to face, and sparks unexpectedly burst out. Very strong woman. Long Yi secretly thought in his heart. Even his now third layer Tianju mixing together with his magic Gi was unexpectedly neutralized easily by her. And the most important matter was, this stretched out unassuming hand was unexpectedly unscathed. Just looking at this skill of catching his sword, Long Yi felt inferior to her. Long Yi was not a person that would easily give up. Moreover, encountering such a formidable opponent was his good fortune. Long Yi looked at this young girl, and his face unexpectedly showed a brilliant smile. Then his hand holding the huge sword trembled, and the huge sword also trembled unexpectedly. Then with a clang sound, the huge sword got free from the hand of this young girl. In the sea of consciousness of Long Yi, silverish purple magic elements began to circulate violently. Then pointing the huge sword towards the sky, unexpectedly a layer of lightning appeared around it. After that, he smiled, and his figure began to move in extreme speed. With his huge sword covered in high-voltage electricity mixing with Qi and Chinese ancient martial arts, he attacked the young girl from all direction. The young girl trembled due to the electric shock. Then her charming body finally retreated several steps back, and with her eyes flashing with golden light, a layer of thick golden with black color in the middle scales covered her both hands. Then coldly snorting, she began to fiercely fight with Long Yi. and immediately sand flew about and stones hurtled through the air, and a powerful pressure forced all girls to step back. As for little 3, Fire Kylan and Violent Beast, they had received the instruction to not step into the battle from Long Yi. Ling Feng, are you alright? Yin Yan asked in concern. Ling Feng, what actually happened here? And who is fighting with Long Yi? Shui Ruoyan asked. This moment, they could only see after images, basically unable to see their figures. Ling Feng took a deep breath. Just before all of them had arrived here, she had put away the refined specter. But the golden light on the body of this girl unexpectedly made this incomparably fierce refined specter to not dare step forward, which surprised her. I just came over here. Then a strange young girl appeared in front of me. She was strong to the point of being crazy, and allowing no explanation, she directly attacked me, and the earth barrier I have erected was instantly destroyed when it came into contact with her move. Ling Feng said. The girls were simultaneously startled, and again looking towards the sky where Long Yi was locked together in a battle, they couldn't help but began to guess the identity of this mysterious young girl. She shouldn't be a human. Ling Feng recalled seeing the hands of this young girl was covered with scales as she mutters, not human. Could it be that she is a ghost? Zemin Wuan exclaimed in surprise, but she didn't sense any yin qi in this place. No, if I am not wrong, then she should be a dragon. Ling Feng slowly said. Dragon? You are not joking, right? The girls exclaimed in succession, clearly not believing the guess of Ling Feng, although they could only see after images in the sky. But they were also clear that both of them were human figure, not dragon. I am absolutely not joking. I am 90% sure that she is a dragon. Ling Feng frowned and said, but how could dragon look just like a human? Zemin Wuan asked. Ling Feng covered her chest. Just a moment ago, a single punch of this young girl gave her internal injuries. Fortunately, the true qi of Long Yi suppressed them. Recalling this, she said, it is said that Dragon Clan's royal family Divine Dragon Clan can change into human shape after they grow up to a certain extent. I guess this young girl is the descendant of Divine Dragon Clan. Long Yi and young girl fought for a long time, and gradually his ability fell short of his wishes. The young girl waved her hand, and that golden light with powerful momentum and penetrating power unexpectedly suppressed him firmly. Moreover, he felt that this young girl was not going all out yet. In fact, he also had already guessed that this young girl should have some kind of relation with Dragon Clan. Those scales covering her hands were definitely dragon scales, and no matter if it was magic, ki or internal force, it was very difficult to injure her. Such terrifying magic control and defense, he feared only the legendary Dragon Clan was so abnormal. Merely he also didn't understand why Dragon Clan was able to change into human form. Ding! The claw of young girl stopped the huge sword of Long Yi, and her other claw slashed as fast as lightning towards the chest of Long Yi. Cloth-tearing sound resounded as a large piece of Long Yi's clothing was torn. Now Long Yi got mad, and again jumped into the battle using Great Cosmos Shift. Moreover, he silently recited an incantation, beginning to insanely compress lightning magic element. A thick layer of black cloud suddenly shrouded the sky, and natural light covered the entire surroundings. The complexion of young girl changed slightly, and looked at Long Yi in surprise. This human youngster gave her too many surprises. He had entire series of magic physique and had the genius-typed ki physique, and now he was unexpectedly using compressed magic too. Merely, his current cultivation realm was too low. If he was given another 200 or 300 years of time, then his strength might completely surpass herself. Young girl didn't take the opportunity of the time when Long Yi was compressing magic to attack, merely sized him up curiously, because she knew that even his compressed magic would be unable to injure her. The entire body of Long Yi was soaked with sweat due to the intense consumption of his spirit power. Now he didn't dare to relax even a bit. After compressing lightning magic elements until he felt that he could no longer persist in, he shouted, and he waved his hand. Then compressed bolts of lightning suddenly struck down from the dark clouds. Those more than 10 roughly as thick as thumb lightning struck down with violent momentum several times faster compared to usual. The young girl smiled slightly, and Long Yi however smiled strangely. This time it would not be that easy for this young girl to resist this several times compressed lightning. Even if it was her parents, it would still be hard for them to resist this, as the might of nature after all was difficult to contend against. Even if she didn't receive severe injury, but the wounds of skin and flesh were definitely inevitable. The young girl still stood in the same place, but her body emitted golden light, and Long Yi unexpectedly saw the shadow of a divine dragon in the middle of the golden light. And more than 10 bolts of lightning strangely disappeared after encountering this golden light. And just after young girl retracted her golden light, she felt a violent gust of the wind under her foot, and hailstones whistled towards her from both sides. Moreover, the figure of Long Yi had also disappeared into thin air. She had never thought that, after that lightning attack, he still unexpectedly had backup move, as seeing his expression, she thought that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. But this despicable fellow, did he believe that he could injure her with sneak attack? Young girl thought angrily in her heart. Just when she thought to put good use of her body technique to dodge, she suddenly heard as if child wailing sound. Then her charming body suddenly trembled and she unexpectedly stood still in a daze. Then the violent wind-coiling hailstone roar instantly hit her directly, followed by Long Yi's all-out palm seal landed on her chest. Long Yi had basically never expected that this young girl would be motionless, and even if he wanted to withdraw his palm, it was already too late. With a bang sound, young girl let out a muffled groaning sound and flew out. She somersaulted few times in the air and landed on the ground, and the hairpin that had rolled up her hair was also blown away by the wind, unexpectedly revealing 2 small dragon horn, and from the corner of her mouth, a tinge of golden blood flowed out. She obviously was injured by that all-out palm attack of Long Yi. Long Yi also descended to the ground, and looked at those 2 little horns in the head of this girl in a daze. She truly was a dragon. What Long Yi didn't understand was, she obviously was more than capable enough to dodge his attack, but why did she stay still in the final moment? Young girl got up, and not looking towards Long Yi, she stared at big-headed monster not far away from Long Yi. She didn't even wipe off her blood. Father! Big-headed monster excitedly called, then rolled to the side of Long Yi's leg. Hearing big-headed monster addressing Long Yi as father, the charming body of this young girl violently trembled, and her complexion also became ghastly pale. Then slightly opening her pink lips, she issued a loud and sonorous syllable. The round body of big-headed monster trembled, and its small eyes looked towards the young girl feeling surprise and confuse. It merely felt that her body possessed very familiar aura. Seeing the big-headed monster didn't recognize her, her expression looked incomparably sad. She raised her head and let out a resonant dragon roar, then her charming body unexpectedly changed instantly into a huge golden with black lines dragon. The small eyes of big-headed monster fixedly stared at this dragon. Then its ugly-looking body unexpectedly also emitted a layer of pale nearly invisible golden light. The young girl changed back into human form, then quickly rushing over, she hugged big-headed monster. Big-headed monster cried, and suddenly used human speech, "Big sister." The young girl cried tears of joy. Seeing this, Long Yi thought that, as it turned out, other than humans, dragons also shed tears. Not after a long time, this young girl glared at Long Yi with a hostile gaze, and using somewhat strained human speech, she said, "Where did you pick up my younger brother? Why is he calling you a father? He already has his father." "Younger brother? You are saying this big-headed monster is your younger brother, then is he also a dragon?" Long Yi asked in surprise while pointing at the ugly big-headed monster. "Yes, although he looks somewhat odd, but he truly is my blood brother. And he is a noble dragon," this young girl said with her face full of arrogance. Long Yi slightly curled up his lip. "Noble dragon, but he nevertheless is my good son. Now if we look at the seniority, then you are my daughter." "Big Head, come here to Aunt." Zemin Wuan suddenly called out. Big Head looked towards Zemin Wuan, Then excitedly jumping out from the bosom of the young girl, it eagerly rolled over to Zimenwuan. You all, return my brother. I will not hold you all responsible for trespassing my dragon clan's territory. Young girl coldly snorted, but her eyes were anxiously looking at big-headed monster. Big Head is ours. Do you think we will just return him if you say so? Yin didn't like that air of arrogance of that young girl, and retorted coldly. The eyes of this young girl suddenly emitted a dense killing intent, then coldly said, if you don't return him to me, then you all will also not return from here alive. Long Yi, however, was someone who didn't like being threatened by other people the most. He took big-headed monster from Zimenwuan and patting the soft tentacles of Big Head with a smile, he said, son, we are returning, such elder sister doesn't matter, follow us and we'll have tasty food and strong drinks. Speaking this, he turned around and began walking. If they truly fought, then the one to emerge victor was still not certain. With God Beast Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast as well as himself, he didn't believe that they would not be able to not win against this yet to mature dragon. Young girl instantly appeared in front of Long Yi, blocking his way, then pressured Long Yi with ferocious momentum. Long Yi immediately used his powerful spirit power and internal force to surround his body, blocking this powerful dragon might. And seeing the present situation of Long Yi, Little Three roared, and as for Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast, then immediately changed into their true form. Then Fire Kylan spat out a mouthful of God Fire right away, which changed into innumerable fire lines flying towards this young girl. Thinking back, at that time, this move alone had made Long Yi suffer huge loss. God Beast Fire Kylan. The complexion of this young girl changed. She immediately waved her jade hands covered in dragon scales, then several golden lights received those fatal fire lines. The young girl looked at Long Yi, who had a smile yet not a smile expression, and gritting her teeth, she said, tell Fire Kylan to stop, we will sit down and talk properly. Seeing this young girl was admitting defeat, Long Yi instructed Fire Kylan to stop, and said with a smile, this is how you should treat a guest. Although your dragon clan is powerful, but you should always understand some manners. Young girl was angry but said nothing, then ferociously glaring at Long Yi, she flew towards the great river, and Long Yi and his group followed behind her. Young girl stood in the sky above this great river, then sending out golden light from her hands, the 100 meters wide torrential river unexpectedly stand still in an instant, then split open from the middle, revealing a sparkling palace on the bottom of this river. Wow, it's so beautiful. The girls couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, and the dazzling rays of light of palace dazzled their eyes. Long Yi thought to himself, long ago, he had heard that Dragon Clan was the richest race in the world, because it is said that they love to gather all sparkling things. Inside the den of many dragons, gold, silver, jadeware and so on things would be piled up as high as mountains. But to his surprise, this little female dragon was even more incredible, actually learning from human to build a palace. Moreover, this entire palace was built using best quality jade. Chapter 190, Dragon Clan's behind-the-scenes story. The young girl floated down to the white jade stone steps, then silently recited an incantation. After that, the door of this palace opened wide, and dazzling rays of light came out from inside. This palace unexpectedly was luxurious beyond the imagination of people. After all of them came down to the palace, the parted river suddenly joined once again. Long Yi noticed a layer of a strong barrier just outside the palace, and the waters basically were unable to permeate inside. Long Yi entered this palace, and looking at those ornaments that were emitting various kinds of radiance, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Dragon Clan is truly too rich. Just this palace alone was something the three great empire of Blue Waves continent couldn't compare. Even a little piece of this place, when taken outside, would fetch a price as high as heaven. Merely, although this palace was luxurious, but inside was too cold, not warm at all. If he had to live here for a long period of time, then he would certainly go insane. At this time, big-headed monster nevertheless excitedly shouted, and its round body rolled on the walkway made up of amethyst. On the one hand it was rolling, and on the other hand, it was swallowing gleaming ornaments, proving itself a species of dragon clan. In the incomparably luxurious hall of Dragon Palace, all of them sat down. After sitting down, looking at big-headed monster beside the leg of Long Yi, the expression of the young girl became somewhat complicated and somewhat sad. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. I hope you will return my brother back to me. He is my only family left. Young girl slowly opened her mouth, and she finally looked away from big-headed monster. Ling Feng and other three girls looked towards Long Yi. This clearly stated that he was the person in charge. Long Yi helplessly smiled, although he had developed some feeling towards big-headed monster in this period of time, but if it truly was the younger brother of this young girl, then he surely cannot not let it go. Your dragon clan should have your own territory. But why are you staying in this illusory magic forest? Long Yi, however, didn't answer the question of young girl immediately, instead asked her a question with keen and sparkling eyes. The young girl was startled. Her expression suddenly became somewhat sad, but very quickly revert back to her usual ice-cold expression and said coldly, "This our dragon clan's matter, you don't need to know. What if I say I have to know?" Long Yi smiled and said, with regarding the dragon clan that exist only in legends, he truly was very curious. The young girl coldly glared at Long Yi with her eyes filled with cold chi. She truly wanted to kick the face of this smelly fellow who had a bad smile, but looking at big-headed monster beside his leg, she still endured. "If I answer, then will you return back my brother to me?" Young girl gnashed her teeth and said, "As long as my good son is willing to follow you." Long Yi said with a smile, "No, no matter whether he is willing or unwilling, he has to stay." He was gone shortly after he was born. At that time, he still wasn't able to recognize people, so he doesn't remember me, his big sister, now. Young girl coldly said, and had somewhat frustrated expression. Long Yi was speechless. In fact, Long Yi was somewhat reluctant to leave behind big-headed monster. After all, he had become its father for quite a lot of days, but it was a dragon, the strongest and bravest life form of Blue Wave's continent. Moreover, he didn't understand the dragon language and also didn't understand dragons' techniques, so big-headed monster following him was really not a good thing for it. When Long Yi was intending to agree to the young girl, she suddenly opened her mouth. "I want to talk to you alone, come with me to the inner room." Long Yi was somewhat surprised, and he said with a smile, "No problem, but can I take along these little ones?" Long Yi pointed towards Fire Kylan, Little 3 and Violent Lightning Beast. If he were to fight alone, then he wasn't the opponent of this little dragon, so he wanted to bring these helpers for insurance. The young girl looked at Long Yi in disdain, then nodded her head. This human was too narrow-minded. As a noble dragon, did he think that she would play dirty against him? "You all, wait for me here. I'll return right away." Long Yi said to girls. "Second brother, be careful." Zemin Wuan stood up and worriedly said. Long Yi gave her a comforting smile, then stepped into the inner room. This inner room was not big, and the entire room was built using white jade. Inside the room, there were one black and one gold, two dragons' relief sculptures. Their bearing appeared extraordinary, and with those two dragons entangling with each other, it could be seen that they should be a pair of couples. Young girl looked at Long Yi looking towards the wall's two dragons' relief sculptures and said indifferently, "They are my parents." Long Yi nodded in understanding. He finally understood why this young girl had black lines in the middle of her golden scales when she changed into her dragon form. He turned around and said with a smile, "Your parents are truly well matched." Suddenly a layer of sadness appeared in the ice-cold expression of this young girl, then she lightly sighed, "But some people don't think so." Not only they don't approve it, they also wanted to forcibly separate them. The eyes of Long Yi flashed, and he felt that the following should be a wonderful story. The territory of our dragon clan is an island that is located in center of the South Sea of Blue Wave's continent. The royal family of Dragon Clan is Divine Dragon Clan, and when they reach 3,000 years old, they could change into a human form. My mother is the princess of that divine dragon clan. Young girl said with a blurred gaze. The princess of Dragon Clan? Then isn't this young girl also the princess of Dragon Clan? Good gracious, never thought that the background of this little dragon was so big. And here I was thinking why she could change into a human form. As it turned out, she was royal kin of Dragon Clan. Long Yi muttered in his heart. 15,000 years ago, my mother was just 3,000 years old. And at that time, when she sneaked out of Dragon Island to play, she met my father, the prince of Demon Dragon Clan. Young girl began to narrate about the tortuous love story between her parents. Originally, Dragon Clan was not divided into Divine Dragon Clan and Demon Dragon Clan long ago. The current Demon Dragon Clan was also the royal family of Dragon Clan of that time. But, later the ancestors of Demon Dragon Clan wallowed in degeneration, breaking the restriction of clans' rule. Then receiving the wrath of heaven, their golden dragon scales turned into black and were expelled from Dragon Clan. Afterwards, Demon Dragon Clan expanded, but they couldn't forget the humiliation of being expelled out of Dragon Clan, so they regularly opposed the Divine Dragon Clan. And in Dragon Clan, it was absolutely not allowed to even talk about friendship and romantic love with Demon Dragon Clan. Otherwise they would receive severe punishment in the clan. But, as if the will of heaven, the princess of Divine Dragon Clan and the prince of Demon Dragon Clan, after a big fight, unexpectedly had a good opinion of each other. Ask the world, what this thing called love was. It makes people promise life and death with each other. This romantic love made this young man and woman of Dragon Clan approach each other as if a moth darting into a flame. They began to stealthily have lovers' rendezvous, and even stealthily tasted the forbidden fruit. But, as paper eventually couldn't wrap the fire, two patriarchs successively discovered their illicit romantic love, then began to carry a strong suppression, making this young dragon couple to suffer sufferings to the greatest extent. Finally one day, they decided to abandon everything and flee to a place where no one could find them and live a happy life there. After that, they continuously hide in Blue Wave's continent, and finally found Illusory Magic Forest, which had a strange magnetic field. This place was a perfect place for them, as even the elder of Dragon Clan couldn't sense this place. Thus, this dragon couple stayed in Illusory Magic Forest, spending 10,000 years of happy life here. And after 1,000 years of pregnant, she gave birth to a girl, which was this young girl. And miraculously, after 3,000 years, she again gave birth to a dragon son. This was a true miracle for Dragon Clan. Heaven was fair, Dragon Clan was powerful and had a long lifespan. These were their advantage. But the pregnancy rate of the female dragon was utterly low. Many of the female dragons couldn't conceive even once in their lifetime, and even if they become pregnant, they could give birth only once throughout their life. But this dragon couple, however, gave birth to a dragon daughter, then again a dragon son. They had to say that this was the favor of heaven. But, as if the favor of heaven was stopping at this point, 1,000 years ago, large-scale clash between Raging Flame Villa and Ice Palace occurred in this Illusory Magic Forest. Then the news of Illusory Magic Forest having dragons spread out. And 100 years ago, the elders of Divine Dragon Clan and Demon Dragon Clan gathered here, and this dragon couple was arrested and taken back to the Dragon Clan to receive punishment. At that time, in such precarious situation, the young girl's mother hid this young girl and her just-born brother into two separate places inside Illusory Magic Forest. And later, after this young girl came out, she wasn't able to find her younger brother no matter how she searched, so she thought that her younger brother was also caught and taken away by the elders of Dragon Clan. But to her surprise, her brother was still inside Illusory Magic Forest, and after several tens of years, she met her younger brother once again. At that time, she felt indescribable happiness in her heart. After speaking, the ice-cold eyes of this young girl unexpectedly was flooded with a layer of water mist and she had a very sad expression. Long Yi sighed lightly. The mutual love must stay together. Although this affectionate couple was not human parents, He greatly sympathized with this girl's situation. How can he have an extravagant hope from a girl that had grown up in the midst of hatred to show consideration? Long Yi soothingly patted the shoulder of this young girl, but he felt the body of this young girl stiffened, then a powerful dragon might instantly force him to retreat several steps back. Long Yi awkwardly smiled. The feeling of the action of just now was rather fierce. Habits truly were scary things. I'm sorry, it was just my instinctive reaction. The young girl unexpectedly apologized to Long Yi. Long Yi was startled and he immediately became alert. With the character of this young girl, there was no reason for her to so humbly apologize to him. As they say, a person who often discard norms flourish demon. In other words, things opposed to norms were evil and fraudulent. Long Yi realized the attempt of this girl. Could it be that she had taken a fancy on his elegant and graceful bearings? Since Big Head is your younger brother, I will definitely return him back to you. If there is nothing else, I want to take a leave first. Long Yi cupped his hand towards this young girl and said with a smile, then turned around to leave. Wait a minute. Young girl urgently cried out. Is there anything else? Long Yi paused and putting on a false smile, he asked. I would like to ask you to help me. The young girl came straight to the point, and her cyan pupils emitted dense hatred. Long Yi was stunned. He knew that if he allowed this young girl to open her mouth, then she would speak nothing good. Help her? How to help? Looking at the appearance of this young girl, he knew that she wanted to return to the Dragon Island for revenge, and if he went with her, then wasn't that just courting death? Seeing the expression of Long Yi, the young girl said, I feel that my parents are still alive, and I just want to ask you to help me in rescuing them. Are you kidding me? I can't even defeat you, and asking me to go to deal with those old fellows of Dragon Clan, isn't that just courting death? I am not tired of living yet. Long Yi said with a bitter face. Perhaps you are unable to defeat now, but after several hundred years from now, your strength will surely surpass mine by a great extent. Young girl confidently said. After several hundred years, perhaps I might have already changed into bones. Long Yi muttered in his heart. Chapter 191, Liuzu, Willow Catkins. Then we'll talk about it after my strength surpasses yours. Long Yi said in a perfunctory manner. He wasn't a little boy with an excessive sense of justice. Helping depends on what to help. Involving himself in the dispute of Dragon Clan was undoubtedly very unwise. Young girl naturally realized Long Yi was acting in a perfunctory manner, and said, your help will not be for nothing. I can promise you 3 conditions. As long as you raise them, I will absolutely try my best to accomplish them. Long Yi rolled his eyes, and again recalled that time when Empress, that lascivious fox had also requested him like this. Moreover, that developed into pledging to marry as well as Fox Clan subordinating under him. Generous give-and-take conditions. Could it be that this Dragon Clan's young girl also wanted so? Marrying a dragon as a wife, this was too valiant. Seeing Long Yi was strangely sizing up her body, young girl curiously asked, do you have any other demands? Long Yi smirked. Then looking at young girl's that demonic figure, he said, will you agree to any of my conditions? Of course. Young girl said in all seriousness. What if I say I want you to accompany me to sleep? Long Yi smirked and said, then prepared to dodge the fury of this young girl. But to his surprise, this young girl however asked confusedly, accompany you to sleep? Why? Can't you fall asleep alone? Long Yi instantly fell down. Could it be that she is still a pure and innocent little dragon? And he simply said bluntly, what I mean is, you becoming my woman. The young girl finally understood the meaning of Long Yi, and her complexion immediately changed and looked as if she was about to attack, but she used her strong self-control to suppress her impulse to punch the handsome face of Long Yi and send him flying. Then gnashing her teeth, she said, when you are stronger than me, I will consider it. The girls of Dragon Clan never accompany worthless wretch whose strength is lower than ourselves. Well, I was only joking, that's all. Do you think I want to take an old witch who is several thousand years older than me as my wife? Long Yi sneered. You two people glared at each other. refusing to yield an inch. "If there is nothing else, I am leaving first," Long Yi said and turned around to leave. But who would have thought that that young girl would block his path? "I'm sorry for just now, I hope you will help me." The young girl firmly bit her lower lip, her eyes clearly revealed grievance look. Long Yi lightly sighed, seeing a proud dragon becoming so meek and subservient to save her parents. He sincerely admired her. Merely. Long Yi slowly opened his mouth. "It's not that I don't want to help you, I am really powerless here, but I can promise you that, if one day my strength really surpass yours, moreover, I am still not dead, then I will help you." Young girl was dumbfounded, then gratefully looked towards Long Yi. She really hadn't misjudged him. This man was so young but his skill so high, and the most important thing was, he had several god beasts beside him. Perhaps he had some kind of relationship with several deities. Moreover, what she regarded as important was really not his skill. The reason why she wanted his skill to surpass her was because like that, he could at least be able to defend himself against Dragon Clan. And what she saw most important was his wisdom. Mankind has always been deceitful, so he might be able to rescue her parents using schemes and intrigues. The young girl took out a golden dragon-shaped bracelet from her wrist, then handing it over, she said, "If you encounter any difficulties afterwards, then open the transfer formation set up inside the bracelet. I will come to help you. Also please keep your promise. After your strength surpasses mine, you will accompany me to go and rescue my parents." Long Yi took the bracelet, then looking at the grateful expression of this Dragon Clan's young girl, he smiled and said, "Fine, since you are so persistently asking for a favor, I will reluctantly agree." He wore that golden bracelet on his wrist. This business could be counted as not too much of a loss. Later, if he had any dangerous situation, then he could just summon this female violent dragon. As for him surpassing her, who knows how long it would take. "Oh, that's right, my name is Long Yi. I still don't know your name?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "Liuzu, you can call me that." Liuzu answered. "Liuzu?" Long Yi raised his eyebrows and recalled 2 rows of weeping willows planted on both sides of the river bank. 2 people came out from the inner room. Only then, the girls began to relax. "Father." Seeing Long Yi, big-headed monster immediately used its immature voice to call, then rolled over to Long Yi's side. Long Yi squatted down, then patting the head of big-headed monster, he said, "Son, in this world, there is no never-ending banquet. Fate brought us, father and son together, but hereafter, you should stay beside your elder sister." The big-headed monster nevertheless didn't understand what Long Yi was saying. Mistakenly believing Long Yi teasing, it enjoyed, continuously rubbing his hand. "Second brother, do you want to leave my nephew?" Ziman Wuan asked in dissatisfaction. Long Yi sighed and said, "Little sister, this place is the home of big-headed monster. Only here it can grow up healthily. Could it be that you want it to follow us and learn humans' Gi and magic?" Ziman Wuan immediately had nothing to say. "Well, let's go." Now, there are only 10 days remaining for the time limit of 2 months to be over. If we missed this time, then I can see all of you wailing for not being able to return. Long Yi stood up and said with a smile. He took a look at big-headed monster, this son who had spent a period of time with him. After that, he led girls towards outside the palace. "Father, wait." Seeing the leaving figure of Long Yi, big-headed monster reluctantly looked towards the golden wall of this glorious dragon palace, then followed after Long Yi. Liuzu intricately sighed, then a golden light from her hand entered the body of big-headed monster, immediately causing big-headed monster to collapse on the ground and sleep. Long Yi turned around, then couldn't help but said, "Liuzu, be sure to take good care of Big Head." "Rest assured, he is my younger brother, I will definitely take good care of him." "I thank you for taking care of him for this period of time. I have already opened the barrier outside, excuse me for not sending you off." Liuzu picked up Big Head from the ground, and indifferently said to Long Yi and others. Long Yi nodded his head, then, leading everyone, he flew out of the river. Just after they came out, the river closed and the rapid current surged forward again. "Let's return home," Long Yi waved his hand, then began walking in the front. Come to speak of it, he had a great harvest in illusory magic forest. Not only did he see legendary kobold clan, he even obtained fire god beast Fire Kylan, moreover had unexpectedly recognized a dragon as his son. Long Yi and others were filled with joy, while returning hurriedly. After staying in this illusory magic forest for more than a month, they were already fed up with this kind of savage life without any comfortableness of Holy Magic Academy. But before they had walked away too far, Long Yi in the front suddenly stopped his steps, and reflexively raising his head, he looked towards the sky and saw a golden shadow flying past in the sky, and immediately disappeared towards the direction of the great river where Liu Zhu was staying. Chapter 192, Dragon Clan's Elder. Long Yi, what happened? Seeing Long Yi had suddenly stopped, Ling Feng couldn't help but ask. Long Yi frowned and pondered, then shaking his head, he said, looking at that golden light, it seemed not very good. It's good to see a golden light, as golden light indicates good luck. This shows that we will definitely be able to safely return to Holy Magic Academy. Shui Ruoyan happily said. Is that so? Long Yi muttered, and again began to move his steps. But after walking 2 steps, Long Yi stopped again, then with his complexion suddenly changing, he said, not good, you all continue to walk forward, I will return to the Dragon Palace to take a look, don't come over, Ling Feng, stay with them. Finished speaking, Long Yi took a little 3, violent lightning beast and Fire Kylan then dashed towards the great river. Just after that golden light had flashed by, Long Yi had sensed a wisp of aura, and only now he realized that that aura was Dragon's aura. It seems Divine Dragon Clan had again dispatched a dragon to inspect. Perhaps they've already realized the existence of Liu Zhu and Big Head. Not long after, Long Yi arrived at the river bank, and seeing there was not even a bit of unusual movement in the river water, he couldn't help but hesitate for the moment. If it was really the elder of Divine Dragon Clan, then wouldn't he just be courting death if he rashly went in? In the moment when Long Yi was hesitating, a golden light shot up, and in the sky behind Long Yi, who was looking towards the river bank, an old man with golden pupils and golden hair wearing jade clothes sewn with gold thread appeared. He had placed both of his hands behind, and his eyes revealed the might of looking down on the entire world. The eyes of Long Yi flashed, and he suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Oh God!" Then venerably looked towards that old man in the sky, but countless thoughts were flashing through his brain. Looking at the appearance of this old dragon, he shouldn't have discovered Liu Zhu's siblings. Perhaps, Liu Zhu noticed him first, so she hid in advance. Little 3 and other behind Long Yi also sensed the thought of Long Yi and laid on the ground without any movement. This old man stared at Long Yi, and his dragon might unexpectedly oppressed Long Yi, making him gasp for breath. His chest felt stuffy and he nearly spat blood. This was the gap between their strength. In front of this old dragon who had lived for several 10,000 years, the strength of current Long Yi was undoubtedly just like that of a child in front of an adult. "Who are you? Why did you come here?" The vigorous voice of this old man exploded in the ear of Long Yi, ringing his eardrum. "This old bastard, your grandmother." Long Yi covered his ears and rained curses in his heart. "Your father, I have finally see you clearly, you damned dog-ass god. Who your father, I am is not your goddamn business." Long Yi also lost his temper, and rained down curses. If this was his previous incarnation doing a mission, then he might have restrained himself and pretended to be a grandson, but he was also very arrogant to the bones. And he also thought that this old man who had lived for several 10,000 years would not go out of his ways to deal with him. Sure enough, the elder of Dragon Clan frowned and muttered, "Petty human." Finished speaking, he prepared to leave. He felt that, with his noble status, staying here with this inferior creature for even a second was a disgrace. And just when this old man of Dragon Clan withdrew his dragon might, his golden pupils suddenly opened wide. Then with a flash, he instantly arrived in front of Long Yi. Then the claw of Dragon Clan's elder as if lightning clutched the right wrist of Long Yi. Then directly staring at that dragon-shaped bracelet on his wrist, he ferociously said with dense killing intent. Petty human, quickly speak, where did you obtain this bracelet? Long Yi only felt as if an iron clamp was clamping his wrist. Even the defense of his internal force unexpectedly wasn't able to defend against this, and he sweated cold sweat due to pain. I say, aren't I saying I will speak? This is a love token given to me by my wife. Long Yi spoke, then without waiting for the reaction of this Dragon Clan's elder, he suddenly used bone contract skill he had not used for a long time, and freed his hand from the claw of this elder. After that, Fire Kylan, Violent Lightning Beast and Little Three immediately changed into their true form and got into attack position. Dragon Clan's elder looked at Long Yi, who was being protected by three god beasts, in surprise, then again looked at his palm, as if he was not able to understand how this human was able to escape his iron claw. God Beast Fire Kylan, humph. Today, if you don't tell me where you obtain this bracelet, then even if Fire Goddess herself came in person, don't imagine that she will be able to save you. The elder of Dragon Clan coldly snorted. Hey, I already said that my wife gave it to me, but I can do nothing about it if you don't believe. Long Yi smirked and said, looking towards the elder of the Dragon Clan. Reckless human. The Dragon Clan's elder angrily said, then shoot out a golden light towards the chest of Long Yi. Long Yi was already prepared for this, and dodged using Great Cosmos Shift, but the golden light scraped his clothing, unexpectedly penetrating through his spirit power and internal force defense outside his body without any obstruction. At that time, Fire Kylan spat out God Fire towards Dragon Elder, and Violent Lightning Beast casted Lightning Forbidden Magic. Then, Purple Lightning and Blazing God Fire fiercely attacked towards Dragon Elder. Dragon Elder just snorted, and with a burst of dazzling golden light emitted from his body, he unexpectedly turned into a huge golden dragon. After that, he spat out golden dragon flame to offset the God Fire of Fire Kylan. As for the Lightning Forbidden Magic of Violent Lightning Beast, he took it head-on as if it was nothing. Next, he whipped Violent Lightning Beast with his dragon tail and sent it flying, and with the surplus might of destroying heaven and exterminating earth, his dragon tail continued to sweep towards Long Yi. Just when Long Yi had begun to use Great Cosmos Shift to dodge, he was hit, then spitting out blood. He was also sent flying, his internal organs spasm and entangled together due to this hit. Long Yi, second brother. Several screaming sounds resounded. As it turned out, after sensing that worldly might, Ling Feng and others understood that Long Yi had met an accident, so ignoring the warning of Long Yi, they rushed over and just happens to see Long Yi sent flying by the attack of the huge golden dragon. Ling Feng immediately flew over to catch Long Yi, but she didn't know that Long Yi still had huge remaining impact force, causing even her to be sent flying after the collision. Blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth, and that internal injury she had obtained from that attack of Liu Zhu, which was not thoroughly healed, relapsed again due to the surplus impact force of Dragon Elder's attack. After that, Zimin Wuan and Su Oyan scrambled to catch two people. And now, looking at the state of battle between Fire Kylan and Dragon Elder, it was obvious that Fire Kylan really wasn't his opponent. Bang! The attack of Dragon Elder caused Fire Kylan to fall from the sky to the ground. Without Fire God's Spirit Tablet, even 10 Fire Kylan isn't my opponent. Dragon Elder proudly said. Youngster, I will give you the last chance. Tell me the origin of the bracelet, otherwise you and your companions will be buried here. Coldly staring at Long Yi, Dragon Elder coldly said. Long Yi tightly clenched his hand into a fist and vowed, if he didn't die today, then one day, he would return this multiple folds with thanks. He touched the dragon-shaped bracelet in his wrist and felt somewhat complicated. Does he really have to speak? If it was him alone, then he believed that he still could find an opportunity to run away, but if he ran now, then what about them? He couldn't leave them to die here. When Dragon Elder really wanted to kill them, a shadow began to condense in the sea of consciousness of Long Yi. Chapter 193, A Kiss. Seeing the appearance of the shadow, Long Yi involuntarily became delighted. This mysterious fellow, who was sealed inside the demonic stone for unknown numbers of years, perhaps had a way to escape from this disaster. After all, as a host, if he were to die, then it would be just as bad for this shadow too. The Dragon Elder reverted back to human form, then stared at Long Yi with an ice-cold gaze, as if he was staring at petty mole cricket and ants. Then stretching his hand, he tightly clutched the neck of Long Yi. Cracking sound resounded as he suddenly tightened his hand, and veins became visible on the forehead of Long Yi. And because of the obstruction on the smooth flowing of his blood and qi, now his handsome face became purple. Ziman Wuan and Shui Ruoyan sadly screamed, then holding their magic wand high up in the air, when they were about to use a magic attack. They didn't know what magic this Dragon Elder used, but the spirit power of both of them was instantly exhausted. Then they powerlessly collapsed on the ground. "Youngster, since you didn't cherish the chance I gave you, then sleep eternally here," Dragon Elder coldly said with a smile. Blood spilled out from the corner of Long Yi's mouth, and while angrily staring at this Dragon Elder, his eyes began to slowly become blurred. "Take out Holy Light Jade from inside your space ring, it will protect your life," the shadow in his sea of consciousness indifferently said. "Fuck, why didn't you say it earlier?" Long Yi cursed in his heart. Then forcibly circulating his spirit power, he threw out Holy Light Jade from inside his space ring. After Holy Light Jade came out, it immediately released a dazzling white light, floating in the sky, and simultaneously, Little Three suddenly issued a vigorous and drawn-out tiger roar. Then its white pupil emitted terrifying radiance, which coordinated with Holy Light Jade from afar. This actually made Dragon Elder not dare to look face to face. "Light Spirit Tablet," Dragon Elder muttered as if he was out of his wits, and didn't dare to believe expression on his face. His big hand unconsciously loosened, and merely stared blankly at Holy Light Jade in the sky. After a long time, Dragon Elder came to his sense, and looked at gasping for breath Long Yi with a complex gaze. And seeing Long Yi's those black pupils that could cause people's heart to palpitate, he couldn't help but felt threatened in his heart. This human youngster truly gave him many surprises. Not only was he unusually endowed with talent, he had Fire God Beast and Light God Beast beside him. Moreover, he unexpectedly possessed Light Spirit Tablet too. In the future, he feared Blue Wave's continent will have an eventful period. Even their dragon clan might be involved because of today's matter and change greatly. Thinking this, dense killing intent that could make people's heart to go cold resurfaced in the eyes of this Dragon Elder once again. His expression fluctuated for a little while, then the Dragon Elder sighed lightly, and his figure changing into a golden light, disappeared into the horizon. Long Yi finally sighed out of relief, but he however was coldly looking towards the direction where this Dragon Elder had disappeared. One day he will return back the humiliation of this day hundredfold with thanks. Sharp pain coming from his internal organs made Long Yi let out a muffled groan. After that, he instantly sat down cross-legged, and enduring the pain, he circulated the true qi inside his danshan to treat the injuries. And this moment, Ziman Wuan and Shui Ruoyan had already recovered their spirit power, and Ling Feng had also struggled to sit up. And now, they were simultaneously looking at meditating Long Yi in distress. At that time, the river water not far away from them began to fluctuate, then a golden light came out from there and landed in front of everybody. Precisely was a female dragon, Liu Zhu. She looked at everybody with apologetic eyes, and finally her gaze fixed on Long Yi's that stained with blood handsome face. Tiger Cub Little Three held Holy Light Jade in its mouth and walked over to Long Yi, and the expression of Liu Zhu suddenly changed grayly. Moreover, she nearly screamed. After that, her two beautiful eyes fixedly stared at Holy Light Jade in the mouth of Little Three. Originally she was wondering why Dragon Elder had easily spared the life of Long Yi and others, and it turned out because of this Holy Light Jade. After that, Liu Zhu looked towards Long Yi and her expression involuntarily became somewhat unusual. Long Yi woke up from this meditation only after several days. Everybody was forced to look after him in turns in that period of time, and in order to avoid unexpectedly affecting the condition of Long Yi, even though they didn't know the secret of internal force, they knew that, right now, They absolutely shouldn't disturb Long Yi. This evening, it suddenly began to drizzle, in the dim light of a magic lamp. This very fine rain with the rustling sound of the leaves after being blown by strong wind appeared somewhat melancholy. The windy raining night could be said to roughly describe this kind of scene, with the barrier of Long Yi surrounding them. They didn't have to fear getting soaked from this light rain. Ling Feng turned sideways reclining on the grassland, and watched all over Long Yi with an infatuated gaze. Firmly engraving this man in her maiden heart, she smiled sometimes, and pursed up her lips sometimes. Her expression fluctuated as if looking at flowers while riding a horse. Suddenly, Long Yi opened his eyes. First, he heard pleasant to hear pitter-patter rain sound, and saw blankly staring at him Ling Feng. After that, he lightly spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Now his internal injuries were almost healed. Langr. Long Yi softly called out. Ling Feng immediately came to her sense, and seeing Long Yi was already awoken, she was pleasantly surprised, but immediately became motionless again and unexpectedly began shedding tears. Long Yi. Ling Feng also called out. Long Yi slightly surprised, then he spread open his arms, and said with a smile, "Why are you motionless? Quickly come over here and give me a hug." Ling Feng immediately ran over and jumped into the bosom of Long Yi, then tightly embraced the waist of Long Yi with her small hand. "Long Yi, wasn't I very useless? I always thought that I am very powerful, but now I find that I cannot help you in anything. When you are in danger, I can only watch from the sidelines," Ling Feng said from the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi lightly patted Ling Feng in his bosom and said, "Don't say such things. If you say such things, then that will make me even more ashamed. I am your man, but wasn't able to protect you. Isn't that even more useless?" "No, it's not. You are strongest in my heart. There will come a day when you will be standing at the pinnacle of this world," Ling Feng hurriedly said. "Well, hereafter I forbid you to say such words. Don't think too much. As long as you obediently be Long Yi's woman, it's fine," Long Yi softly said. Then holding on to Ling Feng, he rolled on the ground and indistinctly felt sleepy. The heart of Ling Feng was filled with sweetness, then nestling into the bosom of Long Yi, she felt as if she had already found her world. And not hearing Long Yi speaking for a long time, Ling Feng raised her head from his bosom and found that he had already fallen asleep. Ling Feng sweetly smiled, then gently tried to wipe of bloodstain and dusts from his face and carefully looked at her man. This was her, Feng Ling's man, although she was only one of his women, and at this time, she secretly made up her mind that she would strive to cultivate and become Long Yi's indispensable left or right arm. Ling Feng lightly pushed down the body of Long Yi, then her little hand caressed his forehead, eyes, nose and lips. After that, Ling Feng stared at the lips of Long Yi. His lips still had a slight smile he had before he had fallen asleep and appeared very warm. The heart of Ling Feng suddenly jumped, then she looked all around just like a thief. Then lowering her head, she lightly kissed the lips of Long Yi. Ah! Suddenly, a trembling scream pierced through the night sky. Chapter 194. Identity exposed. Ling Feng immediately raised her head and saw Yinian standing beside her tent with shocked, grief and indignation expression. Long Yi also woke up with a start because of the scream of Yinian. He opened his eyes and looked around, and happens to saw Shui Ruoyan and Zimin Wuan coming out from their respective tents. "Ling Feng, I've never thought that you actually liked man, you." Yinian pointed at Ling Feng with her quivering hand, then rushed into her tent while crying. Zimin Wuan stealthily chuckled looking at the funny face of Long Yi. Here, only she knew that Ling Feng was actually a girl. Perhaps they two were already doing sneaky things. Thinking this, she again couldn't help but rolled her eyes, revealing gloating over other people's misfortune expression. Shui Ruoyan however didn't know this, and hearing the words of Yinian, moreover seeing Ling Feng and Long Yi ambiguously cuddling together at this moment, her complexion suddenly changed. She gloomily went over to the front of Long Yi and Ling Feng, then tearing away Ling Feng from the body of Long Yi, she angrily said, "Both of you are grown men, so how can you be like this?" No wonder Yinian misunderstood. Long Yi sat up, then said with a smile, "Yin isn't misunderstanding. I and Ling Feng are truly a harmonious couple." Immediately, Shui Ruoyan was dumbstruck, and said stutteringly, I don't believe it. Don't try to trick me." "Don't believe, then see." Long Yi firmly kissed the lips of Ling Feng in his bosom, and under panic and embarrassment, Ling Feng tried to struggle free, but Long Yi held her tight, and she was unable to move at all. Gradually her mind became blank, beginning to respond somewhat shakily. "What about now?" Long Yi moved his lips away, then asked Shui Ruoyan with a smile, and Ling Feng however powerlessly collapsed in his bosom. Shui Ruoyan trembled and shook her head. Then biting her lower lip, she said in a trembling voice, "Long Yi, you idiot." Finished speaking, she turned around and rushed into her tent. At this time, Ling Feng recovered a bit her strength, then pinching the waist of Long Yi with her jade fingers, she angrily said, "So hateful, how can you make such joke?" Long Yi smirked and begged for mercy while laughing, then catching her little hands, he didn't let her use her divine fingers. Looking at these two people laughing noisily, Zemin Wuan was rather upset in her heart. She went over to Long Yi and sat beside him, then bumping her shoulder against him, she said, "Smelly second brother, you are having fun here, but now, teacher Sui Ruoyan and Yin are broken-hearted to death." Long Yi laughed and shrugging his shoulder, she said, "Yin might somewhat be unable to accept, but Shui Ruoyan is very intelligent, so I don't believe that she will not be able to figure this out." Just after he said, they saw Shui Ruoyan furiously coming out from inside her tent. Just now, the more she thought the more she found this abnormal. Long Yi, this promiscuous fellow obviously was only interested in girls, so how could he suddenly start to like men? Moreover, looking at the expression of Zemin Wuan, it seems she was not surprised at all, instead had ridicule expression. As a result, after careful thinking, she felt something was wrong. Shui Ruoyan angrily glared at Long Yi, then towards Ling Feng. Then after carefully sizing up the delicate and pretty face of Ling Feng, she suddenly said, "Ling Feng, speak honestly, aren't you a woman?" Ling Feng was startled, and somewhat hesitated to whether answer her or not in the bottom of her heart. But she thought, now that she had already reached this point, there was no reason to hide any longer. Moreover, now it was truly getting hard to handle Yin, so after clearly stating her identity, she might truly give up. Thinking this, Ling Feng hesitantly nodded her head. I knew it, every day, you two were always together with arms around each other's shoulder. I should have already guessed that you two have a problem." Shui Ruoyan didn't know why but felt relief in her heart, and also felt somewhat sour in her heart. Long Yi and Ling Feng looked at each other and smiled, then involuntarily recalled the time of the academy when they were close brothers. Now with the present relationship between them, perhaps they wouldn't have that kind of feeling hereafter. Thinking this, they felt somewhat regretful. "Teacher Shui Ruoyan, you know, Fengling is very beautiful, her eyes are blue just like the pure blue sky, I am very envious of them." Zemin Wuan said. "Fengling, Ling Feng, so that's how it is." Shui Ruoyan suddenly understood, then again looking towards Zemin Wuan, she said discontentedly, "Wuan, you already knew, but why didn't you tell me? Do you still regard me as a teacher?" Zemin Wuan happily smiled and said, "If I treat you as a teacher, then it certainly is inappropriate, as you are my sister-in-law." Shui Ruoyan blushed, then she stealthily shot a glance at Long Yi, but she saw that he didn't even have the slightest reaction, and her heart suddenly stifled. She truly wanted to ruthlessly kick him. This smelly fellow obviously liked her. In those days, he frequently took cheap advantages of her, but now he doesn't want to take responsibilities for those cheap advantages. Don't imagine that it's possible. "Wuan, call me big sister hereafter," calling teacher appears too unfamiliar. Shui Ruoyan sulked in her heart, and stepping forward, she held the hand of Zemin Wuan and said with a smile, "Okay, then I will truly call you big sister hereafter." Zemin Wuan lightly smiled and said. Then she freed her hand from the hold of Shui Ruoyan, leaving no trace. Shui Ruoyan nevertheless didn't sense the attitude of Zemin Wuan was somewhat wrong. She turned around and curiously looking at Fengling, she said, "Little sister Fengling, can you let big sister see your true appearance?" Fengling smiled and nodded her head. After that, her face distorted, and her delicate and pretty face suddenly become lovely enough to cause the fall of the city. Her pupils and hairs changed into light blue in color, and her fairy-like beautiful face unexpectedly had a special kind of flavor with men's magic robe. Shui Ruoyan was stunned watching Fengling, who was not any inferior to herself, and muttered, "Little sister Fengling, you are truly beautiful. No wonder Long Yi, this lecher, is so infatuated with you." Fengling indifferently smiled, then warmly looking at Long Yi, who had a bad smile on his face, she said, "Long Yi isn't crazily infatuated with me, I am crazily infatuated with him." Long Yi smiled, his man's vanity was greatly satisfied. Fengling, this girl can truly be an intimate good darling. Shui Ruoyan was astonished in her heart. When Fengling was speaking, she was natural and at ease. There wasn't any shyness or embarrassment. And again looking at Long Yi's that intoxicated as if a drunken toad-like expression, she began to understand in her heart that Fengling was able to obtain a proper place in the heart of Long Yi with her unique charm. "Second brother, are you alright now?" Zemin Wuan beside Long Yi softly asked. "Do you see anything wrong with my appearance?" Long Yi smiled and asked, "Well, after you woke up, you only considered Fengling and even forget your little sister." Zemin Wuan banteringly grumbled. She also didn't understand her current mentality. Was it normal or abnormal? She didn't dare to think much about it. Long Yi's big hand rubbed the head of Zemin Wuan and said dotingly, "This girl, you are eating the vinegar of even your sister-in-law." "Jealous? Who asked you to forget your sister just because you have a woman?" Zemin Wuan pursed up her lips and said, "T.L. Jealous, eating vinegar? If you want to learn more about eating vinegar, then go to http://www.ikinslearning.com/blog/why does eating vinegar mean being jealous elementary. Who said I forget you? Even after you get married and have children, you will still be my good little sister." Long Yi said with a smile. Zemin Wuan lowered her head and remained silent, but absent-mindedly catch the corner of Long Yi's clothing. When Long Yi was about to speak, from the corner of his eyes, he saw Yinian with deathly pale face blankly looking at Ling Feng, who had become an outstanding beauty. Fengling. In fact, they hadn't used sound insulation barrier, so their every remark was definitely heard by Yinian, who was inside the tent. He had done this deliberately. The emotion matter's most taboo thing was not making perfectly clear, especially when this was basically an impossible love. Meeting the wrong person in wrong time, Fengling also had to bear a large part of the responsibility. Who asked her act to provoke others with no sense of priorities? Fengling lightly sighed, then slowly walked in the rain towards Yinian, then opened a barrier to shroud both of them. "Yinian, let's talk." Fengling looked at despaired Yinian face to face, then led along Yinian, who looked as if puppet, towards a distant place. Zemin Wuan however didn't know why, but her mood was rather not very good. Then bidding farewell, she turned around and left, leaving behind only Shui Ruoyan and Long Yi. Long Yi again laid down, watching the very light rain in the night sky, unknown what he was thinking about. "Has someone ever told you that you are very narrow-minded?" Shui Ruoyan kicked Long Yi's heel and gloomily said. Long Yi looked at Shui Ruoyan and raising his brows, he said, "What? Aren't you asking while knowing the answer? You are taking revenge on me, right?" Shui Ruoyan snorted. "Revenge? Why would I want to take revenge on you?" Long Yi curiously asked. Because I treated you like that before." Shui Ruoyan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She and Long Yi were basically at when conditions were ripe, success was naturally achieved, but because she was a little bit reserved and not resigned, often getting into conflict with him, Long Yi, this smelly bastard, intentionally treated her coldly. She knew that he was pretending, making her gnash her teeth and wanted to tear off a piece of his body. "How did you treated me? How come I don't know anything about it?" Long Yi strangely asked again, revealing a slight smile on his face. "Bastard!" Shui Ruoyan bit her lower lip, then firmly kicking the calf of Long Yi, she angrily went into her tent. This girl, not surprisingly, has violent tendencies. Long Yi stroked his calf, but he nevertheless had a smile on his face. Just then, Little 3, Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast ran over to Long Yi. Long Yi took the holy light jade from the mouth of Little 3, then turning it around and around, he recalled the words of that dragon elder. This was indeed Light Spirit Tablet. But does Dragon Clan also believes in Light God? If not, then why did that dragon elder immediately run away after he saw this holy light jade? From the words of Dragon Elder, Long Yi was able to make guesses. At that time, when Dragon Elder had knocked down Fire Kylan, he had said that without Fire God's Spirit Tablet, God Beast Fire Kylan was a trash. From these words, God Beast and Spirit Tablets should have certain kind of relation. Then from the reaction of Little 3 and Dark Magic Jade and Holy Light Jade, will he be able to discover few things? Chapter 195, Holy Magic Academy's Love Storm. Long Yi studied the Holy Light Jade in his hand, but wasn't able to find any clue. Every time when he felt that the truth seemed to slowly surface, it always diverged to some extent with his guess. Don't know when, but the light rain had already stopped and time also slowly passed with Long Yi being lost in thought. Now a glimmer of light began to appear on the east horizon, heralding the arrival of new day. The figures of Yinian and Fangling appeared in the view of Long Yi. He didn't know what they talked about, but these two people unexpectedly talked for more than half of the night. The complexion of Yinian was still not very good, but it was a lot better than before. Just imagine, she, a girl, unexpectedly discovered that the boy whom she had persistent unrequited love was unexpectedly a girl just like herself. Her feeling of that time was certainly not good at all. Not becoming hysterical was already pretty good. "What did you talk about?" Long Yi asked Fangling. "Why do we have to tell you about our girl's matter?" Fangling rolled her eyes and said, and her electric glance intoxicated Long Yi. Seeing Long Yi's infatuated appearance, Fangling chuckled, and she felt happy as well as proud inside her heart. But she suddenly recalled a matter and said, "Long Yi, we don't have much time left. The time period of 2 months is going to end very soon. If we don't rush over to transfer formation, then we might be in trouble." Long Yi nodded his head. Although he was certain that this illusory magic forest was not an independent space, rather it existed in the certain corner of Blue Wave's continent, but even with the help of female dragon Liu Zhu, finding the exit and returning to Mi Principality would certainly be very troublesome. Long Yi clapped his hand and called out to girls, "Everybody, if there is nothing else to do here, then let's set out early. There is not much time left now." All girls expressed they had no problem. All of them also didn't want to spend the savage life in this illusory magic forest for 2 years. As if she knew that Long Yi and others were about to leave, Liu Zhu came out from the Dragon Palace in the bottom of the river, truly looking as if an agile and elegant willow catkins. Liu Xu. Liu Zhu came beside Long Yi. Perhaps because of that holy light jade, now she was watching Long Yi with a little bit peculiar gaze. Long Yi, however, was unaware. He was rather contented in his heart, guessing whether this female dragon was also having a bit of favorable impression towards him or not. "Liu Zhu, is Big Head alright?" Long Yi suddenly recalled Big-Headed Monster who frequently stuck together with him, so he asked, feeling concern. Liu Zhu nodded her head and indifferently said, "He is very fine." "Miss Liu, can't you let me see my nephew again?" Ziman Wuan asked, feeling somewhat discontented. "Now is still not good, lest he will kick up a row wanting to go with you," Liu Zhu said. Long Yi naturally knew the concern of Liu Zhu, and he said, "Since that being the case, we are going. Hopefully, we'll see you again." So, 5 people and 3 beasts hurried back the road from where they had come. "Long Yi, don't forget, if there is any problem where you need my help, activate the transfer formation of the bracelet." Liu Zu's voice drifted into the ears of Long Yi. After rushing for 10 days, Long Yi and his group finally returned to their former place. Thankfully, the transfer formation still existed. Moreover, 2 teachers were worriedly looking all around. When they saw Long Yi and his group, they finally let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, Long Yi had already placed Little 3 and others inside his dark dimension space. And for the sake of avoiding confusion, Feng Ling also had again changed back into Ling Feng. Teacher Shui Ruoyan, you all are finally back. If you all were 2 more hours late, then you all would have to stay in this illusory magic forest for additional 2 years. Among them, one teacher said, "Are we the final group?" Shui Ruoyan asked. "Yes, you are the final group. If you don't return, then wouldn't Water Master Archmage turn the heaven and earth of Holy Magic Academy upside down?" Another teacher said with a smile. Shui Ruoyan smiled, then suddenly looked towards Long Yi. In the improvement of the relation between her and her grandmother Shui Linglong, Long Yi's contribution couldn't go unnoticed. "Oh, that's right. How was the harvest of your group?" this teacher asked again. Long Yi and other looked at each other, then they simultaneously laughed. Come to speak of it, they didn't obtain any divine weapons and so on things, but the experience of this time however was absolutely a valuable wealth. The legendary Kobold clan as well as their underground kingdom, Fire Kylan as well as Fire God's statue, the large-scale War of Ice Palace and Raging Flame Villa of 1,000 years ago, furthermore also a dragon clan, all of these were truly wonderful. Although the process was very dangerous, fortunately, they passed all of them. As for the harvest, Heaven's favorite Long Yi was undoubtedly the richest. The service of Kobold clan as well as the conditions of the female dragon, Long Yi had a premonition that these will be of great help to him in the future. After talking with these 2 teachers for a little while, Long Yi and his group finally entered the transfer formation. Then along with the view in front of their eyes blackening as well as weightlessness state for a brief moment, they had already arrived at the mountain behind Holy Magic Academy. Because they were the last group, practically all the people of the academy were in this mountain waiting for their arrival, so when the transfer formation lit up, and Long Yi and his group appeared, all the teachers and students there fervently applauded. Long Yi took a deep breath. Returning to the familiar environment, he felt relaxed. Long Yi. When Long Yi was in the process of waving his hand towards the onlooking teachers and students, suddenly a trembling voice came through the distance. Hearing that familiar voice, the body of Long Yi quivered lightly, then he turned around his head in ecstasy. He only saw a fiery red silhouette rushing towards him, then opening his arms wide open, he suddenly had a soft, warm and fragrant jade in his bosom. Smelling that light body fragrance, he knew that she was Long Linger who had gone to cultivate. Thinking about it, he and Long Linger had separated for 3 months. "Darling Linger, you came back?" Long Yi caressed the pitch-black hair of Long Linger, and feeling the slightly trembling body in his bosom, he muttered. From the aura being emitted from Long Linger, Long Yi understood that she had successfully stepped into Mage Realm. It seems that old man Pu Ziyuxi's cultivation method was somewhat effective. "Long Yi, I missed you very, very much." Long Linger firmly held Long Yi as if she wanted to enter into his body. These 3 months, as long as she stopped cultivating, the figure of Long Yi would appear, and she greatly missed him. This kind of sweet torment nearly made her go insane. So she ceaselessly cultivated again and again, as only cultivating would slightly weaken her missing sentiment. Has she fallen in love with this man? Isn't his man the man whom she had made up her mind to use her lifetime to take revenge upon? Long Linger didn't know. She had already fallen into the invisible big net which she had woven herself, sparing no effort. "I also missed you." When Long Yi said these words, neither his face was red nor was he breathing heavily, even though he had forgotten to miss her for a long period of time. Although the words of Long Yi were not whispers of love, however those words made her charming body hot. She raised her head, and looked at Long Yi with her autumn eyes which had a layer of hazy mist. The love affair of Long Linger and Long Yi was widely known to everyone after Long Yi had courted Long Linger in a shocking manner, and this time, Seeing these two people couldn't refrain from hugging each other before a big crowd, while mutually telling their yearning sentiment. This simply was a romantic scene from a romantic love story. This atmosphere instantly infected all the teachers and students, and soon looking at these two people looking at each other in a trance, don't know who took the lead, but everyone shouted, "Kiss her, kiss her." Instantly this shouting, as if the tide waves, exceeded the lineup of the time of courting. How about we command the popular support? We cannot disappoint everyone, right? Long Yi whispered in the ear of Long Linger. Long Linger's charming body trembled, and being somewhat lost in this tides of sound, she unexpectedly didn't reject, instead somewhat shyly had an expectation. Long Yi smiled, then slowly lowering his head, he firmly kissed the lovely pink lips of Long Linger. In this instant, both of them felt as if they had entered a kind of empty state. All the hubbub instantly disappeared, and in the entire world, only they two were left. Two people passionately kissed, their lips eagerly sucked, entangled, and kissed as if obsessed and intoxicated. Many female students had their hands clenched in front of their chest, and were charmed watching this pair of man and woman passionately kissing, as if they were the female lead, passionately kissing their beloved sweetheart with the blessing of many people. Afterwards, the entire Holy Magic Academy seemed to be enveloped in pink-color romantic love atmosphere. A couple of sweethearts reached to the clouds, setting an unattainable record in Holy Magic Academy. This record will not be broken for several thousands of years, leading to the beginning of romantic love storm in the Academy, and Long Yi became one of the distinguished personages as a romantic person in the history of Holy Light Academy through the ages. Naturally, this is the part of a story that is yet to come. The expression of Shui Ruoyan, Ling Feng and furthermore Zimin Wuan were different, and the expression of Lin Na was also somewhat complicated, and for no reason. She unexpectedly somewhat envied Long Linger. After an unknown period of time, the lips of Long Yi and Long Linger finally separated, but both of them were still tightly hugging each other. Suddenly, Long Yi picked up Long Linger, then apologetically looked at Ling Feng, and Ling Feng just shrugged her shoulders towards the action of Long Yi. Only gods know how jealous as well as sour she was feeling in her heart. Long Yi carried Long Linger in his arm, then soared up. After that his figure unexpectedly disappeared in the thin air. Space magic! Many teachers and students exclaimed. Even if one was Master Archmage, it was impossible for one to vanish without a trace like this. Even if they could achieve extreme speed in a linear direction for a certain distance, it was also impossible for them to achieve the same result as Long Yi, so only the space magician explains this clearly. As a result, the teachers and students of the Academy placed a high level of attention to the area of illusory magic forest where Long Yi and his group were assigned. All of them basically thought that Long Yi had found the books of space magic inside the illusory magic forest, thus learning the legendary space magic. More and more rumors circulated within the Academy, and according to the teachers, at that time, the group of Long Yi was late. So several teachers had gone to look for his group in the area where they were assigned, but they found no trace of Long Yi and his group, so some people concluded that they must have explored the unknown region and had fortuitous encounter there. Chapter 196, Gaining a Maid. Just after Long Yi holding Long Linger in his arms disappeared, Fire Master Archmage Pu Ziyusi also looked towards the direction where Long Yi had disappeared from a distant place and muttered, "This smelly kid, his rate of improving is truly terrifying. In another 2 years, it seems this old bones have to relinquish my post for someone better qualified." Long Yi holding Long Linger in his arms quickly landed in a luxurious inn. At that time, in this same inn, Long Yi and Long Linger were soaked in love, hate, hesitation and determination little by little. Also, this was the same place where Long Linger had offered herself willingly for the first time. Afterwards, Long Yi had rented this luxurious suite for a long term, not allowing other people to move in. With a bang, two cuddling people jumped onto the soft big bed inside the bedroom. Four eyes looked at each other, and their passionate breathing blew against the other's face. Then without speaking, two people enthusiastically hugged and kissed. After separating for too long, Both of them needed each other, and also needed, and without disguising, they began comforted their craving body and heart. Long Yi had been suppressing his for a long time. He naughtily as well as gently caressed the charming body of Long Linger, and just like an easy drive on a familiar path, he easily took off her clothing, leaving behind only small silk bra and panties. Now the greater part of her ivory glossed-like skin was completely exposed. Long Yi, oh! Long Linger moaned. Her jade hands were exploring around the sturdy body of Long Yi, and sensing the passion of Long Yi, a layer of pink cluster appeared around her body. Long Yi roughly breathed heavily, and hearing Long Linger's that overwhelming, his fire of lust burned even more. He got away from Long Linger's firmly sucking lips and tongue, then he licked her from her slender neck to all the way down, kissing that enchanting and also sexy cleavage. Then he teased her two breasts cherries which were separated by only an extremely thin bra, until they became visible after the bra was soaked. The breathing of Long Yi stagnated, then with his pupils suddenly enlarging, he undid her bra, revealing a pair of assertive and bright red pearls were proudly standing upright, bursting into bloom. Looking at this, Long Yi couldn't help burying his head in this soft land. Long Linger, and swayed her pretty waist, rubbing Long Yi's that burning hot little brother which was separated by his pants. Her private part was already soaked with her spring dew long ago. Feeling the burning hot hard thing between two legs, Long Linger swayed faster and faster. The stimulation on her breasts gave a strong impact in her private parts, and not long after, her charming body trembled non-stop, and her jade hands firmly grabbed the back muscles of Long Yi. Seeing the foreplay was enough, Long Yi could no longer control his. He pulled down Long Linger's panties, then stick in his spear inside a cave, and began sprinting vigorously. Ebb and flow. Don't know after how long, now both people as if mud were lying on the bed while hugging each other, and watermarks were everywhere on the bed. Now, the entire bedroom was also filled with a kind of after-love sessions ludora. Long Linger, who was tightly closing her eyes, unconsciously kissed the chest of Long Yi. Now her charming body was still slightly trembled frequently, clearly, her head yet to dissipate completely. After a good while, Long Linger sighed in satisfaction, and her consciousness again returned to her mind. Two people cuddled together and began to talk. Long Yi told her about the experience he had in illusionary magic forest, and hearing all of this, Long Linger was dumbstruck, and sighed for her bad luck. She didn't get to see legendary Kobold clan and their underground kingdom, and also that valiant dragon clan, and she was most interested in the dragon who was recognized by Long Yi as his son. She thought, if he is Long Yi's son, then wouldn't that make him her son too? Long Yi, do you know where teacher Pu Ziyusi took me and Lin not to cultivate? Long Linger turned over and leaning her entire body on Long Yi, she said, appearing mysterious. Where? Long Yi asked with a smile, while his big hand was moving about in Long Linger's smooth back and her pert buttocks. That smoother than silk feeling simply was a great enjoyment. Long Linger lightly got closer to Long Yi's ear and said, that place is called Flames Mountain and the temperature there was extremely high. Inside there unexpectedly was a high-class fire magical beast. Moreover, there unexpectedly was also a big tree of fire magic too. If you don't see with your own eyes, it's really hard to believe. Having heard what was said, Long Yi thought, Flames Mountain, isn't that the location of Raging Flame Villa thousands of years ago? He immediately asked, Linger, where is that Flames Mountain place? Inside the remote mountains near the Nelan Empire, but one cannot casually go into Flames Mountain. Teacher Pu Ziyusi said that place would open only once every 5 years. You don't know, but the fire magic element of that place is very dense. Long Linger excitedly said, open only once every 5 years? Long Yi muttered in his heart, and involuntarily became absent-minded. Two people laid on the bed till the day got dark, and only after their stomach began to protest, they recalled that they should eat dinner. And just when they were about to go out after they finished bathing, they heard Zeman Wuan shouting and also kicking the door. After opening the door, they saw Zeman Wuan and Lin Na. Long Linger hugged Zeman Wuan and said, Wuan, I missed you so much. Humphrey, When did you miss me? You and my second brother are similarly paying more attention to a lover than friends." Although the mouth of Zimin Wuan said so, but her eyes were clearly smiling happily. Long Linger lightly smiled, and releasing Zimin Wuan, she said, "You two haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go to have a meal together." "Yes, we are about to go to Charming Love Residence," Lin Na quickly said while glaring at Long Yi. "Charming Love Residence is a good place, merely that place receives only females. If we go to that place, then what about my husband?" Long Linger held the arm of Long Yi and said, "Just leave him here, he is already a grown man, can't he go alone to eat?" Lin Na stretched out her hand thinking to pull Long Linger, but Long Linger however dodged and refused to let Long Yi go. "But I don't want to separate from him, Lin Na, let's go to another place," Long Linger said with a smile. The knot between Long Yi and Lin Na, she naturally knew. In those 3 months, every day, if Lin Na didn't curse Long Yi several times, then she was unable to set her mind at rest. Long Yi watched Lin Na, who went against him in all respects, and said with a smile, "Fine, let's go to Charming Love Residence. But I will also accompany you all together. As long as I go, I am sure that the owner of Charming Love Residence will come in person to receive me," Long Yi confidently said. And by coincidence, he also wanted to see that stubborn little fox lady, Bertha. "Don't flatter yourself, I bet you will be driven off." Lin Na coldly snorted. "What do you bet?" Long Yi craftily looked at Lin Na and said. Lin Na was startled, seeing Long Yi's crafty eyes. She knew that this situation was not good, merely she didn't believe that Long Yi could enter Charming Love Residence. No need to mention about Bertha personally welcoming him. Thinking this, she again had confidence. She guessed that Long Yi was only showing strong outer appearance, so she said, "Whoever lost will be other party's servant for 1 week, no, 1 month." Long Yi secretly laughed and said, "Although I do not need a maid, moreover you also can't attend properly, but for your grandfather's face, I will agree." "Don't back out at that time." Lin Na rolled her eyes. "This smelly fellow, pretending as if it would cause great inconvenience if I became his maid. Backing out is a turtle." Lin Na extended her little finger. "What are you doing?" Long Yi raised his brows. "Pinky promise, we are sealing the promise so that we don't need to fear backing out," Lin Na said with a smile. "Childish." Long Yi was unable to resist smiling. "How old are you to still play this?" But he still stretched out his little finger and hooked with her little finger, then used the thumbs to seal the promise. After that, 4 people excitedly flew out of the back door of Holy Magic Academy towards Charming Love Residence. Not long after, they landed in front of the main entrance of Charming Love Residence. Lin Na looked towards Long Yi, then said with a smile, "Didn't you say the owner of Charming Love Residence will come in person to receive you? Now begin." Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, then clearing his throat, he suddenly used Sheline Lion Roar and said, "Little fox, I came, but you are still not coming to welcome me." A light golden light passed through the wall and moved forward. This sudden loud shout greatly frightened the guests inside. Moreover, the tables and chairs continuously shook due to this sound wave. "Second brother, you are awful, my ears almost deafened." Zimin Wuan covered her ears and said angrily. Long Yi smirked and said, "Rest assured, your second brother have a sense of propriety." "Long Yi, I think this time around you are definitely losing. Now I am feeling sorry for you thinking about what Lin Na would order you to do." Long Linger didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, "Long Yi, you are going to become my servant." Lin Na complacently laughed. Just then, the magic door of Charming Love Residence opened wide, and Fox Lady Bertha wearing snow-white clothing angrily came out. From the form of address of Long Yi, she knew that it was definitely him outside. This was the good fellow her Aunt Mi Empress repeatedly wanted to receive. "Bertha, long time long see. How are you? Did you gain weight?" Long Yi greeted Bertha. Looking at Long Yi, who had a bad smile, Bertha involuntarily had her heart palpitate, and again recalled that night of Barbarian Bull Clan's martial arts competition. She turned around and took a deep breath, suppressing her restless heart, then said, "You are finally willing to come looking for me. I thought you died in illusory magic forest." Longlinger and other girls' expressions suddenly changed. Listening to those words of Bertha, they felt, she was as if a grumbling of a wife. Could it be that Long Yi, this fellow has already hooked up with her? At that time, Bertha also became aware of the faulty wording of her words, but she didn't mean that way. Me Empress had once requested Long Yi to help them unify the entire Fox clan, and if he wanted to talk with them, then he could use that necklace to call me Empress, or he could just came to Charming Love residence to look for her. But Long Yi however didn't contact them for several months, and later they discovered that he had participated in the adventure convention of Holy Magic Academy, which was held only once every 2 years. "Bertha, aren't you going to invite us in?" Long Yi said with a smile. "Come with me." Bertha blushed and turned around. She also didn't know why, but as long as she saw Long Yi, her trained manners and experience would completely disappear without a trace. Listening to these words of Bertha, the mouth of Lin Na and other girls became O-shaped, and Lin Na wanted to sneak away now. God, becoming a maid of this fellow for a month, it is better to kill me off. Why am I so unlucky like this? Lin Na resentfully lamented in her heart. Chapter 197. Sauna bathing. Don't have any idea to escape now. You can run only if you don't plan to stay in me principality. Long Yi smiled and threatened her. Lin Na immediately paused, and then followed after them in dejection, hanging down her head. She couldn't help but blame herself in her heart. She clearly knew this smelly fellow's endless means, still, why did she persistently not become scared of evil forces? Now, she was reduced to his maid who had to follow his instruction. Moreover, she knew how he would create difficulties for her. Wouldn't this lecher ask her to warm his bed? According to the laws of Blue Wave's continent, as long as master demands, maids had the obligation to accompany him to the bedroom. If he put forward this demand, then what should she do? Thinking this, the beautiful face of Lin Na was boiling hot. Humphrey, if he dares to make such demand, then this miss will castrate him. Before Long Yi had said anything, Lin Na let her imagination run wild and was already planning to castrate him. The misses and madams of noble clans dining in Charming Love residence, seeing Long Yi, this very handsome man entering this place where even a male pet wasn't allowed to set foot on, all of them involuntarily stared at him curiously. Again seeing Long Yi's that trademark bad smile and that indescribable temperament, their eyes changed into heart-shaped, and some of the discontented ladies were even throwing seductive glances. These unhidden seductions provoked the jealousy of Longlinger, and she emitted fire magic elements, immediately elevating the temperature by several degrees. Bertha led Long Yi and others to the luxurious private room of the second floor. Long Yi curiously sized up all around. This Charming Love residence was decorated sufficiently, and had some quality. Merely the aim of this place was unknown, and only a 3-year-old child would believe the lies of me Empress. Long Yi, do you know Bertha? After Bertha went out to instruct something, Longlinger grabbed Long Yi and asked, I know, do you still need to ask? When I was in the Beastmen territory of Hengjuan Mountains, I got to know her. Long Yi smiled and confessed. The knew that jealous women could certainly pester endlessly, so he took the initiative to answer for good. You promiscuous ghost, attracting bees and butterflies everywhere. Lin Na fanned the fire from one side. Longlinger bit her lower lip, and didn't say anything. Long Yi was a romantic type person, and he showed compassion everywhere, so attracting a beautiful fox lady was also not surprising, but her heart was uncomfortable. If she had known earlier about this, then she wouldn't have come here. Long Yi smiled looking at furious Longlinger, and under the table, his big hand caught the hold of her small hand, then scratched the center of her palm with his finger. Longlinger firmly slapped off the big hand of Long Yi, then angrily glared at Long Yi, but the corner of her mouth had a smile. After eating to heart's content in Charming Love residence, the sky was already dark completely. Little fox, thanks for your hospitality, but this Charming Love residence should be more than just eating and drinking. Isn't there any other facility? Long Yi smiled and asked looking at Bertha. Bertha also smiled and said, "Naturally, we furthermore have our original sauna bath, and there is also a specialized young fox girl to attend. Do you all want to try sauna bath? How come I've never heard of this?" Zemin Wuan asked. The sauna bath has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Moreover, it also makes the entire body relax. It's very comfortable. You all should give it a try. Bertha smiled and explained. Other than facing Long Yi, she could basically maintain this amiable smile while talking with everyone else. Hearing Bertha's words, Zemin Wuan and other girls were suddenly eager to have a try. "How about I also join together with you all?" Long Yi smiled and said, "Go to hell." Three women simultaneously scolded in jest. The result, naturally Long Yi, a grown man, was by himself in the bathroom. When Long Yi entered into the wooden bathroom full of vapor, he couldn't help muttering, "Isn't this sauna bath of his previous incarnation? How was it invented in this different world?" Long Yi warped a towel around his waist, then lied on the wooden seat. After that, he removed the protection of his internal force and spirit power, and began sweating, once again experiencing the feeling of the sauna. Creak! The door of the bathroom was suddenly pushed open, but Long Yi didn't even open his eyes, as he already knew that Bertha, this little fox lady, would seize this chance to come over. Seeing Long Yi's naked sturdy body, Bertha's beautiful face became red, and that snow-white tail on her buttocks also couldn't help but quivered. She sat down a little farther from Long Yi, and said, "Long Yi, what do you think about my aunt's request?" Long Yi opened his starry eyes, then suddenly crying "Ayo!" he shouted, "I have a sore waist, back pain, and my muscles are stiff. Quickly come here and help me by massaging." "You!" Bertha got angry, but for the great cause of Fox Clan, she endured. When Bertha sat down beside Long Yi had already turned over and was lying on his stomach, revealing his sturdy back. Seeing those beads of sweats on the body of Long Yi, the heart of Bertha suddenly jumped, skipping a beat. Only now, she felt that the body of Long Yi emitted amazing attraction force, unexpectedly making her tongue and mouth somewhat dry. "Don't just look in a daze, massage me nicely, otherwise don't expect the payment," Long Yi teased. "Who is looking at your disgusting body? After a pork is sold once, no one wants it any longer." Bertha snorted, then her trembling little hands reached out towards the shoulders of Long Yi. She just made contact with his skin, but she trembled as if she got an electric shock. Now she could feel the explosive power hidden in his muscles. Bertha began to massage the shoulders of Long Yi. Feeling the small jade hands on his body, Long Yi comfortably let out a moan. Hearing this, Bertha blushed and her heartbeat accelerated, then she angrily said, "Don't shout randomly just like a pig about to be slaughtered. Hee, you don't understand the appreciation? Forget it. What were you asking just now?" Long Yi smiled and said, "I asked, what do you think about the request of my aunt?" Bertha asked again, "Oh, this matter, I didn't have any time to think about it. If you massage me nicely, then perhaps my body will relax and I might think over that matter clearly." Long Yi smirked and said. Bertha just snorted, but spared no effort to massage Long Yi, and again heard him instructing, "Use strength, again a little bit more, a little to the left side, a little to the right side." "Oh, very comfortable." Bertha massaged for half an hour. Now her hands were aching and were also tired. But still hearing Long Yi was talking nonsense, she couldn't help but firmly slapped his back. "Ayo, trying to kill your husband?" Long Yi hissed in pain and shouted loudly, "Talking nonsense, I will kill you." Bertha angrily rained down punches on the body of Long Yi. Don't hit, where are you hitting? My little brother has no enmity or hatred with you," Long Yi said to Bertha, and seeing her fist was punching towards his crotch, he immediately stopped her somewhat scheming little hands. Bertha clicked her tongue, then freeing her little hand from the big hand of Long Yi, she turned her back towards him. "I thought over the request of your aunt. The conditions are very attractive, merely among the beauties your Fox clan is presenting me. Does that include you?" Long Yi smirked and asked. "In your dreams, until my clan's 1,000 extreme illusions reach to a certain level, I cannot lose my virginity," Bertha blurted out, but soon after that, she noticed her wrong wordings, and wanted to take back her words, but it was already too late. "That means, after your 1,000 extreme illusions reached a certain level, you can follow me, right?" Sure enough, Long Yi grabbed her faulty wordings, and directly stared at her, that provocative figure. Bertha glared at Long Yi. Merely she felt that this topic of conversation was truly somewhat ambiguous, moreover with both of them alone in a single room, and Long Yi being half naked, this scene suddenly magnified this ambiguousness by several times. Long Yi knew that the joke was almost about to go too far, and if he teased her any more again, then this little fox would definitely slam open the door and leave. So withdrawing his smile, he seriously said, "I still haven't carefully considered the request of your aunt. You still haven't started to practice 1,000 extreme illusions, right?" "I'll give you my reply when you've completely mastered it to 100%. The heart of Bertha trembled. She didn't know whether Long Yi was intentional or not, but after she completely mastered it, wouldn't she be able to do that matter between men and women? Does his words still contain a layer of another meaning inside them? In fact, she had subconsciously blurted out the matter of 1,000 extreme illusions, but she had basically never thought that this would be the end result of that. Bertha nodded her head, then confusedly left the bathroom. However, Long Yi called her. "Is there anything else?" Bertha turned around and asked. Long Yi took out a snow-white fox fur robe from inside his space ring, then handing it over to Bertha, he said, "Thank you for your robe that evening. It was really very warm." Bertha looked at Long Yi with her sparkling eyes, and recalled the matter of that night. She also didn't know why she told him everything about her childhood, as well as when he fell asleep while listening to her recounting. She took off her fox fur robe that was making her warm and draped it over to him, then ran down the mountain while shivering in the cold. She had never expected her robe to be with him until now. Doesn't this mean he had a good impression of her? Bertha began to let her imagination run wild. Bertha didn't take this robe merely with a red face. She said, "This fox robe is a gift from me to you, keep it for yourself." After speaking, she turned around and ran out from the bathroom. Long Yi was dumbfounded, then looking at the woman's-style fox robe in his hand, he shook his head with a smile. "A gift to me?" Could it be that she was indirectly telling him to wear woman's-style robe? When it was late at night, Long Yi and his group came out from charming love residence, and now the skin of everyone was fair and tender. "Wow, this sauna is really comfortable. Next time, we should ask Bertha how they made it, then should make them in the academy too." Lin Na flung the drops of water from her hairs and said, "Yes, those fox ladies' technology is very good. Now my body is feeling comfortable to death, and I feel like I've even lost few jin of my weight." Long Linger also smiled and said. All the way back, three women chattered continuously about that strange sauna, leaving Long Yi out alone and cold. Lin Na was naturally returning home to sleep, and Long Linger wanted to go together with Long Yi to sleep, but Zimin Wuan pulled her away, saying she wanted to have some girls-only talk with her. Poor Long Yi was left alone again. Since he was all alone, Long Yi didn't intend to go back to the inn, as in the dormitory, a great beauty was waiting for him. Chapter 198, Yui, my love. Long Yi recalled Feng Ling's that devastatingly beautiful face and that distinctive temperament, then his heart suddenly became burning hot. Last time, in Illusory Magic Forest, he was unable to eat her, but tonight, he would not let her escape. Thinking this, Long Yi couldn't help accelerating his speed. Returning to the dormitory after 2 months, it was still completely neat and tidy, and the room was still filled with a faint fragrance, which made people feel very comfortable immediately upon entering. It seems, having a woman in the home was rather not a bad thing. Langr. Long Yi called out, but even after a long time, there was no answer. He used his spirit power to sense, and found that Feng Ling wasn't in the room. Long Yi despondingly sat on the sofa. He clearly had numerous beauties, but how come he was still reduced to the plight where he was alone in the empty lady's bedchamber? He didn't worry about Feng Ling. He was sure that she had gone to Intoxicated Fragrance Building, this dark church's stronghold of me principality. Although she had never told him about her status in dark church, but he guessed that her position was absolutely not low. She spent 2 months in illusory magic forest, so there must be many things in the church waiting for her to handle. Long Yi lied on the soft sofa, and stretching out his big hand, a bottle of wine automatically floated over to him from the liquor cabinet. Sipping a mouthful of this wine, Long Yi shook his head and muttered, thinking about it, the 100 Flowers wine of Elven Forest is most authentic. Thinking about Elven Forest, Long Yi involuntarily recalled lively, cute and good at understanding others, Lucia, that adorable elf princess. It's been so long, but how come that Barbarian Bull and that girl are not coming to see me? Barbarian Bull, that burly isn't stuck in his tender home village and indulging in pleasures, right? A land of warmth and tenderness is the grave of heroes. Long Yi thought. He truly missed these two, and missed the days when they were together. At this time, it was already before dawn, but Long Yi wasn't sleepy. Now, as if he was looking at flowers while riding a horse, all the scenes of the past after he arrived in this world appeared in his brain. There were happy and joyous moments, and also unsatisfactory moments. When the first light of morning appeared in the east, the door of the dormitory opened, and Feng Ling walked in. Then she shut the door. Long Yi, you came back. I thought you would be continuously entangling with Long Linger until dawn. The face of Feng Ling distorted, then changed back to her girl appearance. After that, she lightly smiled and barged into Long Yi's bosom. I missed you, so I came back. Long Yi smiled and caressed the light blue hair of Feng Ling. Who would believe it? It must be Long Linger kicking you out of the bed, Feng Ling said, then bit the thick and broad chest of Long Yi all of a sudden. With regarding such like action of Feng Ling, Long Yi immediately reacted. A burning hot stiff thing poked her soft underbelly, and caressing the back of Feng Ling, he lowered his voice. Ling, how about we go back to the bedroom to sleep? Feng Ling suddenly blushed. Her heart naturally agreed. Merely. Feng Ling stretched out her little hand and slipped into the pants of Long Yi, then grabbing that standing erect thick and long thing, she said apologetically, Long Yi, now I can't, that came. Long Yi blinked out, and his fire of lust immediately disappeared, then said with a hopeless smile, it's okay, wait until you're that went away, then I will see where you will run. The charming body of Feng Ling suddenly trembled, and she became silent. Seeing the reaction of Feng Ling, Long Yi had a bad feeling in his heart. He lifted the chin of Feng Ling, and saw that she unexpectedly was somewhat depressed and also exhausted. Ling, what happened? Long Yi asked in concern. Now, Long Yi was regretting for his previous action. Wasn't this sperm in the brain? He didn't even notice the unusualness of Feng Ling. T.L. note, sperm in the brain, thinking only about sex or sex addict or sex maniac. Feng Ling bit her lower lip and muttered suddenly, if you are unable to see me, then will you miss me? The entire body of Long Yi shook, then firmly holding the shoulders of Feng Ling, he opened his eyes wide and said in a trembling voice, do you want to leave me? I will absolutely not allow you to leave. Do you understand me? Seeing Long Yi's somewhat twisted handsome face, although Feng Ling felt very painful on her shoulder, however she endured it, and just comforted him softly. No, I don't want to leave you. Linger will not leave you throughout my life. Long Yi began to sober up a little. He didn't know why he had such a big reaction. Perhaps by determinedly leaving him had left a shadow in his heart. She was the first girl he had determined to protect, but she hid from him for nearly 2 years. Long Yi pulled Feng Ling in his bosom and said, is there some matter in Dark Church? Ling Feng nodded her head in the bosom of Long Yi and said, the Dark Church is in trouble, so I must go back for a while. Long Yi tightly hugged Feng Ling, and was rather depressed in his heart. Perhaps he also should go to Dark Church to pay a visit. Yui also hasn't come back for such a long time, and he also didn't know what was happening. Yui had escaped at that time in order to escape the marriage. Still, her master will not trap her being utterly devoted to the matter, right? But if that Pope's son forced her to marry, then it was very unlikely for Feng Ling to not tell him. While he was thinking, Feng Ling suddenly raised her head and chuckled, among the people of our dark church came today. Perhaps there was someone you are missing very much." The eyes of Long Yi flashed, and holding the hand of Fengling, he excitedly said, "Don't tell me that, don't tell me that she is Yu." Seeing the excited expression of Long Yi, the heart of Fengling somewhat stifled. Now, she suddenly wanted to know, among Leng Yu and herself, who was heavier and who was lighter in the heart of Long Yi. But she was an intelligent girl, and intelligent girl knows how to please her husband and not make him feel vexed. "You can go and see." "I don't know." Ling Feng blinked her beautiful blue eyes, and immediately tell him the address. Long Yi jumped up, and just when he was about to rush out, he suddenly stopped, then turning around, he tightly hugged Feng Ling and kissed her lips, then said, "Ling, thank you." Feng Ling touched her lips, and looking at the disappearing back view of Long Yi, that little bit of jealousy in her heart also disappeared without a trace. With those words, even if she was sent down to the 9th layer of the hell, that was worth it for her. Long Yi arrived at a luxurious inn according to the address given to him by Fengling. Then arriving at the room he was told by Fengling, he touched the door of the room, then discovered a layer of a powerful barrier. "Who's there?" A hoarse voice came from inside the room. Long Yi was dumbfounded. "Not Leng Yu." The voice of Yu is millions upon millions times pleasant to hear compared to this voice. "I'm sorry, I was mistaken." Long Yi was disheartened as he answered, then turning around, he wanted to leave. Just then, the door of this room opened, and a figure shrouded all over by a black gown appeared in the doorway. "Long Yi." The voice of this shadow suddenly became crisp and fresh, and also was trembling. The footsteps of Long Yi instantly stopped, and immediately turned around in ecstasy. "That's right, this can't go wrong. This is the voice of Leng Yu." This figure lifted the cover of her head, revealing a young and incomparably ordinary face. This was precisely the appearance of Leng Yu when he had seen her for the first time. This ordinary appearance had naturally left a deep impression on Long Yi, and not waiting for her to change back to her true appearance, Long Yi rushed over and hugged Leng Yu, then with a light kick, he closed the door. At this time, Leng Yu had already changed back into her true appearance. It seems this magic, changing appearance magic, was the distinguishing feature of Dark Church. Leng Yu firmly hugged the waist of Long Yi, rubbed her beautiful face on the chest of Long Yi and infatuatedly inhaled Long Yi's that manly aura which she hadn't been able to smell for a long period of time. This is the smell I missed to death." Leng Yu nestled in the bosom of Long Yi and muttered. Long Yi raised the beautiful face of Leng Yu, then kissed her. This soft and sweet fragrance was truly the unique taste of Leng Yu. The two people kissed each other until their lips and tongues were numb, and only after that, they reluctantly separated. Long Yi sat on the sofa and Leng Yu sat in his thigh with her legs holding his waist. Both of them tightly hugged each other, absorbing the unique aura of each other. "Yu, you bad girl. Why didn't you return back as soon as possible? How can you disappear for more than half a year? I thought you were forced by that Pope's son, so was intending to visit the lair of your dark church." Long Yi pinched the nose of Leng Yu and complained. "Ah, listen to me first." Leng Yu hissed charmingly and capturing the hand of Long Yi, she continued, "Because the circumstance of my master was not very good, I could only stay beside him and continuously take care of him. I missed you very much, and I wanted to write a letter to you, but your abode isn't fixed, and I also don't know where you went. As for the son of Pope, you don't need to worry about him, he is not in the church, don't know where he went. By the way, how did you get here? I asked a knowledgeable person of Dark Church here, but he lied to me saying you are in Elven Forest at this very moment. Next time I see him, I will definitely teach him a good lesson." Leng Yu asked. "Naturally I am here in Holy Magic Academy as a student." By the way, the knowledgeable person you are speaking about, isn't his name Ling Feng?" Long Yi asked with a smile. He immediately guessed that Feng Ling, that girl, had intentionally played with her. This kind of small tricks between girls was not excessive at all. Moreover, didn't Feng Ling still tell him about this? How did you know? Could it be that you know him? But even if you know him, How can he disclose his identity? Leng Yuiu said in surprise. Long Yi was startled. It seems Leng Yuiu really didn't know that Ling Feng was a girl. In the end, what is the status of Ling Feng in the Dark Church? Merely without the consent of Ling Feng, he wouldn't disclose it. This will take a long time to narrate. My and his relation cannot be said in few words. Long Yi sighed. He stretched out his hand and caressing the beautiful face of Leng Yuiu, he muttered, Yuiu, hereafter, stay by my side. That is what I also hope for, but currently there is a matter in the Dark Church, and I am responsible to handle it, so I intend to return back again with Ling Feng today. Leng Yuiu bit her lower lip, and her eyes got somewhat watery, enduring her bitterness. Long Yi made a wry smile, then sighed. Although he hated to part with her, he had to let her go. They were his women, but simultaneously also were an individual person. He didn't want his women to give up their matters for his sake. Since they had their own matters, then how can he bind them by his side? Long Yi, go, take care of the matter of Dark Church, then come back to me. If there is anything that you are unable to resolve, then send someone to contact me. Whoever makes move on my woman, I will exterminate his entire family. Long Yi gently looked at Leng Yuiu. Leng Yuiu felt warm in her heart. Those words were obviously filled with ice-cold killing intent, but they made her feel warm. She hugged the neck of Long Yi, then half closing her eyes, she softly said, Long Yi, love me. Chapter 199, The Duty of a Maid. Perhaps because they had not seen each other for too long, the suppressed lovesickness of two people burst out just like volcano eruption and insanely explored each other's body. They perfectly intermingled with each other while sweating, and the sensation of every time directly hit their innermost soul, and the of every time explained their unspeakable cordiality. First break of, Long Yi tightly hugged Leng Yuiu, then sighed lightly. Looking at the sunlight sprinkled into the room from outside the window, he slightly narrowed his eyes. Time, as if the sand grain sliding off from the spaces between the fingers, always passed coldly and also ruthlessly like this, speeding up the growth of the body, and also speeding up the growth of the people's heart, while bringing pleasure and also parting simultaneously. Leng Yuiu raised her head, and seeing Long Yi was in a trance while frowning, she reached out her hand and lightly smoothed down the wrinkles on his forehead, then said softly, Long Yi, don't frown. I love seeing you smile. Long Yi grabbed the little hand of Leng Yuiu affixed on his face, then sighing, he said with a smile, Am I very handsome when I smile? Very handsome, very warm, and brilliant just like a sun. Leng Yuiu smiled and nodded her head. Then she used her finger to softly touch the lips of Long Yi. Long Yi opened his mouth and letting her finger enter inside his mouth, he nibbled her finger. And as if her finger was a peerless treasure, he was gentle and attentive. The beautiful eyes of Leng Yuiu shone looking at Long Yi, while feeling somewhat bashful in her heart. A burst of as if getting electric shock feeling came from her fingertip, and this feeling made her lose herself. Long Yi, promise me, regardless of any setback you encounter, you have to face it with a smile, and no matter how much broken-hearted you are, you have to smile, okay? Leng Yuiu leaned over and kissed the lips of Long Yi. Long Yi, while hugging Leng Yuiu, turned over and putting her on the other side of the bed, he said with a smile, Yuiu, my darling, don't you think you are asking too much? You want me to smile even when I am feeling broken-hearted? Isn't his forcing me to do something I am unable to do? It is difficult to be strong. You are not allowed to be sad. Promise me to always be happy. Leng Yuiu said, acting dumb. As long as you are by my side, I will be happy every day. Long Yi lowered his voice, then burning his head in the neck of Leng Yu, he inhaled her body fragrance. Leng Yuiu caressed the black hair of Long Yi. This moment, a kind of thick feeling fermented in her heart, and felt as if those feeling wanted to explode out from her heart. She grabbed the big hand of Long Yi, then placing it in her soft left bosom, she softly said, Although I cannot always accompany you around, but my heart will always accompany you. I gave my heart to you on the day I met you, and it will never return. Long Yi raised his head, and seeing glistening teardrops on the beautiful face of Lang Yu, he lightly smiled and said, "Silly girl, I will carefully hold your heart in safekeeping." And feeling, Bangpan, the heartbeats of Lang Yu in his big hand, his palm squeezed and released her with her heartbeat rhythm. "Big pervert, what are you doing?" Lang Yu suddenly shouted angrily. While talking about the serious matter, Long Yi, this shameless fellow, unexpectedly began to tease her. "Well, I am feeling you. You're really big here, and it feels very comfortable." Long Yi smiled and said while molesting. He didn't like sentimental parting, so he had to do like this to divert his attention. The beautiful face of Lang Yu reddened, and was also elated in her heart, then said, "If you act like this again, then I will not let you off. Bring it on." "Just a moment ago, who was begging for mercy at the bottom of my body?" Long Yi smirked and said. Lang Yu snorted, then overturned Long Yi. After that she sat on his waist while her two hands pressed down his wrists, not allowing him to move. "What are you doing? Is it possible that you want to rape me?" Long Yi pretended to be scared and said. Previously, they used to often play this kind of play. This increased the fun as well as made them feel a kind of distinctive feeling. "Right, I must squeeze you dry today, then I will see how you will seduce other girls." Lang Yu smiled and said. Then her snow-white pert buttocks moved down, touching Long Yi's dishonest little brother. Then sitting down, she brought his little brother thoroughly into her body. Lang Yu, as if a horsewoman, moved up and down, and her perfect bosom forming also jumped around, dazzling the eyes. And just when they had reached the critical moment, Lang Yu, who was moving on the body of Long Yi, suddenly stopped, as she felt someone had broken past her barrier. And sensing the aura of that person, she knew that he seemed to be the knowledgeable person of Mi Principality. "Ling Feng, are you ready? It's almost time to depart." The voice of Ling Feng came from outside. Knowing two people were loving inside, she felt somewhat inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. So when it was almost the promised time, she immediately came over and shouted. If she said that there were not even a bit of selfish motives, then even she herself will not believe. Long Yi and Lang Yu were at the critical moment, and with her not moving up and down in this moment, it was very difficult for Long Yi. And just when Lang Yu wanted to get up, Long Yi held her, then pushing her down, he again regained the dominance and said, "Leave her, we're continuing." After that Long Yi began pistoning on the body of Lang Yu, and flesh-slapping sound resounded, which made Ling Feng, who was waiting outside, to blush and palpitate. Then jealousness mingled with a little bit of unable to speak feeling emerged in her heart. Under such stimulation, Lang Yu and Long Yi quickly reached. Then letting out aloud, their large-scale flesh wrestling finally came to the end. After bathing themselves in the bathroom of this bedroom, they came out from the room, and saw Ling Feng sitting on the sofa with a foul mood. "Long Yi, come here, I have something to speak with you." Ling Feng got up and grabbing the hand of Long Yi, she walked out with Long Yi, leaving confused Lang Yu alone in the hall. Two people came to the attic of this inn, then set up a barrier around them. After that Ling Feng restored back to her female appearance, changing into Fengling. Then without any demur, she stood on her tiptoe and hugging Long Yi, she kissed him. Only after a good while, their lips separated. Long Yi patted the beautiful face of Fengling with a smile and said, "Are you jealous, will you think I am very petty?" Fengling admitted, and raising her head, she asked, "Of course not." Long Yi, somewhat feeling guilty in his heart. All of his women love him wholeheartedly, but his heart however was divided into several unequal parts. Truly was rather unfair. The eyes of Fengling emitted extraordinary splendor looking at Long Yi and said softly, "Later I will try my best to become close sisters with you. He. Did you tell her that I am in fact a girl?" Seeing Fengling smiling for an unknown reason, Long Yi was somewhat confused and said, "No, this matter is something you have to say yourself. Moreover, without your consent, how can I disclose it?" "Well, Long Yi, you are truly nice." Fengling threw herself into the bosom of Long Yi and hugged tightly. When two people came downstairs, looking at beaming with joy Ling Feng and again looking at Long Yi with a bad smile on his face. Leng Yue altogether felt something was fishy between these two people, but she said nothing about that. Before leaving, Long Yi and Leng Yue tightly hugged. Before the joy of reunion had passed, the parting time had already arrived again. Although he was somewhat sad, but this was life. The parting of today was for an even happier reunion. After a long time, two people parted, then Long Yi turned towards Ling Feng and hugged him. And while patting her back, he used the voice which only they could hear to say, "Ling, take care of yourself. You have to think about me, okay? Every day you have to think about me 100 times, because I will be thinking about you 10,000 times every day." Ling Feng whispered in the ear of Long Yi, and her little hand lightly hugged the waist of Long Yi. The room was empty and the dear ones were no longer there. Long Yi didn't see them off, as he didn't like this kind of parting sentimental, and was also afraid to see the tearful eyes of two women. Long Yi blankly sat inside the room of the inn, and smelling the remnant faint fragrance of two women, his thoughts were somewhat erratic. The parting came so suddenly and quickly, to such an extent that Long Yi was not able to accustom, and was tired emotionally. In his past life, Long Yi was cold-blooded. Other than Long Qi, he didn't care about anything else, but in this world, Long Yi however had too many people he was concerned about. He had suffered various sorrows and had also obtained gentle affections, and had seemingly courted a lot of girls wherever he went. When the day approached dusk, the magnificent sunset glow dyed the entire world red, and the sky of the town also began to become lively as dusk was the time when little birds return back to their nests. Now with the chirping sounds interwoven into a wonderful music, the people that were returning back to their home also spread on the road. Long Yi also got up and left the inn, then feeling a little lonely, he walked along with the endless crowd aimlessly. Suddenly, Long Yi stopped his footsteps, then turning around his head, he looked and saw a figure wearing white manta standing not far away was fixedly looking at him. And as if she had blended into the heaven and earth, even though she was standing there like this, the people walking beside her seemed to treat her as air. Only Long Yi was able to feel her, even to the extent of her heartbeat. "Zhao Yi?" Long Yi muttered in his heart. This girl who had eaten her own bitter fruit and turned into his maid, he had nearly forgotten about her, or subconsciously didn't want to recall her. Long Yi separated from the crowd and coming to the side of Zhao Yi, he asked indifferently, "Are you looking for me? You are my master, aren't you?" The voice of Zhao Yi was a little bitter and astringent. "Didn't I say don't look for me unless there is a serious matter? Seeing you always remind me of certain unpleasant things." Long Yi indifferently said. Before, he had always treated Zhao Yi as a sister, but he had never thought that she would repay him like that. Zhao Yi lightly trembled, and her heart suddenly ached all of a sudden, and she sadly said, "From the moment the blood contract was done, I am destined to be your maid, and maid naturally has to be beside master. If you are unhappy, you can kill me." Long Yi was stunned, and hearing the tone of Zhao Yi, it seemed as if he had wronged to her. "Beside me? Hey, you probably don't know the duties of the maids. Not only are they responsible for the basic needs of the master, in master apostrophe s. Ahem, when there is a need in that aspect, they must give priority to resolve that. Can you do that?" Long Yi evilly smiled, then sized up the body of Zhao Yi, and only at this time, he suddenly recalled Lin Na. She also was his maid for a month. Doesn't that mean he could do whatever he likes? Zhao Yi trembled, and her heart almost jumped out of her body, and her face instantly became very red. Under the peculiar gaze of Long Yi, she was rather at loss. She felt as if his gaze could see through her clothing, and her stark naked body was laid bare in front of him. Chapter 200, Shameless Lin Na. The gaze of Zhao Yi glimmered a little, then sighing all of a sudden, she sorrowfully said, "Do I have any other choice? You are my master, and I am merely your dallying maid, so why are you asking?" "No, you have another choice, just disappear from my sight and never appear before me." The smile on the face of Long Yi disappeared and said indifferently, while expressionlessly looking at Zhao Yi, Jia Yi suddenly raised her head and looked at Long Yi, then gritting her teeth, she said, Jia Yi will not choose the latter option. Jia Yi wished to attend Master. If Master has such needs, then I am willing to let. Long Yi sighed. He didn't like his current relationship with Jia Yi. His former relationship with her was quite good. Thinking this, he bluntly asked, if there is something you want to say, then say quickly. I don't have time to dawdle with you. Jia Yi turned around, then began walking towards the direction of her courtyard. This woman will not carry out a sinister plot again, right? Long Yi muttered in his heart, but thinking about how people or magical beasts who had signed the blood contract wouldn't be able to injure their master, he followed behind her. After reaching the courtyard, Long Yi sensed various kinds of auras inside the courtyard. There should be several hundred people. Presumably all the members of Tyrannical Bear mercenary group were present here. However, although he sensed killing intent, but it was not directed towards him. Jia Yi took off the manta, revealing her delicate and pretty face and a pair of transparent pupils. But this time, Long Yi didn't need to guard against her, because as his maid, she could no longer look over his interior thoughts like before. She just opened the courtyard door, and stood at one side, waiting for Long Yi to enter. Long Yi raised his eyebrows, and stepped in with large strides. Then he saw the spacious courtyard was densely packed with mercenaries wearing the insignia of Tyrannical Bear mercenary group. Among them, Tyrant Bear was standing at the front with a man and a woman, two vice leaders, standing on his either side. Seeing Long Yi had entered, Tyrant Bear immediately stepped forward 2 steps, then bending his knees, his huge body knelt before Long Yi. Shortly afterward, all the subordinates behind him also knelt down. Now in this entire courtyard, only Long Yi alone remained standing. Tyrant Bear vows to the heaven, henceforth I will serve Long Yi as master. If there is any command, no one will dare to not obey it. I request Master to take us Tyrannical Bear mercenary group under your wings. Tyrant Bear with the huge body bowed down. Probably this was prostrating oneself in admiration. At the same time, the mercenaries behind Tyrant Bear also followed the suit. They also vowed to heaven and prostrate before Long Yi. The gaze of Long Yi flashed, then looked towards Jia Yi. Needless to say, this girl was definitely the director of this scene. Because of the connection of blood contact, Long Yi knew that she had no ill intent, merely making her elder brother with whom she had depended on for survival his servant. This was a little bit too loyal. Long Yi didn't answer for a long time, but Tyrannical Bear mercenary group didn't dare to get up. In that instant, Long Yi considered many things inside his brain. After that, he slightly smiled. Since a group of fellows sent themselves to serve him, moreover each and every one of them was not that weak, such being the case, he decided to accept them. Well, since you all are so sincere, I've decided to let you all follow me. Hereafter, don't call me master, call me young master. Caressing his lower chin with his right hand, Long Yi said with a smile, yes, thank you, young master, for taking us under your wings. Tyrant Bear rose from the ground, and said respectfully. Now his dazzling pair of bear eyes were enthusiastically looking at Long Yi. His younger sister Jia Yi had said that, only following Long Yi, his dream would be realized. Long Yi nodded his head, then looked at these mercenaries all around him. Everyone avoided his cold gaze and no one dared to look at him face to face. Because I believe in Tyrant Bear, I will also believe people under his leadership. I, Long Yi, demand absolute loyalty. If anyone dares to have treachery, then I will make sure that he can neither live nor die. Long Yi's ice-cold eyes were brimming with threatening killing intent while speaking. After that, he raised his big hand, then a boulder as tall as a person which was used to decorate the courtyard flew towards him as if it was weightless. Then Long Yi merely clenched his hand, and this boulder suddenly stopped in the air. After that, this huge boulder changed into stone powder, and this stone powder fell to the ground, forming a large word of blue waves continent, kill. All the people felt cold in their heart. All of them had already experienced the strength of Long Yi before. In the active last time, all of them had used real attacks, but they were not able to injure even his hair. And now, seeing this word filled with killing intent, no one dared to have any thoughts of treachery, and everyone also felt fear as well as respect towards him. Long Yi signaled Zhao Yi to follow him, and led her to the inner room. Then with a snap of his finger, the door was slammed shut. The heart of Zhao Yi jumped crazily, and started sweating in the center of her palms due to nervousness. Could it be that Long Yi want me to fulfill the duty of maid here? Then what should I do? Long Yi sat on a chair, and said, "Speak, what did you predict? Why did you ask your brother with his entire mercenary group to pledge loyalty to me?" Zhao Yi, standing in front of him, lightly nodded her head and said, "When you were not here for 2 months, the circumstance of Blue Wave's continent has already become more and more unstable. The war scale of Nelan Empire and Proud Moon Empire is increasingly becoming larger, and your Violet Dragon Empire is also gradually inclining towards Nelan Empire. They have stationed a large number of army troops at the battle frontier of Proud Moon Empire, and are coordinating action with Nelan Empire." "Oh, is that so?" Long Yi frowned, then slightly smiled all of a sudden. "It seems breaking that one leg of Proud Moon Empire's second prince seemed to have played some role." "Master, the constellation of your life is moving eastward. Presumably you will return home very soon, and will certainly involve in this war which is about to affect the entire Blue Wave's continent. My big brother's dream is to sweep over the battlefield, and serve as the pioneer to expand the territory of the country, and only beside you, his dreams would be fulfilled." Zhao Yi slowly said. Long Yi shook his head, then said with a smile, "Aren't you predicting wrong? I don't plan to involve myself in this war. Whatever happens to Blue Wave's continent, it has nothing to do with me." Zhao Yi confidentially looked at Long Yi with a smile and said, "Master, you will surely get involved. Even if you don't want it, you will be powerless in the future." Long Yi smirked and said, "As long as I am unwilling, in this world, there is no one capable of forcing me. Future will show that." Zhao Yi raised her head and smiled faintly. This moment, the sky was already dark, and colorful magic lamps brightly lit Mi City, making the entire city look very beautiful. Long Yi walked towards Holy Magic Academy while pondering. Those confident words of Zhao Yi were still reverberating in his ears. In fact, Long Yi was also not as confident as he had spoken. He clearly understood that in the big river of humans, he alone was nothing, and he alone had not yet reached the level where he could affect the entire world. "Long Yi, where did you go? How come you are returning back only now?" While he was pondering, Long Yi suddenly heard protesting coquettishly voice. Only then he noticed Long Linger and Zemin Wuan as well as Lin Na were standing in front of boys' dormitory, looking at him. Long Yi raised his head, then stepping forward, he hugged the waist of Long Linger, then kissed her lips all of a sudden, causing a pack of wolves, who were appreciating beauties from far away, to howl. And Long Linger bashfully buried her head in the bosom of Long Yi. "Humphrey, pervert." Lin Na discontentedly said. "Lin Na, my obedient maid, quickly come over here and give your master a kiss." Long Yi maliciously looked at Lin Na and said with a smile, "Who is your maid? Don't talk nonsense, you will be responsible if it affects my unblemished reputation." Lin Na unexpectedly didn't want to acknowledge the previous bet. Long Yi rolled his eyes. "Women they are like this." He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'm not in the mood to argue with you. You can go become tortoise or dog yourself." Seeing the indifferent appearance of Long Yi, Lin Na got angry for an unknown reason. "Lin Na, how can you speak like this? Yesterday, I clearly heard you personally promising the bet. Since you have lost, obediently become my second brother's maid for 1 month, otherwise, I will look down on you." Zemin Wuan seriously said to Lin Na. Hearing her remarks, the crowds of onlookers made an uproar. "Wuan, let it be." Long Linger raised her head from the bosom of Long Yi and said. She however was unwilling from the bottom of her heart, as if Lin Na, such a beauty, was to become Long Yi, this big pervert's maid. Then she was sure that he would eat her up without leaving even the bones. Then wouldn't she be forced to share this warm bosom with one more woman? So she was unwilling. But, because Zemin Wuan's voice was rather loud, All the onlookers had heard her. Instantly, this news spread throughout the Holy Magic Academy from one mouth to another. Holy Magic Academy's Dean Pu Ziyuxi's granddaughter Lin Na has become the maid of Long Yi. This news was known by more and more people now. Truly, wherever Long Yi went, there would definitely be an ambiguous matter that causes people to enjoy talking about. Seeing more and more people spreading this news, the beautiful face of Lin Na turned pale, then stamping her leg, she snorted, still not leaving quickly. "Are you feeling well? Make other people seen as a monkey?" Several people rushed out of the encirclement, then arrived at a remote place of Holy Magic Academy. "Wuan, aren't we sisters? How come you are helping your this smelly second brother?" Now I cannot avoid the scolding of grandfather. Lin Na complained. "I only spoke the truth. Who asked you to speak like that?" Zemin Wuan smiled and said, "You are still smiling. At that time, what I said was, if I lose, I will become the maid of Long Yi for 1 month, but I never said anything about when. It could be 1 month after 10 years, or 100 years. Lin Na strongly argued. Long Yi looked towards Lin Na, never thought that this woman was so thoughtful. She truly hadn't mentioned anything about when. "You are clever. That bet really doesn't mention anything about when to fulfill." Long Yi shrugged his shoulder.